Humphrey Paul's strategy of gaining prestige is actually quite challenging. There are many hurdles to overcome. For instance, Gu Hang heard from Galaraldo that the interstellar warrior representative in the High Lord Council has been contacting several powerful battle groups. Among them are top-tier battle groups like the Black Cross Army, which is also a battle group that proliferates prodigiously but is quite different from Iron Armor. The Black Cross Army is a subsidiary of the Golden Knight Legion, and they themselves have a significant amount of influence and background. However, they don't hold territory. They are a ship-based battle group with no mother planet. They recruit and resupply wherever they fight and then rush off to the next battlefield. And they are also quite obedient. This obedience does not mean that they will do whatever the Empire tells them to, nor does it mean that they will comply with interference from the Empire government in their internal affairs. But at least, when the Empire calls, they will come in most situations. They are also very willing to respond to calls of aid from all over the Empire, joining whenever they can. This has earned them a substantial amount of prestige and goodwill, with many local forces willing to provide support, donations, and rewards as thanks, or simply to curry favor in hopes of receiving help from the Black Cross Army in the future. And often, their wishes are indeed granted. However, it is precisely because of this that the Black Cross Army, although large in scale, is also very busy. Having received the Empire's call, the Black Cross Army has expressed a strong desire to participate in this rebellion-suppressing operation. Unfortunately, their numerous expeditionary fleets almost all have their own ongoing missions. Despite their promise to try their best and join the battle as soon as possible, even they cannot commit to a specific timeframe. Apart from the Black Cross Army, several other renowned battle groups have also received the summons. This includes several prestigious newly formed battle groups, such as the Blood Angel Corps and the Bat Corps active in the Imperial North border, and the Infinity Corps of the Eastern Frontier, which is even the parent group of the Iron Armor Battle Group. The father is about to discipline his son. After suffering a major setback, the Heretic Tribunal is furious as well, calling upon more elite forces they work with, particularly the Battle Nun Association, to prepare for an intensified participation in the combat. Once these powers join one after another in the battle sequence against Iron Armor, the challenges that Humphrey Paulo will face will become increasingly immense. Only by overcoming hurdle after hurdle can Paul's envisioned strategy of gaining prestige really take shape. Prior to that, he must carefully choose his opponents, carefully select his strategy. He cannot face too formidable an enemy too soon, lest he suffers defeat before the time is right, causing the anticipated tide to end prematurely. This is also why Gu Hang judged that with the momentum already formed on the western and northern fronts, Tai Nu Shi must commit the vast majority of its forces to maintain the offensive. They don't have the sufficient strength to move south, nor can they afford to make rash strategic blunders. The alliance is a typical opponent with not such great fame but considerable strength. Winning won't necessarily bring significant prestige increase, and it will also be difficult to fight. But if they really do come, then Gu Hang wouldn't mind delivering a significant blow to Humphrey Paul in the southern regions. The price offered by the Empire is already satisfactory to Gu Hang, so participating in the war is acceptable. However, the fact is, Iron Armor's main approach towards the alliance is still based on verbal sparring and some minor actions. As Gu Hang had anticipated, they dare not fully move southwards. Their main, minor action is leveraging the influence established by the Fury Flame Battle Group's frequent activities in the Menga Star domain over the past years to create problems for the Alliance. They sent out many military advisors and independent advisors. Most of these people come from the auxiliary systems of battle groups like Iron Armor. While they don't count as the most elite military force, as the auxiliary force meticulously developed by Humphrey Paul named the Princess Legion, their level exceeds the average strength of the Star Realm Army. Of course, the Princess Legion didn't arrive as large, fully formed units. In those worlds, at most, a battalion, or even just a few companies. The officers leading the teams serve as military advisors, leading the local efforts to establish more powerful troops modeled after the Princess Legion. This effort is not entirely for the Alliance. In the past years, establishing the model of the Princess Legion as local defense forces was itself a way to exert influence on the locals. Objectively, this did have a significant impact on the Alliance's operations in the Menga Star domain. Initially, they hoped to draw the entire Menga Star domain into their internal united front merely through diplomatic means. But later on, relying solely on diplomatic and political maneuvers became insufficient. Then came the military approach. After the alliance's vanguard fleets arrived, they launched a series of offensives. The initial battles were not that frequent. The part of the Menga star domain closer to the Dragonhawk and the alliance was rather timid. When the fleet arrived, and land forces were dispatched, the local powers basically gave in without resistance, allowing alliance officers to be appointed, resources started being collected, and the alliance directly took over the imperial tax and the planetary defense forces. With wealth and armies at their disposal, the problem was largely resolved. Once a world was stabilized, the vanguard fleet would move to the next one, leaving behind a portion of the land forces. In most cases, this pattern caused no major issues. The officials left behind by the alliance, with the help of a small number of land forces, could generally control the world. The alliance's strength, along with the cause they held, ensured they could maintain relatively stable control of the situation. But it was not always so smooth. Some worlds, compliant when the alliance's fleets and main military forces were present, began to show problems after their departure. Minor problems were local uprisings that hindered the alliance-established cooperative governments from controlling the global situation. In more severe cases, some could even see local cooperative governments being overthrown, alliance troops besieged, and alliance officers killed. Whenever this happened, the alliance typically had no choice but to call back the already departed Vanguard Force's main body to resolve the rebellion. But this severely hampered the alliance's operational speed. Over several months, after initially securing about 7 star sectors and 103 worlds in the Menga star domain, the progress was significantly slowed. Ji Hang personally came this time to solve this problem. Ji Hang was here to address the issue of the slow operations in the Menga star sector. The solution, of course, wasn't for Ji Hang to personally join the battle. The problems in the Menga star domain were not about war. The alliance had ample power to resolve every war they encountered in the Menga star domain. The local rebellions were not significant enough to pose a challenge for the alliance. But the problem was, there were too many of them. On one hand, the advance forces of the alliance didn't have sufficient troops, and on the other, the alliance couldn't possibly send a large number of its valuable troops to suppress the local rebellions in Menga. That would cost a lot of money and would affect the overall development plans of the alliance in the Dragonhawk star domain. Moreover, it wasn't economical or beneficial. Frankly, the alliance's expansion into the Menga star domain wasn't just for the sake of enlarging its territory. Ji Hang's goal was to establish a strategic buffer zone outside of the Dragonhawk star domain, so if subsequent wars started, they could ensure the battles wouldn't take place on their own territories. Secondly, to put it bluntly, it was about plundering. Ji Hang wanted the imperial tax and planetary defense forces from the Menga star domain. The former is outright money, while the latter is manpower, cannon fodder. This star domain is poorer than the Dragonhawk star domain, but it is larger, with over 700 worlds. Even if each world could provide only a little in terms of resources, the alliance did not have enough resources to develop these places. They could hardly keep pace with the development of the Dragonhawk star domain, their homeland. However, just the revenue and manpower that could be provided by this scale, along with various other benefits, had already made Ji Hang quite envious. Without the intention or capability to turn these places into homeland territories, what the alliance needed was to rule this area cheaply, even if control was unstable. As long as it allowed them to extract local benefits, that would suffice. The keyword here was low-cost rule. The teams of officials dispatched by the alliance to the various planets were very small in size, often just a couple of hundred people in an administrative team. Their main task wasn't direct management of local planets, but rather the establishment of cooperative governments, whether newly established or in cooperation with the original interest groups. Once the establishment of government was complete, they would then manage and oversee it. Specific governance, tax collection, resource provision, and manpower supply mainly relied on the local cooperative governments. Add the small number of alliance garrisons to the equation, such as a single battalion per planet, and that's about it. At most, a division. Under this mechanism, the low-cost rule expected by Ji Hang could be achieved. The problem also precisely lies here. Low-cost rule implies instability. What are the reasons for those worlds rebelling? Is it simply because of the influence left behind by the Flame battle group? Probably not that simple. This reason certainly exists and is a very important factor. But the loss of control associated with low-cost rule is also significant. Some worlds are dissatisfied with being controlled by the Alliance because the Alliance actually demands more than the imperial tax. Establishing a cooperative government does, to some extent, infringe upon the interests of the original ruling classes of these worlds. Their instigation and direct participation in rebellions are normal occurrences. Reflected on the panel information that Gu Hang could see in his own system, these worlds, although recognized and incorporated into the vassal panel, were predominantly at vassal levels LV1, LV2, showing high inclinations to separate and probabilities of rebellion. In response, Gu Hang had made some demands of the Alliance government's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The core lies in the fact that the officials dispatched by the Alliance to Menga must respect the interests of the local ruling groups when acting locally. They can even use the powerful stationed troops of the Alliance and special agents from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to resolve some troubles that they could not handle by themselves. They can also allow, even indulge them, in seizing benefits which were previously difficult to capture. For example, more aggressive exploitation. This will, of course, make the lives of the local residents, who are already not affluent, even worse. But the people will just have to endure more hardships. In this process, there will certainly be many negative impacts. For instance, the local residents may have more resistance towards the rule of the Alliance. They might think that it is the arrival of the Alliance that is making their lives even worse. The local ruling classes are happy for the residents to think this and even actively propagate it. But the Alliance has no other choice. At most, they just need to work more meticulously, carry out some propaganda locally, and shift the blame onto the cooperative governments. These are some of the approaches that the Alliance applies to the work of the cooperative governments. In the Menga star domain, Gu Hang wasn't in a good position to extensively use his newly acquired authorization, the Land Appropriation Bill. After all, the Land Appropriation Bill only gave Gu Hang the right to incorporate local territories into the rule of the Alliance after defeating the enemies of the Empire. But the situation in the Menga star domain wasn't yet at the point of declaring these planets as enemies of the Empire. It could be forced but would be an overstretch and might diminish his own reputation. Since direct rule is out of the question and not intended, there is absolutely no need to invoke the Land Appropriation Bill when ruling indirectly using cooperative governments as a colonial approach to turning these places into vassals. Having established policy strategies for planet-level issues, the remaining tasks now fell on Gu Hang to address. The hostile forces from the Princess Star domain required military and intelligence operatives to work in concert for resolution. Local rebellious elements on planets were to be dealt with through optimized collaborative governance strategies. And beyond these two, there existed a third direction of resistance that also could not be ignored. That would be the pressure from the Menga government. This was a problem that even Gu Hang had not anticipated at first. After becoming the general of the Southern Theater Command, nominally overseeing military and political power, Gu Hang was not to the extent of managing the entire Eastern Cosmos domain. This demand was rejected by Holy Terra, but, at the least, Holy Terra had explicitly commanded the forces of the entire space domain government to cooperate with Gu Hang's actions, assisting him in war preparations. As one of Gu Hang's own people, and a member of the Galaraldo political faction, Zhuo Zhaofeng would certainly not set up any obstacles for Gu Hang. Although there wouldn't be support to the point of financial ruin, since there were still many other threats within the domains of space that needed to be addressed. But at least, within a reasonable scope, he had already done much work. For example, allocating a portion of imperial tax to the Alliance. For example, transferring a considerable portion of military forces, especially naval forces, from the more peaceful sectors within the domain to the Alliance, to help the Alliance in combat and strengthen the naval power of the Alliance. This was significant support. Converted into money, the total value was feared to amount to several tens of billions. Not to mention, this kind of support would continue for many years to come. That's quite a lot of money. Currently, the Alliance, not counting its expenditures, had a total of about 200 billion in imperial tax and financial income from the Dragonhawk star domain. For the Eastern Cosmos domain to provide about 50 billion in ships, materials, money, and military forces each year was already quite good, accounting for about 20% to 25% of the total income of the Alliance. Up to this point, Zhuo Zhaofeng had been very meaningful. The space domain needed funds, and the star domains beneath it likewise needed funds. Being able to contribute so much in a year, who could say that Zhuo Zhaofeng wasn't one of our own? From his perspective, he also explicitly issued orders to the star domain government of the Menga star domain to cooperate with the alliance's actions. But the situation in the Menga star domain was, after all, different. Other star domains would just need to comply with the space domain government's requests for financial and manpower contributions, and the alliance would not come to their territory. The Menga star domain was formally entered by the alliance. As the host, or at least the self-proclaimed host, the Menga star domain government was quite unhappy about this. This was the superficial aspect. At least, when expressing his displeasure towards the alliance, the star domain head of the Menga star domain, Jai Guangshan, put it this way. He believed that the actions of the alliance constituted an invasion and had complained to the alliance several times. Complaining to the space domain government didn't do much good, so he took his grievances to Holy Terra. That was equally ineffective. But for one thing, it was kind of annoying to have a star domain head complaining day in and day out about how the alliance mistreated him. It was indeed tiring. The potential for a decrease in reputation alone was problematic. Not to mention the upsurge of rebellions in various places, influenced by the insinuation of the star domain and star sector governments. The alliance's intelligence department had already gathered information that could infer that many of the more aggressive rebellious areas had the shadow of the star domain or star sector governments behind them. Aside from offending certain interests, the alliance's intelligence department also believed there were some unclear contacts between the Menga star domain government and Tai Nu Shi. Although the information currently in the hands of the alliance was not critical or conclusive enough to directly take down Jai Guangshan, if there was only suspicion, there was no need for complete evidence. Moreover, if Ji Hang wanted to resolve this issue by force, it would not necessarily require incontrovertible proof. What evidence is needed to quell a rebellion? It's just that Ji Hang doesn't want to wage war. At least not large-scale war. Since he did not want to wage war, Ji Hang's personal visit this time was intended to solve issues through diplomatic and political means. This was not something that could be managed by simply sitting in Dragonhawk. Upon entering the Meng River star domain, his target was clear, a planet named Zhelangya. Zhelangya's status in the Meng River star domain was somewhat similar to that of Flying Wing Star in the Dragonhawk star domain. Perhaps even more important, while not the capital of the star domain, this world's shipbuilding industry was developed and, with the shipbuilding industry as a support, had a strong economic influence. By comparison, the economic development of the capital of the Meng River star domain, Mengyang Star, was worse than that of Zhelangya. The alliance's vanguard fleet had already entered Zhelangya. Zhelangya itself was one of the strategic targets sought by Ji Hang. He coveted the planet's shipbuilding capabilities. Although it couldn't compete with what Flying Wing Star used to be, let alone now that under the alliance's control, the shipbuilding industry had stepped up to a higher level. Yet, Zhelangya was one of the few places capable of constructing large ships. Even though its original technology couldn't even produce the Moon class, the cruisers it could make were a castrated version named Town River class. But that's still a cruiser. Moreover, if Zhelangya fell under the alliance's control, then the alliance's technological capabilities could be put to use on this planet. Once the original technological bottlenecks were broken, Zhelangya's hardware facilities, the large ship docks and the large starport, as well as the planet's various matching components of ship manufacturing capability, would be well unleashed. Even the dock originally built to manufacture Jufu-class transport ships, with some modifications, could be used to build battle cruisers. Get Zhelangya in hand one day earlier and you can start shipbuilding one day earlier, and the sooner you can accumulate strength for the Alliance Navy. But here, they encountered resistance. The Menga fleet blocked the Alliance's vanguard fleet's path, preventing the Alliance fleet from approaching. Meanwhile, on the planet, including the orbital starport and the shipyards, a large amount of troops were filled and ready for battle. The Alliance's forces were thus stuck. On the one hand, the vanguard fleet's troops alone might not be able to break through the Menga fleet, and the scale of the land forces they carried was also not sufficient to quickly conquer the entire planet. On the other hand, it was also not quite right to start an open battle with full setup. Then, Ji Hang arrived. He also made a solo visit. The Alliance valued Zhelangya so much, there must have been arrangements within. Several of the Alliance's intelligence organizations had infiltrated agents there. On behalf of Ji Hang, they sent out an invitation to the planet's rulers, Jelangnia Ship Industry Group's board of directors, for a meeting. They also agreed to meet. Afterwards, the Star Sector government, which knew about this situation, was still trying to intervene. But by the time they began to act, it was too late. Ji Hang himself had already taken a small ship to Jelangnia's starport and completed the meeting with the sovereigns of the shipbuilding group. They only blocked Ji Hang outside the conference hall after he had just finished the meeting with the directors of the shipbuilding group. Ji Hang was accompanied by only 2 aides, with no one else. The leader of Cliffcloud Sector personally led the team. He looked at Ji Hang with a displeased expression and let out a cold laugh, but when it came to what to say, he had not quite figured it out himself, and in the end could only watch as Ji Hang left the starport. Later on, the Menga fleet opened a path, and the Alliance's troops entered the starport, onto the planet's surface. The irate Star Zone leader was politely sent away from the starport. What exactly did Ji Hang say to you that made you give up resistance? Jai Guangshan, with a grim face, raised this question to Jerio Fisher. Upon learning of Ji Hang's journey to Jelangnia, the Star Domain head Jai Guangshan had also hurried over. But by the time he arrived, everything was already too late. Jelangnia had already become owned by the Alliance. Unwilling to accept it, he prepared to leave, only to receive an invitation from Ji Hang, who had not yet departed. After thinking it over, he decided to accept the invitation and speak to Ji Hang face to face. The location of the meeting was still at Jelangnia's starport. Fisher, chairman of the shipbuilding group, accompanied Jai Guangshan as they waited for Ji Hang's arrival. While waiting, Jai Guangshan couldn't help but ask the previous question. Fisher just smiled embarrassedly. Mr. Star Domain Head, I had no choice. I didn't want to at first, planning to stand with you. But Mr. Gu offered too much. Mr. Gu gave too much. This statement almost made Jai Guangshan vomit blood. What exactly did he give? Isn't the Star Domain government treating your Jelangnia and your shipbuilding group well enough? Just giving some benefits and you are already bought? And you say he gave too much. Can he give more than the Star Domain government? Before this, you were the star of the entire Star Domain. Orders, raw materials, policies. What hasn't the Star Domain government provided for you? They even figured out how to give you the entire Jelangnia planet. Even the entire Menga fleet. The Star Domain has indulged you, allowing you to have such strong influence. Is this how you repay the Star Domain government? Jai Guangshan almost cursed out the words, ungrateful wolf. Fisher, on the opposing side, also felt somewhat embarrassed. Even he himself, now recalling the negotiations with Ji Hang, felt a bit possessed. Although the terms were tempting and plentiful, considering they were precious commodities, they shouldn't have accepted them so readily, right? Even if they would ultimately agree, shouldn't they maintain some dignity? Ah, he feigned a sigh. There's no help for it. Mr. Gu leads with the righteousness of the Central Empire and the support of the Space Domain government, and with a large army pressing, what can we do? The Menga fleet is sent to you. What can we do if they forcefully come in with the fleet? Would anyone dare to order a battle directly against the fleet of Mr. Gu, the appointed leader of the Southern War Zone by the Empire? Wasn't the Star Zone leader also your close loyalist? He blocked Ji Hang coming alone with a squadron of elites. Didn't he let him go without daring to say anything? The expression on Jai Guangshan's face became so gloomy it almost dripped water. Then, has your shipbuilding group so easily given up the industry it has operated for centuries? You can't talk nonsense. Fisher hurriedly waved his hand. How can you say we gave it up? We should say, we found a new opportunity to take our shipbuilding group to the next level. There, Fisher broadly told Jai Guangshan the conditions provided by the Alliance. It wasn't very detailed, no secrets mentioned. Nevertheless, the more Jai Guangshan listened, the more silent he became. Orders? Markets? Is the Menga Star Domain as big as the Alliance? Raw materials? Does Menga Star Domain has as abundant resources as the Alliance? Moreover, after the agreement is finalized, it's not as if Jelangnia would lose everything in Menga. On the contrary, they still hold possessions, especially in the future under more extensive control from the Alliance over Menga Star Domain. That makes it even more stable. On this basis, the market, orders, and raw material support given by the Alliance are things the Menga Star Domain could never provide. It's not just what the alliance represents, the more developed resources from the Dragonhawk star domain, and even the entire Eastern Cosmos domain. After all, the alliance is now supported by the space domain government. Engaging them directly serves no benefits, only downsides. And if these assets are just icing on the cake, not indispensable, after all, the shipbuilding group under the support of the Menga star domain government has also been thriving pleasantly. However, many things that follow are entirely unattainable by the star domain government. Gu Hang promises that the shipbuilding group can invest in the alliance's two major shipyard centers in the future. Tianma and Yunluo. These two star sectors, along with several neighboring ones, each possess a robust shipbuilding industry. In the future, the shipbuilding group might even have a direct chance to invest in the shipyards of Flying Wing Star and Yunluo Star. Even if starting a major factory outright is currently difficult, the alliance has already developed at least one for them at Baishuo Star. Although it's a small factory, a bit less in scale than Zhelanya's, it can't even manufacture cruiser-grade ships. But still, with a good foundation, capable of building destroyer-grade ships, merchant ships, transport ships, that's already quite impressive. For Zhelanya, this is a juicy piece. To let the shipbuilding group invest in places like Flying Wing Star and Rage Owl Star right off the bat, they wouldn't dare. It's too big, too expensive. However, conversely, they not only possess the opportunity to invest, but the alliance will also invest in them. This investment isn't just simply providing money. Zhelanya, as the only place in Menga's star domain capable of building large ships, money itself isn't the most crucial aspect. As Jai Guangshan mentioned, if it's just such ordinary offers, what does it amount to? The alliance's offer is indeed generous, but the Menga star domain isn't outmatched. Moreover, due to Zhelanya's unique importance to Menga star domain and not to the alliance, even if Menga is poorer, they would deplete their resources to keep Zhelanya. The alliance, no matter how willing to spend lavishly, also has to consider cost-effectiveness. However, the condition of the shipbuilding group having the opportunity to invest in the shipyards under the alliance is something Menga's star domain could never fulfill. They simply don't have the capacity. This is irreplaceable. Besides that, the alliance's investment in Zhelanya isn't just in terms of money. More importantly, with the investment comes advisory teams and crucially, technology. Gu Hang has explicitly promised to bring the technology for building lunar-class cruisers, replacing the shipyard of the originally Zhelanya-made Control River class. If cooperation goes smoothly, the alliance might also consider providing further technical support, and might adapt a construction shipyard for a giant belly-level merchant ship into a Holy Grail-class battleship cruiser shipyard. How could the shipbuilding group withstand such terms? They didn't even try to maintain their composure, just slid straight to their knees. Similarly, this was why Jai Guangshan shut his mouth. If it was just about money, he would move heaven and earth to keep Zhelanya. But the two conditions for mutual investment given by the alliance were completely beyond his capabilities to meet. What else could he do? But Jai Guangshan wasn't so easily defeated. He said, "Do you know the policies of the alliance? How do they treat businesses?" Fisher sighed and replied, "Indeed, this was also our main concern at the beginning. The system executed by the alliance is not very friendly to us. However, these concerns were addressed in the conditions left to us by Gu Hang. Within the framework of the alliance, there are private business entities, too. By obtaining the corresponding rank and renouncing all government subsidies, one could earn profits according to the business performance, and our group would still belong to us. The only two areas that would need to change are, firstly, employee management must conform to the alliance's practices. Secondly, after accepting investment and support from the alliance, production tasks must be completed as per the alliance's demands. After discussing these two conditions, we feel they are acceptable." Upon hearing Fisher get to this point, Jai Guangshan became anxious. Have you ever considered that he might be deceiving you? Once their troops arrive, and later, whether in the name of investment or the method of assigning tasks, after taking control over Zhelanya, what would make them keep you around? By then, what means of resistance will you have? Now, it was Fisher's turn to fall silent. Indeed, this was the greatest risk. There had been plenty of internal discussions within their shipbuilding group. What if they cross the river and demolish the bridge? Even if they don't do it immediately, what about 10 or 8 years down the line, when the cooperation has deepened, infiltration has become severe, and if the scale between the two parties is completely unbalanced, and the shipbuilding group starts to be significantly controlled? then what good are their so-called private ownership, and the group still belongs to us? They could easily kick you out of the game. However, in their discussions, this risk was ultimately overlooked. Not because it was unimportant, but because there was no other choice. The reasoning was simple: if you don't trust the credibility of the alliance and you feel that the alliance will play dirty, then instead of worrying about being digested by them in 10 or 8 years, you might as well worry about them becoming frustrated and forcibly seizing Jelania right now. The Meng fleet might manage to intercept the Alliance's vanguard fleet, but what if the Alliance raises the stakes, and the infamous Firebath Nova, rumored to have decimated the Greenskins in the Iron Teeth War, is dispatched? What can the Meng fleet do to withstand that? And why should they withstand? Resist the Southern Theater Command General and contemplate rebellion? Of course, Fisher didn't want to spell things out so clearly and bluntly to Jai Guangshan. Thinking it over, he vaguely advised, collaborating with Supreme Commander GU represents orders from the space domain government, from the Central Empire, and is also the realistic choice. Of course, we might have another option, but by comparison, the alliance is closer, that choice is further away. Star Domain Head Jai, you really need to think this through. What choice? My loyalty, the Divine Emperor can witness. Jai Guangshan emphasized this first and then paused before continuing. But serving the Divine Emperor doesn't mean that we have to blindly follow the alliance. We might have a third option. At this point, the doors of the meeting hall suddenly opened. Jai Guangshan wisely cut his speech short and looked outside, only to see the young and energetic Mr. GU, stepping over a red carpet that unfurled to the entrance, striding his way in. Even a smile adorned GU Hang's face. What third option? Sorry, I'm just arriving. It seems I missed some of your conversation. Would you mind sharing with me? Jai Guangshan responded with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Sorry, it was just some private discussion, not quite appropriate to tell Mr. GU. Let's talk straight to the point. The Alliance's actions of aggression against the Menga star domain must cease. Your succession of moves not only contravenes imperial laws but has already gone to the extent of interfering with Jelania. GU Hang looked gently at Jai Guangshan, listening to his lengthy speech, but did not respond with a word. Gradually, the momentum in Jai Guangshan's talk subsided. After all, he was a star domain head, a vassal in his own right. When facing high officials of the space domain government, they would usually show basic respect, unlike GU Hang, who left him without a single word of reply. The anger in his heart surged relentlessly upward. He cut off the topic, somewhat in a fit of embarrassed rage, and interrogated GU Hang. What is Mr. GU laughing at? You seem to show no respect for me at all. No, on the contrary, GU Hang sighed and said, I truly do respect you, Star Domain Head Jai Guangshan. It is precisely because of this respect that I was carefully listening to your final statements, to see if there was anything that could save you. Save me? Yes, GU Hang candidly stated, we have already gathered some evidence concerning you. Regarding the choice you discussed with Chairman Fisher. You may not be as loyal as you claim to be, nor may you have made the right choice as you said. On the contrary, your choice could not have been more wrong. Slander? Jai Guangshan burst out in rage. Whether it's slander or not isn't for you to say. Are you saying it counts if you say it? Jai Guangshan retorted sarcastically. It's true you are the Supreme Commander, but since when do you have the authority to decide if a star domain head is guilty or not? GU Hang spread his hands and said, Indeed, it seems I do not have that power, however, I have brought someone with the authority. Jai Guangshan was taken aback. The conference room doors were pushed open once more. It was a man dressed in a leather jacket, leather boots, and a somewhat retro-styled high-top hat. On his chest, he sported a badge. It was in the shape of radiating light. Seeing this attire, along with the badge, Jai Guangshan finally froze. He knew what it symbolized. The tribunal, coming from the Eastern Cosmos Domain's Flash Judgment Court. This tribunal was not a powerful one like the Silver Tribunal with a huge reputation, nor one of the three most famous tribunals for dealing with heretics, demons, and external threats. They were relatively young, and even the time they were established was not that long. But in the Eastern Cosmos Domain, Flash had a significant reputation, because the purpose of this tribunal faction was to be grounded locally, with their primary area of activity being within the Eastern Cosmos Domain. Setting aside the capabilities of the tribunal faction itself, at least the authority granted to a judge by the Empire is established here. From this perspective, the Flash Judgment Court indeed had the authority to convict him. Of course, under normal circumstances, this would not be possible. Why did the Silver Tribunal garner such a great reputation? Wasn't it because they had overturned a cosmic domain chair in a shocking event? Why don't other smaller tribunal factions follow suit? Is it because they don't want to? Clearly, it's because they lack the ability. The Flash Judgment Court wants to trouble Jai Guangshan. How many masters and fleets does the Flash Judgment Court have to even consider such a thing? Even if considering assassination, with the capabilities of the Flash Judgment Court, could they handle the guards and bodyguards around Jai Guangshan? It would be difficult, and should they fail, the Flash Judgment Court would likely face frenzied retaliation from Jai Guangshan. But now, it seems there were no problems. The Flash Judgment Court had the authority, Ji Hang had the capability. Upon realizing this, Jai Guangshan truly panicked. "Star Domain Head, please come with us," said the judge. "Guards! Guards!" Jai Guangshan, already sensing that something was amiss, shouted forcefully outside. There was no response. This should not have been the case. Security had always been his utmost priority. No matter where he went, he would bring his elite guards unit. Although he could not secure Phoenix Interstellar Warriors, the top-tier extraordinary soldiers, for his protection, there was no doubt that his team consisted of the strongest soldiers among mortals, all equipped with the finest gear. An A-grade psychic, along with 3 B grades, served as his spiritual power advisors and also performed the duty of protection. Wherever he went, his guards would take control of the local security operations. Even in special circumstances where they couldn't take full control, they would at least be involved, as the security work must not be out of their hands. His security forces should be on standby at all times, ready to come to his side with just one call. But at this moment, they were completely unresponsive. Jai Guangshan's gaze suddenly turned towards Ji Hang. Ji Hang nodded lightly. "Right, I have not yet apologized for my lateness. Sorry, I took some time to handle a few minor issues." Jai Guangshan felt his heart sink. He just barely understood. If Ji Hang chose to act with all his might, his guard unit would be unable to resist. After all, Ji Hang had a lot of strong forces at his disposal that could not be found in the Manga Star domain. However, no matter what, shouldn't his guards be at least able to send out a warning before being completely wiped out? Moreover, he hadn't heard the slightest noise of a fight here. Jai Guangshan's gaze then turned to Fisher, who had been chatting with him just now. The chairman of the shipbuilding group now lowered his head, as if ignorant to his gaze, silent as if he had paid no mind. Jai Guangshan suddenly realized, "You're all in this together, aren't you?" He laughed bitterly in extreme anger, stood up, and opened his mouth, ready to curse. But at that moment, a psychic light flashed from his body. Jai Guangshan always moved with his ship at the ready and the ship remained on constant alert. He also carried magic artifacts on his person, including a mini-energy shield and a treasure that enabled him to teleport instantly to a predetermined location. This item was a personal treasure that couldn't be mass-produced, expensive and rare, with only a few to be found in an entire cosmos domain. It typically required the combined efforts of a Mechanicus sage and a high-grade psychic, taking many years to create. Even if it was successfully produced, it was usually circulated within the sect of mechanics or the psychic order, rarely making it to the outside world. Securing such an item for self-defense was extremely difficult. This was also Jai Guangshan's last resort in terms of security. He pretended to speak in outraged fashion merely as a ruse to activate the treasure. With the flash of light, his figure disappeared. After Jai Guangshan's departure, Fisher, who had just pretended as if nothing had happened, looked somewhat annoyed. "How did we let him escape? I didn't expect he had such a thing on him. If he gets away and gathers his forces, it'll be quite troublesome to deal with him." At this point, Fisher could no longer care about any goodwill between the two, only considering the troubles that laid ahead. Senior Judge Menig Martini of the Flash Judgment Court turned his gaze to Ji Hang. During the previous incident, when dealing with the leader's guards outside, Ji Hang's performance had left a very, very deep impression on him. He had no doubt that there was a problem with eliminating those guards. He wouldn't mention himself, and the squad of loyal air stormtroopers he brought along was just for show. Although the action was under the name of his authority as a senior judge, the executors were basically from the Alliance. A squad of Phoenix Interstellar Warriors, a squad of battle nuns, a squad of demon hunters, 4 squads of glory guards, and a squad of the storm mage for psychic support. Although there were only 70 or 80 people in total, there was no problem in killing all of Jai Guangshan's guards. Even if there was an A-grade psychic among them, who was quite a tough nut to crack, as a senior judge, he had a special method to suppress psychics. At the same time, in the Phoenix Interstellar Warrior Squad brought by Mr. GU, there was reportedly a top-tier powerhouse who had participated in the widely known Absolute Blood Duel, achieving a record of consecutive victories. It would be easy to dispatch an A-grade psychic, but the problem was the utmost silence. Not a single shot fired, merely cold blades. Footsteps were deliberately concealed to prevent any detection. And all of this was not something the squad under his nominal command could achieve. During the operation, Mr. GU, under the guise of observation, always followed them. Although he seemed to be hands-off throughout, Martini more than once felt an extremely oppressive sensation emanating from Jiu Hang. That feeling, during the final forceful breakthrough, reached its peak. The A-grade psychic seemed like a chicken with its neck firmly grasped, its normally powerful spiritual power capable of tearing apart Lion King tanks, completely suppressed in another dimension, not leaking out at all, easily having his head severed by a knife. And in the next moment, that powerful oppressive sensation suddenly disappeared. Recalling this, he couldn't help but glance at Jiu Hang again. Jiu Hang's relaxed smile was identical to the expression he'd had on his face in the previous scene. He believed that, with the abilities demonstrated by the inscrutable Supreme Commander, that guy Jai Guangshan couldn't have escaped so easily. There must be contingencies in place. He was thus reassured, not saying anything to Jiu Hang, but rather soothing the quite anxious Fisher beside him. "Chairman, please keep calm, everything is still under control." Fisher's anxiety couldn't be quelled by such a statement, but he had nothing more to say and could only force himself to appear more composed. Menik Martini didn't pay him any more attention and turned his gaze back to Jiu Hang, broaching a proposal. "Supreme Commander Jiu, I think the Flash Judgment Court can have even more cooperation with the Alliance." "Oh," Jiu Hang's gaze shifted over, smiling as he said, "We would, of course, welcome that." Was that an agreement? Martini was momentarily stunned. It seemed a bit too simple, but then he quickly became excited. An agreement was good. In fact, during the previous operations, he had observed the elite teams under the Alliance, particularly caring about the so-called Demon Hunter squad. He found that these Demon Hunters, much like the judges directly trained by the tribunal, were very similar. They all possessed a certain level of conventional combat ability and technology, and they all had some spiritual energy abilities, although these abilities were quite different from those of psychics, mainly manifesting in using spiritual energy against spiritual energy. If it were just the abilities that were similar, that would be one thing. But crucially, their style of action was also similar. It was like encountering peers. Especially the female team leader in charge, who gave him the impression of meeting a judge of the same level. A thought even suddenly emerged in his heart. Their Flash faction always had a problem. Due to insufficient fame, they couldn't attract excellent judges, thus they couldn't garner enough external support. Consequently, they couldn't accomplish significant feats. Thus their reputation remained insufficient. It was a vicious cycle that significantly slowed the faction's development. But now, there was an amazing opportunity. If they could achieve deep cooperation with the Alliance, the issue of lacking personnel would be somewhat resolved. Even if the Flash Judgment Court couldn't attract new judges and their own training took a long time, what of it? The Alliance's Demon Hunters were ideal candidates for recruitment. Besides enlisting Alliance Demon Hunters as judges for the Flash Judgment Court, there was another crucial point. The future activities of the Flash Judgment Court could receive support from the Alliance. When the tribunal seeks allies, there are distinctions to be made. Power size and strength are important, of course, but not the only criteria. They frequently face tasks and situations that require small-scale special operations, infiltration, raids, decapitation. The value and utility of an army could sometimes be less than that of an elite squad. The Alliance doesn't seem to be lacking in elites. Loyal air stormtroopers? The Alliance's glory guards seem even more formidable, at least not any less so. Battle nuns? Yes. Interstellar warriors? Yes. What more could one ask for? It's as if they are top-tier tribunal factions, merely possessing a similar setup. Being able to cooperate with the Alliance will be a tremendous help to the development of the Flash Judgment Court. The cases they couldn't previously verify, or managed to verify but couldn't handle, could they not be handled now? As for the concerns that after the cooperation, the influx of Alliance demon hunters into their Flash Judgment Court might influence them, and relying heavily on the Alliance's influence might lead to them being largely manipulated by the Alliance, what of it? Isn't that perfectly normal? Aside from the three largest tribunal factions at the pinnacle, aren't all the other tribunal factions living just like this? Cooperation, influence, and mutual benefits. Now, the Flash Judgment Court is also being heavily manipulated by the Eastern Cosmic Realm government. Whenever Mr. GU, the Supreme Commander, needs something, Chairman Zuo sends a request, and there goes the senior judge, eagerly rushing over, right? Including that previous time when they clashed with the Silver Tribunal, it was a similar situation. Even those big three factions, don't they also have to follow the directives of Holy Terra to a considerable extent? Martini is quite enthusiastic about the collaboration between the Flash Judgment Court and the Alliance. However, after receiving a preliminary response from Jiyu Hang, he didn't continue to elaborate on anything. Actually, this matter isn't suitable to discuss with Mr. Jiyu, the Supreme Commander. Given his status and identity, this trifling matter, once his approval is obtained, can be discussed and implemented with the subordinates. Of course, there is the possibility that the deal might not go through. Enthusiasm aside, his position within the Flash Judgment Court isn't at the very top. He can't make decisions independently. But he has already made up his mind. Even if the top brass of the Flash Judgment Court disagrees with this matter, it's no problem. He would bring his group of loyal and closely associated judges, break away independently, and form a new tribunal faction. That might actually be better. At least, with the assistance of the Alliance, he could quickly accumulate enough military merits and reputation to advance from senior judge to judgment chief. As long as the Alliance is willing to support him, he doesn't mind becoming a sharp blade in the hands of the Alliance. While Martini was immersed in his thoughts, and Fisher was engrossed in tension and anxiety, the conference room door was finally pushed open once again. Black with gold patterns and edges, the powered armor. This was the armor color scheme that could be found among the Alliance's glory guards. This glory guard strode in, dragging the struggling body behind him, and tossed it in front of Jiyu Hang and the others. Then, the guard bowed slightly to show respect before making his exit. Jai Guangshan, covered in dirt and disbelief, looked up at Jiyu Hang. When did you? Even my ship? Right about the time you came down, I suppose. Jiyu Hang generously provided Jai Guangshan with an answer. But Jiyu Hang's generosity ended there. He stood up and said to Martini, "Now, it's Judge Martini's job to take over. I believe you will deliver a satisfactory answer to the Alliance, to the Space Domain government, and to the Central Empire." After pausing, he continued, "This includes the investigation of the crimes of Jai Guangshan, as well as the inspection of the Menga Star Domain capital world. Wandering Dreams Star. The Alliance's power here will not command you, but will cooperate with you as circumstances dictate. This is also a trial. Personally, I hope for a good outcome from this trial, don't you think?" Martini was completely invigorated. "I understand." A senior judge, whose morale was high, dragged away Jai Guangshan, who was alternating between pleading and cursing. This tool still had some use. He must handle the following matters well, pass Mr. GU, the Supreme Commander's test, and then he could realize all those ideas he pondered before. After seeing Martini leading people away, GU Hang turned to Fisher and said with a smile, "Let's go too." "Go? Where?" "To the Tianma Star Sector," GU Hang said. "Bring your technical team. I won't renege on what I promised. You want to invest in the Alliance's shipbuilding industry, so you should take a look for yourself." Fisher let out a big sigh of relief. Today had been too much of a shock. At one point, he even thought about what Jai Guangshan said about the Alliance turning against the shipbuilding group after acquiring Jelangya. Now that Jai Guangshan was finished, watching that frightening judge going to deal with Wanming Star, what resistance could they, of Jelangya, possibly have? But it looks like Jiyu Hang has no such intention. He keeps his promises, what is promised will be so. Jiyu Hang didn't bother anymore about what would happen at Wanming Star. Just leave it to Martini, a senior judge whose status within the tribunal isn't low. He's an important member, and Jiyu Hang trusted that he could handle it. It was indeed a test. If one has ambitions, they naturally need abilities that match. Collaboration, of course. Supporting a tribunal faction that listens to him was something Ji Yuhang was very interested in. Whether it was the Flash Judgment Court or a new one Martini might establish, it would be beneficial. For many forces, the tribunal is a legitimate white glove that can handle many matters. However, supporting is one thing. Ji Yuhang didn't want to support a useless figure. This time, letting him fully mobilize resources to handle a matter, to see its quality, whether it was worth supporting. In the end, Martini's performance didn't quite satisfy Ji Yuhang. The situation wasn't resolved satisfactorily. As the capital of Cosmos Domain, Wanming Star might not have core high-level industries, but its population of 30 billion combined with decent productivity made this world rank high within the Menga Star Domain. A considerable portion of the Menga Star Domain's main forces, half of the Menga fleet and most of the mobile Star Realm army, were stationed at Wanming Star and nearby star sectors. When Martini went to Wanming Star with Jai Guangshan, trying to force the leaderless locals to surrender and follow arrangements, major issues arose. Upon Martini's arrival, Wanming Star and a few surrounding star sectors raised their banner in rebellion. Simultaneously, something happened in the northern parts of the star domain. Iron Armor made its move. From the Kunlu Star Domain neighboring the Menga Star Domain, a fleet suddenly moved south. This triggered a response. Hearing this news, Ji Yuhang wasn't too surprised. It was almost within his expectations. After Jai Guangshan was arrested, he, discouraged, also divulged much information. His actions against the Alliance, Ji Yuhang, and even against the will of the Cosmos Domain and Central Empire, weren't merely due to considering the independence and interests of the Star Domain government. He, alongside Humphrey Paulo from the north, genuinely had in-depth communication and exchanges. Though not explicitly choosing sides, upon Ji Yuhang's deepening involvement in Menga, he felt profoundly uneasy. Return to the embrace of the Empire? With many traces left previously and even multiple public contacts with Tai Nu-Shi, could these become future evidence of guilt? The conditions offered by the Empire, or the Alliance, were they as attractive as Tai Nu-Shi's? Far from it. Iron Armor, however, promised significant benefits, and facing the Alliance's arrogant demeanor, aspiring to rule Menga on its own, he naturally chose Iron Armor. But many things were not yet ready. This time he didn't bring a large force to Jelania. In addition to trying to regain the shipbuilding group, another more covert but significant purpose was to paralyze Ji Yuhang, drag the Alliance's actions, and buy time through communication and interaction. He, of course, knew this was a very risky move, but the recent case where Humphrey Paulo persuaded Admiral Melandri to defect, and the example of persuading the shipbuilding group to come alone, inspired Jai Guangshan. If someone else could accomplish this with just one person in a speech, even if he might not, he wasn't looking to persuade the Alliance under his banner. He only aimed to achieve paralysis and delay, which was much simpler. And the risk was relatively controllable. As an officially recognized star domain head by the Empire, a high-level official, without explicit evidence, the Alliance presumably wouldn't directly act against him, right? That would be utterly shameless and excessively so. He even had his act all planned out. Unfortunately, Ji Yuhang didn't give him any space to perform, summarily clearing out his guards, then taking him down as well. Seeking to save his own life, he showed a willingness to cooperate, to help the Alliance control the powers of Wanming Star and surrounding star sectors. Martini was quite hopeful about this, even optimistic. But Ji Yuhang was not so optimistic. Within the Menga Star Domain government, between the Empire and Tai Nu-Shi, was Jai Guangshan the only one who chose Tai Nu-Shi? Ji Yuhang didn't think so. It was very likely that a wide range of interest groups, the ruling class, had already made up their minds. Aware that Jai Guangshan had been captured and even brought by a senior judge to persuade them to surrender, these interest groups didn't care about Jai Guangshan's fate at all. They directly executed the continuously hesitant chief legal administrator and chief tax administrator who disagreed with fully leaning towards Tai Nu-Shi, then positioned the chief administrator as the leader, declaring the actions of the Alliance in the Menga Star Domain illegal, and that the Alliance's military coercion of Jai Guangshan was also illegal. They immediately claimed the Alliance as traitors and proclaimed they had obtained the support of the Iron Armor Battle Group. They also replicated the declarations of Iron Armor Battle Group, claiming Iron Armor as the true loyalists of the Empire. This was an explicit raising of the banner of rebellion. Meanwhile, the rebel army moving south from the Kunlu star domain into northern Menga was also responding to their actions. The situation in the Menga star domain had become tense in an instant. Jiyu Hang had to guard against one thing. Would the war come sooner than he had anticipated? Was the alliance's entry into the Menga star domain more provocative to Tai Nu Shi than he had originally expected? Would the uncontrollable situation in the Menga star domain escalate on both sides and abruptly accelerate the pace of war? These situations were indeed not what Jiyu Hang wanted to see. But he did not regret making the decision to enter Menga at all. Would you wait until the entire Menga had thrown its lot in with Tai Nu Shi before fighting? Would you wait for them to turn the Dragonhawk star domain, the alliance's stronghold, into a battlefield? How would he alleviate the political pressure from the imperial side? Advancing early into the Menga star domain was the only choice for the alliance. And, as it stands, the situation wasn't as bad as it could possibly be. Because Martini finally displayed some abilities that finally satisfied Jiyu Hang. This senior judge had indeed been careless and unprepared at first, making wrong judgments, which led to him getting a proper beating in the Wanming star sector. His vessel, a black ship from the Flash Judgment Court equivalent to a fast cruiser, almost got destroyed in Wanming. After escaping by the skin of his teeth, he contacted Jiyu Hang, swore oaths and pleaded for another chance. Jiyu Hang saw no reason not to give it. After all, the Wanming star sector was definitely going to be taken. He had already decided to reinforce from the homeland to Menga, and the alliance's vanguard currently in the Menga star domain had completed its assembly and was headed towards Wanming star sector. Give this Martini another chance. But at the same time, Jiyu Hang also made it clear to Perbov, the overall commander of the vanguard forces, that the alliance's troops were to cooperate with Martini, not to be in a superior subordinate relationship. Perbov was to evaluate Martini's action requests, engaging if they were reliable and rejecting them if not. Perbov's mission was to capture the entire Wanming star sector, regardless of whether it was cooperating with Martini or acting independently. In short, complete the final objective, and all would be well. Later on, Martini ultimately demonstrated the capabilities befitting a judge. Not limited to combat and warfare. If the problems in the Wanming star sector were resolved purely by force, Jiyu Hang could accept it, but he would be disappointed in Martini. If it was just about fighting, Perbov was enough. What's the use of Martini? What Martini managed to do was, with the military support provided by Perbov behind him, to convince and advise several local forces on various planets to return to the alliance. Using small squads to infiltrate and assassinate several military leaders. To accurately judge that the opponents were not united, analyzing some forces that were not so resolute in their rebellion, persuading them with emotions and reason, and having them turn sides during the battle. These actions were certainly valuable. According to Perbov's report, if only military actions were considered, the alliance's vanguard forces were somewhat insufficient in manpower. To take down the entire Wanming star sector, it was estimated to take upwards of 2 months. Moreover, there would be considerable losses, especially in the navy. The half of the Menga fleet was quite difficult to deal with. If there were major failures, it might not be resolved within 2 months, and might have to wait for reinforcements from the homeland. With Martini's maneuvers, the time was reduced from 2 months to 40 days. Simultaneously, the battle damage and costs were far less than initially expected. There was no need for additional reinforcements to solve the situation in the Wanming star sector, and the advance fleet even had the opportunity to move northward to meet the southward moving rebel army. To this extent, Martini had basically passed the test in Jiyu Hang's eyes. There were mistakes but also merits. Overall, he might not be the top-notch, most outstanding, but shouldn't be considered an utterly useless straw bag. Jiyu Hang decided that he could support the Flash Judgment Court or the new court faction fostered by Martini later on. Of course, that's a topic for the future. Currently in the Menga star domain, what the alliance needed to constantly pay attention to was the southward moving rebel army. Speaking of them, actually, it's quite interesting. This rebel army's initial target was to head south from the Kunlu region, directly aiming for the core area of Menga star domain, which is the Wanming star sector. The journey was originally about a month and a half. In fact, they could have barely made it in time to rescue the rebels of Wanming. However, they encountered some troubles along the way. This is why Jai Guangshan and others didn't immediately stage a rebellion. and the current rebellion in the Wanming Star sector was more passive than proactive. They weren't sufficiently prepared. The northern Meng River was supposed to be a more heavily infiltrated area, but even there, quite a few places were loyal to the empire. During the rebellion's southward push, there were indeed some who defected at the first sign of trouble, but there were also these imperial loyalists who directly launched resistance. Even though this rebel army was in a hurry to rescue others, they ignored the conditions on the ground along the way. However, some merchant fleets, or Star Region-level ships, harassed them. They were all small ships, junky ships, lacking in quality and even in quantity. Nonetheless, these pesky harassments did slow them down to some extent. Seeing that the reinforcements were not arriving, many in the Meng River rebel forces who could have held out longer began to waver even more, leading to more defections at the critical moment. When Martini and Perbo joined forces to pacify the Wanming Star sector, the rebel army was still at least 20 days from Wanming Star. Upon learning that Wanming Star was beyond help, they too halted their progress, no longer heading to Wanming Star. Instead, they divided their forces and expanded their controlled territory. From the looks of it, Gu Hang assessed that the rebel army's second phase mission wasn't to wage war with the alliance but to seize territory in the Menga Star domain. It was a movement to prepare for future wars. They clearly had a similar idea to the alliance. No one wanted to let a fierce war erupt in their own backyard. Naturally, they would also try to bring the flames of war into Menga, a star domain that nominally still belonged to the empire. This rebel army and the alliance's advanced troops were of similar size. Both sides, like starting a race, began to claim their territory all over the Menga Star domain. In about 2 months, both sides had nearly finished dividing Menga Star domain. The alliance occupied about 80% of the region, which is the central and southern parts of Meng River. Additionally, the two main jewels of the Menga Star domain, Jelangya Star with its precious shipbuilding industry, and Wanming Star, the capital of the Star domain, were both in the alliance's hands. The princess's rebel army occupied 20% of the region, concentrated in the northern part of the Star domain. Across the border region, both sides entered a military standoff. There were minor military skirmishes, but not intense, mostly limited to being discovered by the opposite side during military reconnaissance missions, followed by small patrol ships chasing and fighting each other for a while, or discreetly using small ships like Voyagers to smuggle across, hiding behind planets to deploy special forces on planets controlled by the opposition. But a large-scale war had not been initiated by both parties. Instead, both sides were more diligently focused on constructing a large number of defensive facilities along the border area. Which means the fortification and militarization of planets. One orbital cannon after another was erected, one armed space station after another was manufactured on the ground, and then launched into space. The current minor skirmishes seemed more like the calm before the storm. Once both sides have accumulated enough strength, the scale of war that will erupt here may be unprecedented. And at this time, Gu Hang, along with the people from the Jelangya Ship Industry Group, returned to the Tianma Star sector. These shipbuilding group people were left to the alliance's corresponding personnel to entertain, and Gu Hang dived into his own work. After Gu Hang became busy, Fisher could only resign himself to being shown around by the alliance officials. To be honest, he was still a bit dissatisfied. It was understandable that Mr. Gu, the highest-ranking official, was too busy to personally accompany him on the tour. But still, couldn't they at least arrange for a few higher-ranked individuals? How about arranging for the alliance premier, Lady Osenia, to come? Or the rumored third-in-command, Lambert Chief Justice? At the very least, they should have sent a minister-level official from the production department or something, right? But why was it just Nell Lavis who came? In terms of position, Lavis was not inferior. She was the chief administrator of the Dragonhawk Star domain, and according to the usual political tradition of the empire, she was the second in command of the Dragonhawk Star domain government, just below Mr. Gu, the Star domain head. But, who doesn't know that the Dragonhawk Star domain government is just for show now? After Mr. Gu took control of this Star domain, he didn't seem to plan on utilizing the original framework of the Star domain government and continued to rule hundreds of worlds under the framework of the alliance. As a result, Lavis, nominally the chief administrator, was just a rubber stamp. The decisions, policies, and personnel appointments already made by the alliance government were passed down, and they only came to her to formalize things superficially. Well, perhaps they were sparing a bit of face, and over time, such formalities were increasingly seen as unnecessary. In the past, people valued formal appointments from the star domain government. Now, more and more people believed that appointments from the Alliance had more practical value. Nothing could be done. Even outsiders like Fisher thought the same. Chief Administrator? Second in command of the star domain government? Just a mascot. Having a mascot accompany him to see the actual business situation was what dissatisfied Fisher. He felt that the Alliance didn't respect him enough. Otherwise, why send a marginal figure to accompany him? His displeasure was clearly visible on his face and was also shown in his attitude towards Lavis. Lavis had lived for hundreds of years, how could she not sense his feelings? However, she made no special remarks. The way things were before, she continued to accompany the people from Jelania's ship industry group around Flying Wing Star in the same manner. As the tour continued, the people from Jelania's ship industry group grew increasingly silent. The displeasure that was almost spilling from Chairman Fisher's face quietly withdrew. The reason was simple. The conditions on Flying Wing Star and Rage Owl Star far exceeded their expectations. When they saw the magnificent Tianma Palace, Fisher actually wasn't very moved. They knew the Alliance was wealthy, the Dragonhawk star domain was developed, the Tianma star sector was a prime area, and having the Tianma Palace, now an important residence for Alliance government institutions on such a vital capital world as Flying Wing Star, be so harmoniously, yet luxuriously modestly integrated with nature seemed only normal. Although there was a bit of uncultured shock, there was also a sense of, we somewhat expected this. This is how it should be. However, after leaving Tianma Palace, when riding the hovercraft to various starship factories located across the planet's surface, many unexpected scenes overwhelmed their eyes. The first shock was the infrastructure. The infrastructure on Flying Wing Star was astonishingly good. Roads, cities, as well as considerable residential and production facilities. Some engineers within the shipbuilding group, driven by their professional instincts, started considering how much these vast and exceptional infrastructures would benefit and aid the overall societal productivity. Meanwhile, their managers noticed that the living standards of the people on Flying Wing Star were very high, much better than the residents on Jelania. They puzzled over the costs to the Alliance for doing this, while also evaluating how such high living standards would influence the educational levels, personal capacities, and individual quality of the people on Flying Wing Star, and how these high-quality individuals might, in turn, help the shipbuilding industry, which needed a large talent pool. With these thoughts and notions, they visited numerous factories on Flying Wing Star. Whether it was engineering technology or management transformations, they observed and contemplated deeply or shallowly upon many things. Then, when they ascended into the sky and saw the grand shipyards of the Alliance, all these thoughts transformed into raw material for astonishment. Since they were also in shipbuilding, they naturally could see the enormous gap between them and the Alliance. Jelania could produce one cruiser in 4 years, yet now, with a 4-year construction cycle, Flying Wing Star could produce 4 cruisers. At the same time, they were also taken to see the highly classified dockyard for the Holy Grail class battle cruisers. 2 were under construction simultaneously, and 1 was nearly finished. Seeing the massive, smooth form of the Holy Grail class, Fisher's entire body trembled. The Alliance promised to bring the construction technology of the Moon class to Jelania, to aid Jelania in transforming their existing shipbuilding system and to newly build a cruiser dockyard. This is already a significant investment and assistance. However, he still remembered that Ji Hang had said before, if the conditions were ripe, the construction of the Grail class could also arrange for a dock in Jelania. At that time, although Fisher was also looking forward to it, the feeling was nowhere near as intense as after seeing the actual object now. He and his engineers, looking at the nearly completed Grail-class battlecruiser, had eyes glowing with intense light, and the anticipation in their hearts immediately transformed into a massive and fervent desire. The only thought in their minds now was, we must figure out a way to bring the construction of the Grail class to Jelania. This is their group's chance to advance to the next level, breaking through the ceiling that had never been surpassed in the past decades, hundreds of years. At this point, they no longer doubted whether abandoning the Star Domain government, abandoning the rebels in the Menga Star Domain, and fully supporting Ji Hang and the Alliance was the right choice. This choice was absolutely correct. They desperately wished to invest all their assets into various starship factories on Flying Wing Star, then learn from them how to build ships. They eagerly awaited the alliance's promised investments and aid, especially technology and personnel, to be in place as soon as possible, accompanying them back to Jelania to push the necessary renovations swiftly across every corner of Jelania. Along with this, Fisher would no longer show a sour face to Lois. Although Lois was not a core member of the alliance, she was now the most convenient, even the only person they could contact to establish a connection with the alliance. Lois was not in a rush. She led Fisher and his group to inspect Rage Owl Star afterward. The situation on Rage Owl Star was not even inferior to that of the shipyards on Flying Wing Star. More crucially, just over 20 years ago, Rage Owl Star was still a ruin. Now, in less than 30 years, the shipbuilding industry here is fiercely catching up to that of Flying Wing Star. Subsequently, they were guided to Baishuo Star to see the shipbuilding factories where they could actually invest and the Alliance technology personnel waiting there. The situation on Baishuo Star was not as awe-inspiring. The shipbuilding industry on this planet was even worse than that of Jelania. But precisely because of this, they saw better how the Alliance enacted renovations when taking over a place whose shipbuilding foundation was even worse than their own and how effective those renovations were. After these inspections, Fisher and others became more confident about the upcoming renovations and investments in Jelania. After completing the inspection of Baishuo Star, their journey in the Dragonhawk Star domain came to an end. On the return journey, the Alliance's tech team responsible for renovation and upgrades on Baishuo Star would accompany them directly to Jelania in the Menga Star domain to fulfill the promise Gu Hang had made previously. Simultaneously, there was another person who traveled with them. That was Ms. Nell Lavis, who had accompanied them as a guide during this period. Initially, Fisher thought Lois was merely seeing them off. But soon, he felt something was off. "You're accompanying us too far, aren't you? Moreover, why are you relentlessly asking about the situation in Jelania and the entire Menga Star domain along the way?" Although there was some friction at the beginning, considering that everyone got along relatively well in the latter half of the Dragonhawk journey, Fisher didn't beat around the bush and directly asked Lois this question. "What are you going to do?" Lois replied with a smile. "I'm going to be the head of Menga Star domain." Fisher was dumbfounded. The push from Gu Shang was undoubtedly necessary for sending Nell Lavis to be the head of the Menga Star domain. Given the current situation in the Menga Star domain, he certainly needed someone he could trust to take on the role of the administrative head there and clinch the entire star domain's power in the name of the Empire. This would facilitate him in purging the 80% of the star domain territories under his control, clearing out any potentially remaining opposition or pro-iron forces, ensuring that the manpower and resources on these planets could truly be utilized by him. At the same time, seeing the Alliance's army engaged in large-scale confrontations with the Princess's rebel army in the northern part of the Menga Star domain, with the Alliance continually investing troop reserves and resources on the confrontation line, turning these originally low-value planets into fortresses. All of this needed strong, reliable, and obedient governance to sort out. Yet, during the prior thorough operations, with the help of Senior Judge Martini, the original star domain government structure of the Menga Star domain was nearly destroyed. A reconstruction was urgently needed. But selecting a candidate for this position was complex, as it involved taking over a head of the star domain position. Gu Heng couldn't merely consider competence and loyal reliability when choosing a candidate, such as he couldn't place Osenia in that position. On one hand, Osenia was still very much needed at the Alliance headquarters as the Alliance premier. On the other hand, although Gu Heng never questioned Osenia's capability and loyalty, her work experience had always been within the Alliance. Unlike Yan Fangshu and other military leaders who had a Star Realm Army general title, Osenia was recorded within the Empire only as a planetary governor, specifically the governor of Fetches II, which wasn't a suitable status to be directly elevated to a star domain head position. In contrast, Lois didn't have this problem. With her seniority, she had already climbed to the position of chief administrator of the Dragonhawk star domain, and moving slightly higher to the position of star domain head seemed acceptable. She also had certain connections within the space domain government, and in the last confrontation with the Fury Flame battle group, she had sided with the right team. All these factors combined made promoting her to the position of Meng River Chief seem only natural. She herself was extremely motivated. Having originally thought her political career was over, she hadn't expected the coveted head position to actualize in this way. She led a team of officials from the Alliance framework, eager and excited to take office. Ji Hang merely issued the directive for all these matters and then left them alone. As the top leader of this alliance, which was now viewed as a formidable force, his work was naturally busy. His busyness wasn't due to the numerous affairs that needed his attention. For an organization as large as the alliance and the established system of the alliance, everything could actually operate continuously without Ji Hang's presence. But that doesn't mean the alliance doesn't need Ji Hang to do anything. On the contrary, Ji Hang could handle all affairs. Of course, he couldn't do so. He must find the issues requiring his attention and resolution from the vast expanse of alliance affairs and handle them appropriately. Continuing the optimization and reform of the alliance system, providing guidance for the development of key areas, understanding the situation on the front lines and issuing instructions. He needed to steer the direction of the alliance's development. Not just as a guide but also ensuring the alliance does not stray off course. He was obviously very busy. Moreover, in terms of specific affairs, Ji Hang had a significant matter to handle. After returning to the Tianma Star Sector and meeting some essential people, he set off for Yunluo. Along the way, he met with several local leaders and Star Sector officials from the alliance, inspecting their work. However, these were merely convenient stops. Even upon arriving at Yunluo Sector, his inspection of the economic center of Yunluo was of the same nature. He didn't stay in Yunluo for long before setting off again, heading to his final destination of this trip, Jindi Star in the Steelfire Dragon Star sector. He wanted to personally visit the Mingyang sect and meet the principal sages there. Especially to meet Wu Jiarong sage. Within the Dragonhawk Star domain, no one can ignore the presence of the Mingyang sect. These gearheads suffered a significant loss during the Iron Teeth War. Their pride, the prized mechanical arc, was destroyed in the war. Moreover, Jindi Star experienced a direct ground assault by the Iron Teeth Greenskins. This founding world became the prime target for the Greenskins. The brutal ground war might not have lasted long, but its intensity was extremely high. The devastation of a war occurring in their core base is extensive. A large number of industrial facilities suffered varying degrees of damage, accompanied by significant personnel losses, causing a substantial decline in Jindi Star's productivity. Aside from these fundamental elements, a more severe loss was the depletion of high-level technicians in the war. Over 20 dominant bishops perished in the conflict, and even at a higher level, which could be considered the upper echelon of the Mingyang sect, there were casualties among the principal sages. The sect of mechanics stands out in this aspect. As high-ranking individuals, they wield authority and command military power. When war breaks out, even if they don't lead the charge, they at least must oversee operations within the army. Many of the combat methods and war weapons in the sect of mechanics indeed require high-level members of the sect of mechanics to manage. Otherwise, even their operation becomes problematic. After extensive mechanical modifications, even dominant bishops and principal sages, who directly command certain war machines, possess considerably formidable combat power themselves. But despite the compound value of management, command, and high-end combat power, the most crucial identity of these dominant bishops and principal sages remains their technical value. Almost every individual above the level of a dominant bishop holds a key technology that has a strong irreplaceable role. After their demise, such technology does not entirely disappear, as there generally exist some records. Anyway, once someone is dead, there's usually no issue with ransacking their independent laboratories and workspaces. However, obtaining the data requires remastery and relearning, let alone if the data is damaged, missing, or if the laboratory was destroyed in previous wars, all of which can cause losses in technical details, further affecting the production capacity of certain equipment. Not just mass-produced equipment, with the loss of these engine profits, dominant bishops, and even principal sages, the production of some exquisite products is utterly ruined. The production of exquisite products requires top-level technicians like them to undertake customized manufacturing. The reason, manual, needs to be in quotes is that the extensively modified bodies of the high-level members of the sect of mechanics, with their mechanical arms extending from under red robes, possess craftsmanship more precise than conventional lathes and machinery. Their bodies, in essence, are high-precision integrated workstations. And with the loss of a considerable number of high-level members, the non-massive exquisite products symbolizing the foundation of the sect of mechanics will significantly decrease in number. Loss of production capacity, technological loss, personnel loss. The Iron Teeth Green Tide was a catastrophic calamity for the sect of mechanics. And after winning the war, they gained hardly any benefits. Don't be fooled by the fact that post-war, the Mingyang sect expanded its influence from primarily Jindy Star to occupying the entire Steel-Fire Dragon Star sector, and even the adjacent Dragon Tamer and Dragon Pass Star sectors. But in Ji Yuhang's view, it was more inclined towards defensive measures. For the sect of mechanics, they actually don't care much about territory. What matters most to them, first and foremost, is technology. Second is precious raw materials. Third is production capacity. Everything else comes after. After winning the Iron Teeth War, did they receive sufficient replenishments in these three areas? No, they did not. Expanding their control area was something they had no choice but to do. They needed to supplement raw material supplies and manpower from the places they occupied to ensure the reconstruction and recovery of Jindy Star proceeded more smoothly. But they didn't necessarily have to do so. These planets were originally the most important raw material and manpower supply areas for the Mingyang sect. However, during the Green Tide, these places also suffered from greenskin harm. To quickly remove the greenskin impact on the raw material and manpower sources, they mobilized forces to clear each location. Afterward, when the Alliance and Fury Flame Battle Group were in their standoff, the Mingyang sect showed no interest. They only steadfastly held onto their original sphere of influence, ignoring external disruptions, focusing solely on licking their wounds. Neither side should have plans regarding us. I will not help anyone, and whoever provokes me shall face my wrath. That was roughly their stance. The Fury Flame and the Alliance naturally would not bother them. After the standoff between the Alliance and the Fury Flame ended, the Mingyang sect still controlled the territories of 3-star sectors. The Alliance had just taken over the large parts of the Dragonhawk star domain, and they were so busy digesting these gains that they had no time to plot against the Mingyang sect. But ignoring for a while doesn't mean they will ignore forever. The Steel-Fire Dragon, Dragon Tamer, Dragon Pass, and the 3-star sectors are all parts of the administrative divisions under the Dragonhawk star domain. And although Jindy Star, as a sect of mechanics certified founding world, is not under the jurisdiction of the star domain government, they are ultimately located within the star domain, and it's impossible for both parties to have no contact at all. In reality, Ji Yuhang has ambitions for Jindy Star. It's not that Ji Yuhang wants to risk universal condemnation by forcefully seizing and controlling Jindy Star. It's neither possible nor necessary. However, Jindy Star, being a legitimate founding world, is truly the strongest in production capacity within the entire star domain. The Mingyang sect is not particularly famous for shipbuilding, but the Alliance's current shipbuilding industry is nothing more than comparable to Jindy Star's. They have announced the restart of the construction of the mechanical arc. Moreover, they have suspended all external orders. 2 battler cruiser dockyards and 8 cruiser dockyards are fully operational, and all constructed ships are retained in the new fleet. The Mingyang sect indeed has not suffered such severe damage directly for many years. After this incident, they decided to learn their lesson. External orders are nonsense. Their own strength is most important. If the Mingyang sect hadn't sold every battlecruiser they had produced in the past, and had kept 6, 7, or 8 more for themselves, would they have suffered so much during the Iron Tooth Green Tide? Absolutely not. The situation is similar for other production capacities as well. On Jindy Star, the construction of starships is currently the most heavily controlled sector. Other production capacities do not completely reject external orders, but at least significantly reduce them. The Mingyang sect is determined to significantly strengthen its military power until they feel secure. A substantial part of their production capacity is also directed toward rebuilding their own planet. They are not wealthy enough to take on external orders. But Ji Yuhang is troubled by this. He now has a lot of money. Not only the fiscal revenues of the Alliance and the saved imperial tax but also the war support from the Eastern Cosmos domain. With this money, he hopes the sect of mechanics can manufacture some equipment for the Alliance. Especially starships. However, during multiple communications and exchanges, the Mingyang sect decisively rejected the Alliance's request to purchase ships. Even with Wu Jiarong mediating, it was to no avail. All this information was disclosed by Wu Jiarong during her repeated communications with the Alliance and with Ji Yuhang. Her current status and position are quite remarkable. Back then, when Ji Yuhang sent her to the Mingyang sect for exchange learning, She gained formal identity recognition within the sect, becoming a legitimate dominant bishop. By rights, this was Wu Jiarong's ultimate goal for coming to Jindi Star at that time. After becoming a dominant bishop, she should have returned to the Alliance to continue overseeing the Alliance's secret research institute and began planning to establish a small sect of the Sect of Mechanics for the Alliance. A dominant bishop might barely have that qualification. However, no one anticipated the Iron Tooth War would break out so suddenly, and the war progression would be so rapid. With the isolation across the star domain, Wu Jiarong couldn't return. She could only stay with the Mingyang sect. As a dominant bishop, she naturally participated in this war. And she performed exceptionally well. The many unique technologies she mastered earned her a large group of supporters in the war and garnered the appreciation of the founding general Chen Haishu, who provided her with many additional resources. Using this support, she forged a strong military force and led them to several successful battles. With her growing accomplishments and prestige, Wu Jiarong quickly realized she might even have the opportunity to step up, advancing from the identity of a dominant bishop to the level of a principal sage in a short time. This is already the title second only to the great sage within the sect of mechanics. The entire Mingyang sect doesn't have a true great sage. That requires going to the solar system, to Mars world, to receive recognition and assessment from the headquarters of the sect of mechanics to be promoted. In fact, the process is similar for becoming a principal sage. However, the Mingyang sect internally has 11 slots for principal sages. If not exceeded, those elected by the sect can also be recognized. Previously, an outsider like Wu Jiarong, no matter how much merit she achieved, could never expect to seize such a scarce position. But isn't it because many principal sages died in war, leaving many positions vacant? Additionally, many qualified dominant bishops who could compete for these positions also perished? This gave Wu Jiarong hope. Chen Haishu hinted more than once to Wu Jiarong that as long as she pledged not to return to the Alliance and devoted herself fully to Jindi Star, the position of principal sage could be hers. Wu Jiarong agreed without hesitation on the surface. At that moment, she made her assessment. In front of Chen Haishu, she couldn't react any other way. Otherwise, it would have been too abnormal. In the homeland, on Jindi Star, a legitimate founding world, the title of principal sage is an enormous temptation for a member of the sect of mechanics. If it were just a dominant bishop, it would be trivial. On Jindi Star, there are dozens, even hundreds of dominant bishops, limiting their preciousness. Going outside, like to the Alliance, there would be at most 2 or 3, with different status. Some dominant bishops who didn't want to stay in the founding world indeed opted to leave. But the principal sage is different. Once becoming a principal sage, Wu Jiarong would become one of the top 11 individuals on Jindi Star, a true ruler. In sheer common sense, even a hint of hesitation would seem utterly fake. However, she clearly knew she could not so easily sever ties with the Alliance. She knew too many of Mr. Gu's secrets, which were far too significant. Once seceded, Mr. Gu would certainly want her dead. That would only require a thought. Her soul was long sold to Mr. Gu. If she ever dared to betray, Gu Hang could easily erase her soul without any loss. There were so many black boxes that if one of her could be cultivated, another high-ranking member of the sect of mechanics could be nurtured right away. Moreover, even without this situation, she never intended to leave the Alliance. In the past, she was just a low-level skilled worker who could be easily expelled from the founding world. What helped her grow in just 20 years? It was the countless black boxes Mr. Gu stored. She felt she still had room for advancement. Everyone thinks that progress must be fastest in the founding world, but she knows the place with the fastest progress is undeniably the Alliance's secret research institute. Although she had already studied many of the black boxes the Alliance possessed, she knew Mr. Gu would reveal a new one after a period. Moreover, the technologies represented by these new black boxes often continued to advance upward. Having been away from the Alliance for so long, she didn't know what new black boxes Mr. Gu had obtained, making her extremely curious. Thus, after having to agree with Chen Haishu on the surface, Wu Jiarong immediately reported this brief news to Gu Hang and sought an opportunity to have a starry dialogue with him. During the conversation, she thoroughly expressed her loyalty and, with utmost sincerity, stated that she would fully comply with Gu Hang's directions on what to do next. Gu Hang wasn't worried about Wu Jiarong leaking secrets. She couldn't do it, stealing Jindy Star isn't something that can be completed overnight. However, the value brought by Wu Jiarong becoming the principal sage within the Mingyang sect doesn't need to wait long to be demonstrated. It can already play a role now. Jiyu Hang's visit to Jindy Star was to negotiate with the upper levels of the Mingyang sect, with two main goals. First, to reclaim the 3-star sectors and 40 worlds that Jindy Star has no legal right to control. Second, to have Jindy Star accept equipment manufacturing orders from the Alliance, especially starship orders. Both conditions are quite challenging. Even though Jiyu Hang, who has been quite prominent lately, came in person and had Wu Jiarong as an insider, the sages of Jindy Star still showed no courtesy. After all, Wu Jiarong is an outsider who recently rose in rank, and crucially, everyone knows she came from the Alliance, having received much help from Jiyu Hang, making them naturally suspicious of her stance. The first round of negotiations ended without result, but Jiyu Hang was not annoyed. Although the Mingyang sect did not agree to his conditions, after his visit, their attitude was still considered not bad, and they showed respect to Jiyu Hang. For some time afterward, he stayed on Jindy Star, visiting several key factories and meeting many principal sages. Chen Haishu, the founding general of Jindy Star, had been in his workshop for several days. Publicly, it was said that he had a very important product that required him to retreat for personal crafting. For this reason, after a polite attendance at the first meeting with the Alliance delegation brought by Mr. Jiyu, and personally hosting the banquet for welcoming Jiyu Hang, he closed his doors. But in reality, an astute observer could see that he was avoiding Jiyu Hang. Of course, even if he was cloistered, Chen Haishu, the founding general, was perfectly aware of external happenings. Who did Jiyu Hang meet today? While manipulating a dozen mechanical arms, Chen Haishu asked. There was no one beside him, but a servitor skull connected by mechanical tendons floated around in his laboratory, equipped with a speaker at its mouth. Report, General, today Jiyu Hang met with the principal sage Ke Zonggang. This is the 7th principal sage Jiyu Hang has met in recent times. Currently, only you and sage Jing Yiming remain for him to meet. The Mingyang sect currently has only 9 principal sages, not yet filling the original count of 11. Chen Haishu nodded slightly, his somewhat inhuman face forced a smile, and he continued, let him slowly meet with them. Anything else to report? Sage Wu Jiarong has requested to convene the second Sage Conference, still on the topic discussed in the last conference. HMPH, her treacherous heart hasn't died. Chen Haishu sneered and lamented, Wu Jiarong. I had high hopes for this young junior and even offered her much guidance. But why is she so stubborn, determined to align with the Alliance? The servitor skull floating by him continued, so, founding general, do we need to do anything? Like stopping the second conference, warning Sage Wu Jiarong, or... There's no need. Chen Haishu stopped his servitor skull assistant from continuing, let them fuss all they want. Do you think they can achieve any results? With his master's words, the servitor skull closed its mouth, leaving only the red glow in its eyes flickering. As Jindy Star's founding general, Chen Haishu undoubtedly had the confidence to say this. Although Jiyu Hang proposed some exchange conditions, like the Alliance wanting to reclaim all planets except Jindy Star. For this, the Alliance promised that the raw materials produced by these worlds would be prioritized for Jindy Star. All conditions, just like before the Green Tide, however, now they can't accept those conditions anymore. Previously, receiving raw materials required payment. Although this payment was generally made by producing some low-end products or accepting a few orders. The same went for human resources. Simply put, those mineral resources, those human resources, were not valuable. By comparison, the products produced by Jindy Star were much more valued. And now, Jindy Star isn't as affluent as before. After internal discussions, the sages of the Mingyang sect decided not even to pay for the raw materials and human resources they previously deemed negligible in added value. The Mingyang sect, licking its wounds and recuperating, was determined not to act generously anymore. External sales orders were the same. For some other things, if the Alliance offered additional resources in exchange, they weren't unable to take orders. But starship orders, definitely not. All production capacity must first meet the needs of the sect fleet. They planned to create a new mechanical arc, along with 8 battle cruisers and over 40 cruisers to form a powerful Mingyang sect fleet. Having experienced the Iron Tooth Green Tide, The entire Mingyang sect agreed that the sect must have enough self-defense capabilities and cannot rely on others. They narrowly escaped calamity this time, but who knows if they can avoid the next crisis. For the construction of the fleet and the accompanying protection army, the production capacity of the Mingyang sect is fully occupied. Even with all shipyards operating at full capacity, it will take about 25 years to complete the fleet construction. Time and full capacity, combined with huge external resource and manpower demands. Frankly speaking, it's already quite commendable that our Mingyang sect hasn't tried to occupy more territories and seize more benefits, and now you, Ji Hang, want us to give up already occupied areas and our filled orders? In your dreams. The conditions proposed by Ji Hang, representing the alliance, to provide broader resource support for Jindi Star as well as full military protection, are of no interest to them. Or rather, they are interested in the former, that is, resource support. The premise being that the alliance can accept that these aids and investments can at least start 25 years later, after Jindi Star completes its own construction and ensures its own security before paying the alliance in return. That is obviously impossible. As for the military security guarantee provided by the alliance? Not believable. Previously, the Star Domain government and the Space Domain government said the same thing. During the Iron Tooth War, weren't we the ones who had to fight desperately? After this, they deeply understood that no matter how many interests are linked, no matter how many solemn guarantees are made, at the critical moment of life and death, the most reliable thing is only oneself. The Alliance's military protection? The Alliance indeed looks very capable of fighting, much more so than the previous Star Domain government. But, sorry, if it's not oneself, then it can't be trusted. Moreover, doesn't your alliance face even more enemies? Your alliance governor, Mr. Gu, is not a restful person, today doing this and tomorrow that. Currently, he is embroiled in a confrontation with Iron Fury. The Mingyang sect considers itself a small sect, just with a founding world, and it is not in good condition right now, so it truly has no intention of getting involved. This opinion was deliberated and decided by all the principal sages within the sect, as well as a considerable part of the core dominant bishops. Oh, except for Wu Jiarong, that two-faced snake. However, her opinion on this matter is also not important. She just needs to obediently contribute those whimsical technologies she has mastered. Significant matters such as determining the future path of the Mingyang sect are not something for this two-faced snake, this ingrate, to meddle in. Under such a unified decision at the top level of the sect, Chen Haishu is indeed not worried about Ji Yuhang's activities on Jindi Star. After all, he is the Star Domain head, and Jindi Star is within the Alliance's territory. The attitudes of both sides should not be strained, and the necessary respect and attitude must be given. But for other matters, just forget it. Once this Alliance governor gets enough setbacks in front of each principal sage, he should realize not to waste more time. As for the upcoming call for a second meeting, let it be held then. After all, it will only be another collective veto. Chen Haixu's mechanical face was full of shock. Steam was even coming out of his modified ears. The Council of Sages, made up of 9 principal sages, is the nominal highest authority of the Mingyang sect. And now, there are 8 mechanical arms raised in front of him. Sitting across the sages' round table was Ji Hang, who had been active on Jindi Star for more than half a month. Half an hour ago, the second Council of Sages was convened, and Ji Hang, as before, began introducing the Alliance's policy. Compared with the first proposal, this time Ji Hang made greater concessions. Although the requested items were still the same, the control of 3 star sectors except for Jindi Star, as well as various construction orders from Jindi Star. However, the Alliance would increase the purchase price of the orders and provide more raw material resources. And the Alliance could also in turn accept production orders from the Mingyang sect. That means some low-level, low-value component production could be moved to other planets controlled by the Alliance. According to Ji Hang, this is a win-win. The places accepting technology transfer and production transfer would gain economic growth. The ownership of these transferred capacities would be calculated based on the input and technology value of both parties. All management rights could be handed over to the Mingyang sect. Conversely, the Mingyang sect could expand its influence and control externally through technology and production transfer, using economic and political means to further ensure control over raw materials and low-value industrial components. Additionally, the productive capacity liberated from some low-end industries on Jindi Star could be better invested in high-end industries. However, these conditions still did not exceed the situation previously discussed by the principal sages of the Mingyang sect. Logically, after politely listening to Ji Yuheng's proposal, when it came to the voting stage, everyone should sit calmly during the agree with the proposal voting, and then quietly raise their hands during the oppose the proposal voting. But what happened next completely exceeded Chen Haixu's expectations. During the vote of agreement, he first saw Wu Jiarong raise her hand. Just as expected. Then, another principal sage raised his hand. This surprised Chen Haixu a bit. Did Ji Yuheng's activities in this half a month really yield results? Did that guy take a benefit from Ji Yuheng? Chen Haixu was not very happy. Despite it being just one more vote, completely meaningless, since according to the hints Chen Haixu gave the other sages, not a single vote should have been given to Ji Yuheng, to avoid any unrealistic fantasies in the mind of this alliance governor. Better to let him face defeat and leave as soon as possible. At this point, he could only comfort himself, maybe the sage Ke Zonggang who raised his hand was just giving a token gesture after receiving benefits, giving the governor a bit of face. With this mindset, Chen Haixu soon saw the third, fourth, fifth mechanical arm raised. In just a few minutes, among the 9 principal sages of the Mingyang sect, only he himself remained without raising a hand. No, what the hell is this? Even though his body underwent extensive mechanical modification, and many emotions that would be triggered by hormone secretion were suppressed, still, at this moment, Chen Haixu felt a surge of anger. What are you all doing? A collective rebellion, is it? But he quickly calmed down, his not yet fully modified, still human brain began to think carefully. Things haven't reached the point of no return yet. Among the 9 votes, despite 8 already being in favor, this doesn't mean Ji Yuheng's proposal is passed. As the founding general, although he only has 1 vote like the other principal sages in the council, the most unique aspect of the founding general is that he possesses veto power. If he wants to push a major policy, strategy, or decision, he needs to get the agreement of 4 principal sages. But if he opposes a decision, he can do it with just his single vote. In the current situation, it is very fitting to use this veto power. However, should he really do it? Voting seems like a rule, but any rule must consider the meaning behind it. He does not have the ability to veto any proposal he doesn't want to agree with just because he has veto power. On the contrary, it is because he has the ability to ensure any decision he disagrees with cannot be executed, enabling him with this veto power. However, the current situation is just too complex. Chen Haixu can exercise his veto power, forcibly rejecting Ji Yuheng's proposal at this meeting, despite the unanimous agreement of the other 8 principal sages. But if he does so, what will he face next? What secret agreement has Ji Yuheng reached with these 8, which could make them all turn against him? Will these clandestine agreements go further and threaten him? The 8 principal sages may not directly threaten his position, but if Ji Yuheng, a powerful external ally, is introduced, can he, the founding general, hold his seat? All these factors lay before Chen Haixu, who saw the smile on Ji Yuheng's face, a smile seemingly asking him, "Do you really have the ability to forcibly veto this proposal?" He hesitated. He actually didn't dare. The situation was beyond his imagination. But it's equally impossible for him to be coerced into casting a supporting vote without knowing anything. Unable to veto and unwilling to agree, amid the gaze of others, Chen Haixu, the dignified founding general and highest leader of the mechanical sect, was momentarily stumped. After a while, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Meeting adjourned for a moment. Could Mr. Ji Yu please step out temporarily? We need to discuss among ourselves." Ji Yuheng stood up, saying, "Fine, but please don't keep me waiting too long." Chen Haixu finally breathed a big sigh of relief. Though the issue wasn't resolved, his greatest concern was Ji Yuheng using the current voting situation to force him into making an immediate decision. That would make the situation awkward, even pushing both sides into an irresolvable predicament. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Ji Yuheng was very considerate. He even felt somewhat grateful to Ji Yuheng. After Ji Yuheng left the room, Chen Haixu's gaze swept over the sages. Their attitudes varied, but most felt too awkward to meet his eyes. Only when his gaze finally landed on Wu Jiarong did he clearly see that this youngest, principal sage, whom he had promoted, was fearlessly meeting his gaze. It seems the issue lies here. Tell me, what exactly is going on? Chen Haishu fixed his gaze on Wu Jiarong. Wu Jiarong smiled. Actually, it's not complicated at all. Indeed, it's not complicated, it's merely a black box. Ji Hang is remarkably charismatic and also possesses spiritual energy capabilities. However, Ji Hang has always exercised restraint in using the latter. Because if he wishes to achieve effective control, the target's behavior under mind control becomes quite obvious and can be easily detected. To avoid detection, the implanted thoughts need to closely align with the target's own ideas, requiring a certain level of compatibility, and it also takes a relatively long time to perform a mental surgery on the other party. Ji Hang neither has the means to harshly use spiritual powers to influence these principal sages' thoughts nor the conditions to hold these principal sages in order to perform mental surgery. Actually, he doesn't need to. To persuade them, Ji Hang indeed never used any special means, nor would he disdain doing so. Just presenting a top-tier weapon like the black box sufficed. For these high-ranking members of the mechanical sect, while considerations for the sect's reconstruction and revival plans are indeed very important and deeply cared for, the importance of all these paled compared to technology in their eyes. The higher the ranking of the mechanical sect members, the deeper and more irresistible their thirst for technology. And how to acquire new technology? Lower-ranking mechanical sect members might still have learning and inheritance as ways. But for high-ranking mechanical sect members, the scope for learning and inheritance has become very, very small. Perhaps each possesses unique proprietary technology, but on one hand, these proprietary technologies sometimes are merely small tricks or unique, unreplicable artisan product designs. On the other, because they are proprietary, these naturally would not be easily passed on to others, even if they're colleagues. Such proprietary cherish is an easily occurring problem within the mechanical sect. No matter how much they try internally to promote breaking this status quo. Even the Central Empire and various levels of government are trying to engage in various technical cooperation and exchanges with the mechanical sect. However, this atmosphere within the mechanical sect has persisted for thousands or tens of thousands of years, so how could it be easily changed? Learning and passing on some unique technologies is difficult, not only causing significant problems for the internal circulation of technology but also seriously restraining the mechanical sect in researching and innovating technology, leading to a severe waste of resources. Many technologies probably already exist and many people have mastered them. However, due to a lack of dissemination, often when those who hold the technology die, it results in the technology being lost. And even if they haven't died, as long as they refuse to spread the technology, others with similar technical needs still have to consume resources to research it again. Moreover, the mechanical sect itself is quite resistant to innovation. Technology is the law of ancestors, a routine effective for thousands of years, best left unchanged. Even minor effective modifications could be temptations from the abyss, eventually resulting in some terrible problems. Not to mention some genuine major innovations like producing a new product, which could very likely be knowledge from the unclean abyss, forbidden knowledge, ultimately resulting in products that might be a demon's plot, leading to very, very negative outcomes. This point in the history of the sect of mechanics is recorded with much pain. They don't need others to intervene. Their internal reviews of similar situations are already extremely strict. Under the combined influence of these factors, how difficult it is for the sect of mechanics to acquire new technology, especially safe new technology. Learning, inheritance, research and development. When these are unreliable, what else is there? Archaeology and plunder. The latter refers to seizing technology from some alien races to see if it can be utilized. But this is also a matter requiring significant caution. Deciphering alien technology is challenging, like the technology of the green skins. How can humans use it? It even has weak referential value. However, some alien races have quite powerful technologies, like the so-called spirit race or smart machines. But these technologies also face adaptability issues, and obtaining them is exceptionally difficult. It turns out that some small races discovered during cosmic exploration, or even some outlying, independently developed human colonies, may possess some special technologies. However, these technologies need careful identification. After all, who knows how those who possess the technologies acquired them? Could it be that the technology itself is contaminated by demonic knowledge? It cannot be ruled out. In this way, Only archaeology remains as the safest and most profitable source of technology. The empire's technological capabilities have, for thousands, if not tens of thousands of years, at least, not advanced much, if not regressed. Even many technologies from the founding wars organized and led by the emperor at the empire's inception 10,000 years ago have been lost after a chaotic inheritance spanning a millennium. Not to mention looking further back, prior to the empire's establishment, in the so-called Golden Age, before the Dark Era, the ancient technologies mastered by humanity were incredibly advanced to a shocking extent. If one could find an ancient relic left from the once Golden Age, or even just some technological equipment from the founding expedition period 10,000 years ago, it would be a tremendous gain. In fact, the technology that the current human empire possesses, and even that of the more advanced and rational human empire from 10,000 years ago, is largely based on the relics left from the Golden Age. And the black box is a product of the Golden Age. To this day, the human empire still cannot produce it or even fully decipher its working principles. But it doesn't prevent the sect of mechanics from fervently collecting all black boxes. On one hand, these black boxes can serve as the core of an industry. Obtaining one means having a production line, rapidly constructed from scratch. On the other hand, the vast technological value contained within them can provide significant inspiration to high-level members of the sect of mechanics. This kind of technical inspiration is not only reliable but also safe. The technologies passed down from the human Golden Age are usually free of problems. Simply finding a relic requires worrying about whether it's a trap of wisdom, a knowledge demon disguised as ancient technology. Careful discernment is needed. But a black box has no such concerns. It is absolutely safe, absolutely authentically handed down from the Golden Age. Therefore, when Gu Heng presented the black box as a reward to the principal sages, he deeply moved them. Gu Heng could see deep desire and greed through their mechanical eyes. They agreed to Gu Heng's terms almost instantly. Isn't it just a few resource stars? Give them, give them, give them. They belong to the star domain government anyway. Giving them to the Alliance doesn't mean cutting off supply. Instead, the Alliance promised to increase extraction efforts and will import raw materials from resource stars controlled by other alliances. Isn't it just fulfilling orders? Fulfill them, fulfill them. The starships produced are meant to be used, and since the greenskins have been chased away, the Mingyang sect doesn't need them for now. It's better to give them to the Alliance first. Besides, the Alliance isn't taking starships for free, they had to pay up. Moreover, what does my one vote of agreement matter? The Council of Sages has 9 members, my one vote doesn't affect the big picture. Better secure the black box first. Under the influence of greed and desire, the appearance of the black box immediately tipped the balance within their hearts. As for what to do if Gu Heng really achieves consensus among most of the principal sages and gets these proposals passed in the Council of Sages? Isn't there still Lord Foundry General? You, Chen Haishu, have the power of veto. You'd better use it well. If Chen Haishu doesn't veto it, what then? If even the Foundry General votes in favor or abstains, what grounds do you have to criticize us? With this guiding thought, Gu Heng visited the homes of 8 principal sages, securing all their agreements. It's not that he was unwilling to seek out Chen Haishu, but this founding general had been in retreat for some time, and Gu Heng simply couldn't see him. After understanding the entire situation, Chen Haixu's expression became extremely grim. Even grimmer than when he first saw 8 votes of approval from others beside himself. His fury had become substantial enough for everyone else to feel it.
So, you've all been bought by the Alliance. Ahem. Sage K Zonggang lightly coughed twice and stated, not considered bought, right? I haven't done anything against the sector Jindy Star. There's a proposal, the process reached the council, I'm just casting a vote.
Exactly, we're just casting a vote, aren't you here? If you disagree, then veto it, the sages all spoke up. Chen Haishu became even angrier. So, you all got a black box? And only I didn't. Absurd. Chen Haishu finally stood up in rage. The Red Foundry General's robe fell away from him, and the octopus-like mechanical limbs propped him up tall, with white steam enfolding the mechanical throne. The remaining 8 principal sages were somewhat trembling. The Foundry General's anger is indeed intimidating. Although everyone is at the level of a principal sage, Chen Haishu naturally had his reasons for becoming the founding general. He is almost the longest living member of the Mingyang sect, over 900 years old. From when he became a principal sage until now, at least 600 years have passed. Though he has never crossed, or even glimpsed, the opportunity to become a great sage, such prolonged accumulation equips him with significant power, sufficient to considerably threaten the other 8. Then, the 8 sages heard the founding general's order in his fit of rage. Hand over all the black boxes Gu Hang gave you. Everything else is negotiable, but not this. The 8 principal sages immediately stood their ground, exposing their mechanical bodies hidden under the red robes. That's absolutely impossible, this is private property. The black box is rented from Gu Hang, and will have to be returned after a few years. The agreement must be honored. The sage who said this steadily ignored the 100 ways he considered breaching the lease when he signed the loan agreement. Chen Haishu was furious. I don't care. I absolutely cannot accept that I don't have a single black box. Mr. Gu, come in. His voice penetrated beyond the conference hall. I want 3 black boxes, at least 3, otherwise, I will cast a veto vote. Gu Hang agreed to Chen Haixu's request. Isn't it just 3 black boxes? Aside from Wu Jiarong, the other 7 principal sages each received 1, so there's no reason to hesitate to give Chen Haishu 3 more. Altogether, it's only 10 black boxes. If it were in the past, he would never have dared to reveal that he possessed black boxes. Let alone directly trade with the sect of mechanics. Look at these sages of the sect of mechanics. Each one's eyes gleamed hearing about black boxes, which shows how much they crave for them. They could even set aside sect interests in order to obtain black boxes. Or in other words, to them, acquiring a bunch of black boxes is even more valuable to the sect than over 40 worlds plus strengthening their military power. In fact, it is quite likely that this is indeed the truth. If it was during the time when Gu Hang was relatively weak, he would truly have to worry that the news of him possessing black boxes would lead to direct forceful coercion and seizure. Even if he claimed it was voluntarily handed over, Gu Hang couldn't explain the source of the black boxes, and under such lies, he might easily face further scrutiny, revealing bigger problems. The rights of the weak are not guaranteed. The oilheads wouldn't miss any possibility, they'd just spend a bit more effort, carefully scour, and might just find a new black box. A low probability doesn't hinder trying, but the current Gu Hang is not what he used to be. Harboring designs on the black boxes? Attempting to use some methods overtly or covertly? Feel free to try. With the character of the Mingyang sect, they can't win in battles. Investigating secretly, snatching the black boxes in the subspace divine kingdom can't be taken, so what else can they do? In reality, if not for considering the special nature of the sect of mechanics, Gu Hang wouldn't be so polite with them. If he really used strong tactics, Gu Hang would have enough power to force them into submission. Forcibly occupying over 40 worlds besides Jindi Star, expelling the Mingyang sect's ruling personnel and garrison, blockading Jindi Star, cutting off raw material supply, harassing the orbital starport and shipyard, forcing the suspension of starship manufacturing. It probably wouldn't even have to reach full-scale war. Merely cutting off trade and encircling sanctions would be enough to deal a fatal blow to the Mingyang sect. Not doing so is merely to completely and avoid political trouble in binding them to his chariot. Those oilheads are indeed skilled in production, and Jindi Star as a founding world is the most productive place in the entire Dragonhawk star domain. Otherwise, Gu Hang wouldn't be willing to pay 10 black boxes. These 10 black boxes Gu Hang took out are technologies that currently have very low value to the Alliance. For instance, the G-Series rifle, Strider armored vehicle, grindstone engine. And all are finished product black boxes. These low-end, high-demand products, purely using finished product black boxes to extract standard products has no significant practical meaning anymore. Having prototype black boxes to pull out production lines is already enough. Moreover, the production lines of these products can even be manufactured without black boxes. What's more, these black boxes were acquired by the Alliance quite early, and Ms. Wu Jiarong has played with them many times. Since their practical use has become relatively weak, taking them out for trade is a reasonable utilization of resources. To the Mingyang sect, the output of black boxes itself doesn't hold very high value. Merely some perfect rifles, low-end engines, armored vehicles, what high value do they have? However, the technology contained within them signifies another meaning. Those perfect products, in the eyes of the oilheads, contain great mysteries. Observing and studying these products, Replicating them would directly benefit their similar technologies. These perfect processing methods would further inspire their technological abilities. This is merely the benefit brought by the perfect products from the black box outputs. The black boxes themselves hold even greater significance, if they could be dismantled. Oh, no one dares. Black boxes are black boxes because the technologies they contain cannot be comprehended at all. Dismantling them, even just a little bit, means they can't be restored, which means the black box is completely scrapped. The few dismantling learning experiences within the sect of mechanics to date have all proven this point. Even the best sages haven't been able to restore even the simplest black box. Doing so is a huge waste. But it is indisputable that each dismantling of a black box provides great technological inspiration. But Ji Hang would not allow them to do so. Ji Hang clearly told them that these black boxes are merely leased, not given. Moreover, this lease is exclusive, and sages are not allowed to exchange, borrow, or view from each other. The lease time varies, but when the term ends, the Alliance must ensure that the black boxes are intact when they are reclaimed. If the contract is violated, not only will there be huge compensation, but the Alliance will also blacklist the sage, and there will be no more cooperation regarding black boxes in the future. The former, the oilheads might scoff at. If there's a huge technological boost, why not dismantle it? Pay the hefty compensation then, it's not like they can't afford it. Even if they truly can't, when they're madly obsessed and itching, it's hard to restrain their hands. But the latter condition can cool down the most fanatical oilheads. That implies the Alliance has more than just these 10 black boxes. For the possibility of researching other and even higher level black boxes in the future, the sages of the Mingyang sect, no matter how difficult it is to restrain themselves, had to grit their teeth and hold back. And for Ji Hang, backed by his now relatively strong forces, the Mingyang sect cannot entertain military ideas. He firmly binds them with the value of black boxes to the mechanical god cult. This is his considered approach to tie Jindi's star to his chariot. Furthermore, Wu Jiarong will become the representative of Ji Hang's will. After all, Ji Hang cannot stay on Jindi's star for a long period. Wu Jiarong must take on this responsibility. In the future, she will also manage all the black boxes the Alliance rents to the Mingyang sect. This is a huge authority. Now, it's just binding to the chariot, and when Wu Jiarong gradually builds her exclusive influence on Jindi's star through the black box management rights, the intention Ji Hang had hoped for in stealing Jindi's star will have a feasible path. Up to this point, Ji Hang had basically completed all his tasks for this trip to Jindi's star. He raised his head, gazing up at the dim red sun of Ronglin's star. Jason Morgan always felt that time passed incredibly quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had already spent 4 years in this world belonging to the Steel Fire Dragon Star sector. Of course, as the Star Zone leader appointed by the Alliance, during these 4 years, he wasn't always on Ronglin Star. Although it is the capital planet of the Star sector, the situation in the Steel Fire Dragon Star sector is overly unique, and the core world here is still Jindi's star. The Alliance, of course, doesn't have direct jurisdiction over Jindi's star, but after the outcome of Ji Hang's visit to Jindi's star 4 years ago, the two sides have already become very close partners. As the Star Zone leader appointed by the Alliance for the Steel Fire Dragon Star sector, Morgan naturally took on the frontline responsibility of collaboration between the two sides. The task is rather daunting. His primary job is to ensure that the various supplies to Jindi's star from these worlds remain problem-free. This is a bottom line in accordance with the cooperative content signed between the Alliance and the Mingyang sect, and it also aligns with the Alliance's interests. The Mingyang sect, after handing over administrative control of numerous planets, doesn't mean that their interests in these planets don't need to be safeguarded. On the contrary, the Alliance should more vigorously maintain their interests. After all, the food transported there feeds more workers, and these workers will in turn convert various raw materials sent in into the wartime materials and equipment that the Alliance desperately needs. On this basis, he also needs to collect more imperial tax. Of course, these two matters, to a certain extent, are one and the same. After all, the imperial tax collected has to be sent to Jindi's star after registration, and it becomes the fee for the Alliance's orders to the Mingyang sect, thereby turning into more equipment. But if it were just this, there would be no need for him to step in. Jason Morgan, once a high official in the Alliance from the time of the Rage-Owl Star Unification Wars, should have had a brighter future. His wife is the head of the Loyal Air Academy of the Alliance and currently holds a high position at the Alliance Education Headquarters. His wife's sister is a senior in the Demon Hunter system. The whole family has quite a high status. However, when he was in charge of a province on Rage-Owl Star, the Alliance's first major anti-corruption case, which still serves as an anti-corruption exemplar at the Alliance Anti-Corruption Bureau, occurred. And at the time, he was one of the main figures involved. Although he made no mistakes, the fact that it happened under his command meant he couldn't escape leadership responsibility. Although that was more than 20 years ago, such a blow early in his political career had a considerably significant impact on his subsequent path. Otherwise, he would have climbed higher. For instance, entering the Alliance Central Committee to hold an office? But before that, he needed a more impressive resume. Relying solely on seniority was not enough. Talent is abundant in the Alliance, and the younger generation is fierce. So, upon seeing an opportunity, he eagerly volunteered to come to the crucial Steel Fire Dragon Star sector, determined to make a display here. Apart from the basic tasks, ensuring the supply to Jindy Star and the Imperial tax, he also sought improvement. Politically, he wanted to complete the political reform to align every planet in the Steel Fire Dragon Star sector with the Alliance, bringing the Alliance system to these worlds. Economically, he intended to make the 11 worlds outside of Jindy Star and Steel Fire Dragon lively according to local conditions. To be honest, if you want to make an impact, the 11 Empire worlds in the Steel Fire Dragon Star sector are not the best choice. They are too close to Jindy Star. Throughout the long history, they have always been vampirized by Jindy Star. The influence of the sect of mechanics, compared to other forces, is generally quite introverted. They are not keen on expansion, or even on dealing with external matters, even if they happen close by. Unless something explicitly threatens their safety. Or if there is something clearly interesting for them in terms of technology or precious materials. Otherwise, they generally do not take the initiative, preferring to stay in their founding world and tinker with their own things. Their main way of exerting external influence is through strong productivity, forcing others to consider their interests, and exporting, eliminating, talent to the outside, bringing the mindset of the sect of mechanics to other places. In such a situation, the sect of mechanics, for sure, doesn't care about the life and death of the neighboring worlds. Under intense vampirism, the situation in the 11 Steel Fire Dragon worlds is quite poor. There is neither a good foundation for development nor a significant development potential. However, it is precisely such an environment that offers room for struggle. He couldn't fight for the positions of Star Zone Leader in areas like Seven Horse Territory or Yunluo Center, as these important places are assigned as external positions to members of the Alliance Committee, who could potentially rise to become standing members upon their return. He, not even being a regular member, had no chance. Upon reluctantly pulling some strings to secure it, the political benefits of actually doing it were not high. Instead, it was better to tackle a difficult place like Steel Fire Dragon and make some impact. Moreover, he came prepared. Apart from challenges and risks, he also saw opportunities. These worlds of Steel Fire Dragon are too close to Jindy Star. In the past, they were poorly exploited, but the future may not be the same. Jason Morgan noticed that in the agreement signed between the Alliance and the Mingyang sect, there was a provision stating that the Alliance would assist Jindy Star in eliminating outdated capacities, increasing the supply of raw materials, basic processing, and low-value industrial goods, rationally optimizing Jindy Star's capacity, and focusing on high-end industry and advanced industrial production. On the face of it, this seems like a piece of agreement content centered around Jindy Star. On a deeper level, people might think about whether in political terms, if it truly materializes, the reliance of Jindy Star on the Alliance may drastically increase after the elimination of raw materials, initial processing, and low-value industrial goods, thereby forming political influence? And Jason Morgan noticed another point: eliminating outdated capacities. How to eliminate them? The so-called outdated capacity. Workers can smoothly be relocated to places where they are more needed, but what about the equipment? Disassemble and destroy it outright? That wouldn't happen, surely. Isn't this a very good opportunity? In the past 4 years, besides completing his primary responsibilities, Morgan has devoted the rest of his energy to these aspects. Introducing what is considered outdated capacity to Jindy Star, transforming the industrial situation of the various stars in Steel-Fire Dragon, and being able to supply locally and consume local raw materials capacity on the spot. Under his leadership, the development of the various stars in Steel-Fire Dragon has indeed achieved a decent effect in these 4 years. Don't you think so? Morgan said to the person in front of him. I've been so painstaking and dedicated, so why do you always go against me? The person tied to the chair with their mouth gagged couldn't answer. Jason Morgan, appointed as the sector governor by the Alliance, is not like a mere figurehead with no real power under the Empire's conventional system. Under the Alliance's system, it is emphasized that each level of government should play its governmental role. Also, the planetary governor of the Alliance is not like the conventional imperial planetary governor who can fully manage the planet. The government and military of the Alliance are separated. The construction of the military is managed by the Military Affairs Department under Tadius's control. Even the Planetary Defense Force, called the Pact Army by the Alliance, falls under the jurisdiction of the Military Affairs Department for construction and training on each planet. The command of the Army is entirely under the Central Command System of the Alliance Army. The Planetary Garrison System operates under the command of the commanders of the various field armies of the Alliance, with the main forces within these field armies still being part of the Alliance Army. The power of the planetary governor is almost completely separated from the military. They do not participate in the construction or command of the military and are purely administrative officials. Furthermore, there is a clear subordinate relationship with the sector governor above, requiring them to report their work to the sector governor. Although the sector governor cannot directly remove the planetary governor, the latter's work performance is greatly influenced by his evaluation and will be held accountable for mistakes. As a sector governor, he can intervene more directly and smoothly in the management of each planet and allocate resources of each planet to achieve coordinated development within the star sector. Only with such clear centralization brought by the Alliance can this be achieved. Of course, sector governors like Jason Morgan are also insulated from military matters. But it doesn't mean he doesn't need military support. There are bad elements among the masses, and the person tied to the chair in front of him is one of them. This was one of the ruling classes on Ronglan Star. To be honest, Jason Morgan has no regard for these people at all. During the Ironfang War, they performed poorly, basically offering no resistance, just fleeing and hiding all over the planet. Just that would be forgivable. One can't expect every planet to have someone extraordinary who can lead the survivors against the green skins and make a name. Organizing survivors and preserving more vitality under the threat of the green skins is already considered task completion. However, the ruling classes of Ronglan Star and many planets in the Steel-Fire Dragon system continued exploiting and oppressing even in such difficult and crisis times, living luxurious lives. Even after being liberated by the Mingyang sect, they still controlled the planet and actively aligned themselves. The sect of mechanics didn't bother managing these affairs directly, and this local force was willing to be their lackey. Isn't that convenient? But being a lackey means serving the sect of mechanics. While the sect of mechanics aggressively siphoned resources for self-reconstruction, these people seized this opportunity to keep sucking the life out. In the short period between the end of the Ironfang War and 4 years ago when Jason Morgan took office, numerous rebellions and riots broke out on the planets of the Steel-Fire Dragon system, especially Ronglan, causing substantial damage to the planetary society. However, in Morgan's view, he actually prefers to consider those events as uprisings. When people can't survive, won't they fight you desperately? Once Jason Morgan took power, he certainly had to change these issues. It's one thing to look down on these original ruling classes, but it's another thing as their ruling methods are excessively crude and trashy. Morgan needs planetary development, and that requires liberating the productivity of local planets efficiently. These outdated means of production cannot allow the original ruling classes to exploit and oppress like they did slaves. It's not just that these people, as middlemen, grab excessive profits. Merely this, Morgan could tolerate. What he cannot tolerate is the immense suppression of society's productivity caused by such inefficient plundering. Under his 4 years of continuous crackdowns and with the support of the Alliance Navy, these original rulers have been severely attacked. This is a bunch of spineless people who can kneel to the Mingyang sect and, of course, can kneel to the more powerful Alliance. However, the difference lies in that the sect of mechanics either ignores them or even indulges them, whereas the Alliance strictly regulates and strips away their power and benefits. Facing these kneelers head-on is unwise, so they keep causing trouble secretly. Even in the early days of Morgan's rule, when it was necessary to rely more on the original administrative forces of each planet, these people not only went through the motions but, according to Mr. GU, liked to wave the red flag to oppose the red flag. Some of Morgan's policies, which they did not dare to oppose openly, were executed several times over to an extreme degree, causing public outrage. Jason Morgan is truly fed up with these people. Having fought with them within the rules for 4 years, Morgan is tired of the struggle. If it weren't for these people's hindrance, Morgan is confident he could double the development level of the Steel Fire Dragon planets. Today, there is finally no need to endure them any longer. After significantly weakening the control power of these original groups within the political framework, now he can finally unleash severe measures and eliminate them physically. He doesn't even bother with formal procedures to avoid any recurrence, secret arrests, secret trials, and elimination. Although not entirely above board, necessary measures must be taken at critical times. We need to eradicate the tumor early to better pave the way for future development. Pacing inside the prison, he looked around. Over 200 people had been captured, essentially according to the list he provided. All of them had their mouths sealed, not allowed to say a word.
Once he confirmed that the list was complete, he left the prison.
At the entrance, he nodded slightly to the head of the secret police dispatched from outside, acknowledging the successful completion of their task. The other party handed him a document. Morgan signed it and personally pressed the button brought over by the person. This button linked to every cell below and could toggle the ventilation duct gates inside the cells. A lethal poison gas was introduced into every cell, and within minutes, quietly and silently, all the detained would lose their lives. These over 200 people, previously, even in the current Ronglan Star, could make waves if released. Slave owners, monopoly business owners, union presidents, feudal lords. All with different identities that collectively formed their ruling colors. Yet now, with the press of a button by Morgan, these colors all turned gray-black. If they continued to engage in political tussles slowly, who knew how long it would take to take them all down? Like cutting the Gordian knot, this should have been done long ago. The only reason was that Morgan's control power was insufficient in the past. Now barely sufficient on one hand, and on the other, the external political environment has also undergone significant changes. While contemplating, Morgan heard footsteps again. "Is everything handled?" the visitor asked. "Yes." "Then let's go. We still have the biggest task of the day yet to accomplish." "Indeed, let's go." Morgan put his arm around the visitor's shoulder, whispering as they walked away. This was his partner, the planet director of Ronglan Star, Todd Bowelson. After leaving the prison, they boarded a hovercar that had been waiting outside for a long time, flew at high speed for several hours, arrived at the ground starport of Ronglan Star, then transferred to a space elevator, went straight up to the starport, and changed to another hovercar parked at the starport. Indeed, getting up to the starport once was quite a hassle. But they still needed to come. They needed to be here waiting for a high-ranking official from Alliance headquarters. Alliance Military Political Department General Commissar, General Tadius. Compared to someone like Jason Morgan, who came to a challenging place like Steel Fire Dragon to work hard and earn a seat in the Central Committee, Tadius was an outright big shot. Except for Gu Hang, the leader of the Alliance, among the remaining Alliance leaders, Tadius's status was extremely significant. Even if he's not the number one in the Alliance military, he's at least a strong contender. Although he hasn't directly led the Alliance's army, the Military Affairs Department undertakes roles similar to the Imperial Military Department to some extent, focusing on army building, which includes logistics, equipment, recruitment training, military ideological construction, officer promotion approvals. All these government-related military affairs tasks ultimately fall under the Military Affairs Department headed by Tadius. Furthermore, if truly speaking, Tadius's direct influence on the army is also very strong. Generally, officers and commanders have little to do with him. However, the commissar system, playing a considerably important role in the Alliance army, is genuinely under his leadership. Though the main job of the commissars is responsible for the ideological construction of various units, not involving command rights, in individual units, the priority for taking over command should rank after the deputies and chief of staff. However, the special aspect of a commissar is that he has the power to directly disregard any priority ranking and take over an entire unit in emergencies. When they think the military chief has committed betrayal, desertion, or cowardice, they can even carry out execution. Even though such situations rarely occur, typically the military leaders and political leaders get along well in the unit, and if such a situation does arise, the corresponding commissar will also undergo strict scrutiny afterward. However, the mere existence of this oversized power means nobody can ignore its dual leadership status within the unit. If a single commissar holds such power, then it goes without saying for someone like Tadeusz himself, the chief political commissar of the entire army. His power isn't even limited by military branches, as the Alliance Navy also has the position of commissar now. Generals in the Alliance Navy, whether it's the captain of a battleship or a fleet commander, or generals in the army like Yan Fangshu, while they might have similar ranks and positions in different sequences, their influence is inherently not as extensive as Tadeusz's authority. For a figure like this, how worthy is a little Ronglan for him to visit? Actually, there are reasons. Firstly, Ronglan Star is located on the crucial east and north routes of the Steel-Fire Dragon Star sector. Secondly, it's because Jason Morgan, overcoming numerous difficulties, using connections from himself, his wife, and his sister-in-law over the past 4 years, painstakingly built a Ronglan starport with hard-earned resources. Each time coming to Ronglan starport, a rush of pride always surged within Morgan. This is his achievement. Ronglan starport, frankly speaking, isn't that large compared to starports in core worlds of the Alliance like Flying Wing Star, Yunluo Star, and Rage Owl Star. It roughly ranks second tier among starports in the Dragonhawk Star domain, perhaps even on the weaker end of second tier. But compared to Ronglan Star's level of development, the starport's scale far exceeded its needs. In an economy with a weak foundation, why did Jason Morgan need to spend so much to expand the starport to this extent? Wouldn't it be better to invest resources in other economic development paths? The reason leads back to the first point. Given the advantage of having transport routes, Morgan could foresee increasing commercial interactions between Jindy Star and the Alliance in the future, and several worlds originally under Mingyang sect's control being reclaimed by the Alliance. Hence, if a logistics hub could facilitate goods moving out from Jindy Star and into the Alliance, efficiency would be greatly enhanced. This is what he sought, and recently, with the completion of the large starport, his plan has started to yield some results. He personally flew to Jindy Star once and met with Wu Jarong Sage. Though not familiar, he managed to shamelessly request that Mingyang sect's transport ships need not deliver goods to each destination directly. They could now just bring them to the nearby Ronglan Star. Ronglan Star contacted several business associations, and they themselves were trying to set up their own merchant fleets for distribution to other planets. Similarly, goods expected to be delivered to Jindy Star by those merchant companies could also be unloaded at Ronglan. As a logistics hub, Ronglan Star can earn considerable profits here. Setting up business organizations, maintaining starships, and spending for crew restoration. All mean money, all capable of driving local economic growth. Currently, this setup already has a prototype. But Morgan feels it's not enough. He thinks it can be accelerated a bit more. Thus, he seized a great opportunity for publicity. General Tadeusz hasn't arrived yet, but the most important asset of this visit has already arrived. Jason Morgan and Planet Director Bowelson admired 2 gigantic vessels docked at Ronglan Port. Steelwing and Ronglan, these are 2 Dragon Serpent-class battle cruisers built on Jindy Star, handed over to the Alliance. Just like some cargo and raw materials, they were first sailed to Ronglan Starport by the sect of mechanics to free up their shipyards. Then, the crews from Mingyang sect were withdrawn, leaving only necessary technical personnel who would be handed over to the Alliance with the ships. And the handover location is Ronglan Star. General Tadeusz's trip to Ronglan Star is, of course, to conduct the handover of these 2 battle cruisers with Mingyang sect, as the lead of the Alliance's Military Equipment Management Department. 4 years ago, Ji Yuheng personally went to Jindy Star. The most important matters discussed with the Mingyang sect were that the 3 star sectors would once again be under the administration of the Star Domain government led by the Alliance, and the production capacity of the founding world would accept Alliance orders. Other things were negotiable. Even the Titans produced by the Mingyang sect were needed by the Alliance, but not to an absolute extent. Only large starships with construction periods often lasting several years were most urgently needed by the Alliance. Jindi's star has the capability to build battlecruisers. Throughout the entire Imperial Navy system, the Dragon Serpent class is even more renowned and favored than the Holy Grail class. After all, the construction of the Holy Grail class is rather rare. In the past, Jindi's star rarely fully operated the construction docks for the two Long Serpent-class ships. The cost of building battlecruisers was somewhat too expensive, and the resources consumed were too many. Without an urgent need, such a high-cost project wouldn't be easily started. The products mostly went out as orders for the Imperial fleet. Otherwise, keeping them would also cost a lot of money. The orders the Mingyang sect received in the past were not limited to the Eastern Cosmos domain, with more coming from other cosmos domains. Now, of course, the situation is quite urgent. When they decided to build their own Mingyang fleet, these two docks were fully operational. And after the black box negotiations with Gu Hang, the enormous ships from these two docks became orders for the Alliance. The two warships cost the Alliance 1.2 billion tax currency. This price was slightly on the high side. Building a single Holy Grail class for the Alliance costs no more than 45 billion. The cost of a Dragon Serpent class should be even less than the Holy Grail class, at most, probably around 35 to 40 billion. However, cost is cost, price is price. According to the sages of the Mingyang sect, charging the Alliance 55 billion has already been considered a great discount. The Imperial Navy's order price quoted by the Mingyang sect is 60 billion per Dragon Serpent class. Gu Hang accepted this quotation. For battle cruisers of this class, the price is not the issue, production capacity is the major issue. Adding two more ships in a short time is two more ships. Spending a bit more money is necessary. However, just a word from the governor, and the Alliance's financial department was left scratching their heads. Two battle cruisers add up to 120 billion in total. And this wave of orders the Alliance placed on Jindi's star wasn't just for two battlecruisers. There are also 12 lunar-class cruisers. That's another 160 billion spent. In addition to this, there are other ships, buying or leasing from the Mingyang Titan Legion. Over these 4 years, the total amount the Alliance has paid to Jindi's star has exceeded 300 billion. Including the Alliance's own shipbuilding plans, the Army's expansion, economic development needing investment, and political construction requiring costs. Spending money like flowing water. But the Mingyang sect actually has it quite tough as well. The orders from the Alliance have essentially almost exhausted the production capacity of Jindi's star. Don't even mention building the Mingyang fleet or expanding the protection army. The reconstruction and production capacity recovery of Jindi itself have been somewhat affected, and the construction speed of their mechanized arc has noticeably slowed down, significantly extending work periods. Gu Hang even asked if the mechanized arc could be purchased. It was firmly refused by the Mingyang sect. And now, the two battlecruisers produced by Jindi's star are finally completed. Originally, these two warships were to be directly moved to the core territory of the Alliance. Morgan struggled for a long time before managing to have these two warships directly transferred at Ronglan star. As for naming one of the warships directly as Ronglan, that was even more an immense honor. It's not just a mere nominal honor, the former would create a huge demonstration effect. If even a large ship like a battlecruiser could be transferred at our Ronglan star, then other commercial activities could proceed here with greater confidence.
As for naming the other battlecruiser, it had long been decided to name it according to the worlds within the star domain, but with over 400 worlds in the Dragonhawk star domain, and only a few new battlecruisers. How could it come to name it after Ronglan star?
This also involved him using his connections extensively, even delivering a letter directly to Mr. Gu, allowing this Alliance leader to take the time to approve it amidst his busy schedule before the name could be finalized. When a rare battle cruiser bears the name Ronglan, of course, it can bring a continuous advertising effect. It seemed that Jason Morgan put in a huge effort for a mere empty honor, but in his view, all this would eventually transform into the actual benefits of Ronglan star, and even for the entire Steel Fire Dragon star sector. Thaddeus understood this rationale as well. When he arrived at Ronglan starport, he received enthusiastic hospitality from Jason Morgan and the local Alliance officials of Steel Fire Dragon. Generally, he would refuse such hospitality. So far, the alliance hasn't developed a particularly strong culture of luxurious banquets. Generally, Jason Morgan wouldn't do such things either. Not only is there no benefit, but it also easily draws the attention of anti-corruption departments. But this time, he made an exception. Tadeusz also made an exception and attended. The consideration was that from the arrival of two new giant ships, it would greatly aid the development of Ronglan Star. In a manner that was harmless, Tadeusz wasn't particularly opposed to attending a banquet with his status and position to provide some help to local development. However, no matter what, official business always comes first. At the banquet, General Tadeusz, clad in full military uniform, spent most of his time negotiating with the representatives of the Mingyang sect who were also invited, confirming the details of the handover of numerous large ships. He turned what was supposed to be a pleasant gathering into official business. Jason Morgan didn't mind, and was instead quite pleased. There were many attendees today. Taking advantage of the opportunity, various business associations and notable figures from the alliance's central regions gathered. With Ronglan Star making a grand entrance this time, he was delighted and couldn't help but imagine how to leverage this momentum for more tangible benefits in the future. For instance, negotiating with a few more business associations, or with the logistics department under the military affairs department, to see if future cargo transported from Jindy Star could also be routed through Ronglan distribution. After a joyful exchange between host and guests, the following day, Tadeusz and his team settled into the two battle cruisers. Shipbuilding engineers transferred from Flying Wing Star and Rage Owl Star would complete the inspection of the entire vessels over the coming period. In fact, this step had long been in progress. Buying a ship for 60 billion. In many of the star sectors controlled by the Alliance, the total economic output of at least half over 4 years might not even reach this number. It's an enormous wealth demanding great attention. Upon ensuring that these two ships would belong to the Alliance in the future, Alliance shipbuilding engineers had already stationed themselves on Jindy Star years in advance, focusing mainly on supervision and inspection during the construction phase to ensure the ships were problem-free at handover. Absolutely not about stealing technology. Wu Jiarong certainly didn't help either. Even though Alliance engineers had been involved during the construction process, the necessary examinations remain exceptionally meticulous up until the final handover. This process lasted about 10 days. Only after all teams had signed off to ensure there were no issues did Tadeusz, with over 300,000 naval personnel, fully take over the two battlecruisers and depart from Ronglan Starport. After a long journey, Tadeusz returned to Flying Wing Star with the two giant ships. Meanwhile, in orbit around Flying Wing Star, a massive fleet was assembling. Each of those battleships was equivalent to the wealth of one, if not several planets. And each of the dozens of lunar-class cruisers was equivalent to the wealth of an entire star sector. Nevertheless, the most eye-catching were the 6 giant ships surrounded and escorted by these numerous vessels. Firstly, the Alliance flagship, the Firebath Nova, a Retribution-class battleship. Secondly, the Tianma, a Zug-class combat mothership, which even appeared larger and longer than the Firebath Nova. The other 4 were Yunluo, Rage Owl, Flying Wing, and Coralia. The Yunluo was a Dragon Snake-class battleship cruiser, originally the flagship of the Yunluo fleet. When the Fury Flame battle group was expelled, they initially thought of taking the Yunluo fleet along, but during withdrawal, the Yunluo quietly fell behind. Who wants to flee with a bunch of losers, heads hung down in defeat? Moreover, this was their homeland. The demoralized Fury Flame battle group had no time to worry about such matters, and ultimately, they failed to take the Yunluo fleet with them. Strictly speaking, the Yunluo fleet does not belong to the Alliance. They hold an independent Imperial Navy sequence, distinctly separate from the Alliance Navy. But then again, much like how the Tianma fleet isn't an official member of the Alliance, under Yelizha's influence, and with Alliance commissars assigned within the fleet, how could they not heed the Alliance's commands? The nominal divisions differ, but in truth, they are like family. Apart from Yunluo, the remaining 3 giant ships named after the 3 most important planets in the Tianma star sector were all Chalice-class battleship cruisers, all built by the Alliance in recent years. Compared to the Dragon Snake class, the Chalice class appeared more slender and aesthetically pleasing. Indeed, its construction cost was higher than that of the Dragon Snake class. It boasted an additional X-level artillery mount compared to the Dragon Snake class, was slightly weaker defensively, but surpassed in terms of ship speed. The Alliance possesses two Chalice-class shipyards, one of which was constructed earlier, and the first Alliance, Chalice-class featured some precious, skill-intensive original components directly extracted from the black box. This greatly enhanced the work efficiency of the first Chalice-class shipyard, resulting in the production of 2 ships over 6 years. The second shipyard produced 1 ship over 4 years. This accounts for the Alliance's 3 battle cruisers. Simultaneously constructing 2 Chalice battle cruisers and 1 Zug aircraft carrier marks the current maximum production capacity of the Alliance. Though rumors suggest a third Chalice-class shipyard is in the pipeline, simultaneously launching another battle cruiser production line while supporting 2 Dragon Snake-class production lines for Jindy Star orders would strain the Alliance's finances. After all, it's not just about building ships without doing anything else. These large ships are expensive not only in construction costs. Once completed, they remain a continuous gold sink. Each voyage consumes fuel. Each drill uses ammunition. Each maintenance requires resources, and the personnel expenses for sometimes hundreds of thousands of crew members. Over a decade, the maintenance cost of such a warship could equal building a new one. But anyhow, with the current state of the Alliance's naval power, it's undoubtedly now unrecognizable from before. Adding in the Romlin and Steelwing, brought back by Tadeusz, the Alliance now owns 1 battleship, 1 aircraft carrier, and 6 battlecruisers. With these 8 warships as the core, supported by more than 40 cruisers and not counting the destroyers and escort ships of 1 tier lower, this fleet, collective power, is massive. Tadeusz stood on the bridge, quietly gazing at the hundreds of ships assembled in this section of space, his heart swelling with heroic pride. At that moment, a communication request came through. It was from Lady Osenia. General Tadeusz, Osenia said, "How was the journey? Smooth, I hope?" Everything went well, both ships arrived safely. Along the way, I saw many Alliance local officials endeavoring to develop their star sectors diligently, especially Jason Morgan. Ronglin Star has done quite well under his leadership. If each of our star sectors could develop like this, the future of the Alliance would be much more promising. That's wonderful, Osenia said with a polite smile. However, there are some financial procedures that require your prompt signature. No problem, Tadeusz replied, that is expected. Osenia and Tadeusz quickly met at the starport of Flying Wing Star. After completing some clerical handover tasks, the two also chatted a bit. They discussed the war at hand. Has the governor already departed from Rage Owl Star? Yes. Osenia replied, he should arrive in about 2 days. Then it will be time. Upon hearing this, Osenia's expression was still somewhat melancholic. She lamented, if only we could avoid war, that would be great. Tadeusz did not respond. He had worked with Osenia for decades. Even though they had never deliberately cultivated a personal relationship, aside from work interactions, they had no other exchanges. Nevertheless, they shared a revolutionary camaraderie built over decades, and they were comrades. Precisely because of this, Tadeusz understood that Osenia's lamentation was not a sign of weakness from the Alliance Premier. But there was a little reluctance. Over the years, within the entire Dragonhawk Star domain, economic development had been lively, with varying degrees of progress in different areas. Still, overall, efforts were made to localize solutions and improve things as much as possible. Osenia had worked tirelessly for this, and there had been considerable achievement. Although most of the Alliance's resources were still tilted towards war these years, the war had not officially begun, but everyone in the Alliance understood that sooner or later, they would have to battle the Iron Fury Stone to the north. The strength gap between the two sides was not small. They had to squeeze resources, build military equipment, expand the military to have the strength to fight. Even though a vast amount of fiscal investment from the Alliance was poured into military equipment, the main environment was still peaceful, and the mass production of arms paradoxically stimulated economic development. Although this stimulus was somewhat unhealthy, the development was indeed concrete. Once the war truly started, the situation would obviously be different. Thinking of this, Tadeusz sighed. The next moment, his heart hardened again. He said to Osenia, "This is a war that cannot be avoided. If we do not prepare, the Iron Armor's forces will be upon us." Why is it that after the Iron Armor battle group swept through the Spiderweb domain, its main targets were to expand north and west, but it did not make a grand move south? Is it not because we have always remained vigilant, always prepared for war, and we are a tough nut to crack, so war did not come to us? But this situation cannot last forever. More than 3 years ago, on the North Line battlefield, the three major founding battle groups of Infinite, Blood Angels, and Bats all arrived, each sending a company. The Black Cross Legion even deployed a detachment, with over 1,000 Black Cross Army members, commanded by a fleet marshal. He also assumed command of the entire Western Front Line, leading a combined force of 7 nearby battle groups and a large number of the Star Realm Army and Imperial Navy, forming the main force of the North Line battlefield. On the Western Front Line, the mother group of the Phoenix Legion, dispatched a very large force, led personally by the current Lord of the Phoenix, Su Lai. Here, many battle groups were also gathered, most of which were subgroups of the Phoenix. Although they did not explicitly fly a flag, there was generally an intent to avenge the Lilac and Starbreaker Blade, the groups extinct in the Great Rebellion a century ago. In addition, the Heretic Tribunal was unwilling to accept defeat and returned once more. They recruited the notorious Legion of Death and drew over 4,000 fighting nuns of the Blood Rose. Counting it all up, the forces amassed on the Western Front Line were even stronger than those on the North Line. That should also have been when Iron Fury Stone was closest to failure. At that time, our Military Affairs Department was also dragged into, and alongside the Staff Department, we held continuous meetings day and night to discuss whether we should also join the fray from the south. After all, setting aside the state of the war, we had never broadly mobilized to participate on a large scale in the war within the Spiderweb domain, imposing significant political pressure on us from both the Empire and the Space Domain government. Prime Minister Osena, you should be more aware of this than I am. Hearing this, Osenia nodded repeatedly. Indeed, during that period, the alliance was also struggling, and she bore the brunt of that political pressure. Above, whether it was the Central Empire or the Space Domain government, they were incessantly urging the alliance to dispatch troops quickly and early. Despite Mr. GU having already convinced Galaraldo to alleviate some of the pressure in Holy Terra, the alliance was still having a tough time. Galaraldo himself was having a tough time. He hadn't managed to secure a seat in the Supreme Council for 4 years, and even his position as Military Affairs Department Premier seemed precarious. There were many factions and forces within the Imperial Military Department. They would also question why Galaraldo was shielding the alliance from all this pressure. However, that pressure soon faded. It wasn't due to any change in the alliance's actions, but because dramatic shifts occurred on the two major front lines in the north and west. In the dual battlefields, each featured legendary military groups, and within a year, they completely stabilized the war situation. No matter how formidable the Iron Armor Battle Group was, it could no longer maintain simultaneous advances on two fronts. Their military activities were constrained, and even on those two battlefields, a grand counteroffensive took place, compressing Iron Fury Stone's forces back into the Spiderweb domain. At this time, the Alliance felt no pressure. The mainstream opinion believed that with the Empire gathering such formidable strength, the current situation favored the Empire, and the rebellious Iron Fury Stone was already in a countdown to destruction. Whether the Alliance participates in the war is no longer important. Not participating might even mean one less force to share the spoils of victory. Furthermore, they could use this as a point to attack Prime Minister Galaraldo. Why not? The continuous meetings Tadeusz mentioned referred to this stage. The alliance was also anxious, worried they might not make it in time to claim a piece of the pie. In Holy Terra, Galaraldo was feeling anxious too, having contacted the alliance several times to inquire whether there was a need to change strategies. And it was during this phase that Gu Hang, as the supreme leader, made a decisive statement: continue to maintain the previous strategy. Under his leadership, the alliance maintained strategic composure. Subsequently, the changes in the overall situation began to confound people. In the initial months, the Empire's forces on both the southern and northern fronts were booming, forcing even Humphrey Paulo to temporarily avoid their edge. Although no decisive battles were fought, the Empire's side recaptured several rebellious planets with great strides, significantly boosting morale. The Iron Armor Battle Group avoided confronting the Empire's forces, preserving valuable living strength, but perhaps at the cost of undermining their previously employed strategic notoriety. People began to murmur that although Iron Fury Stone created a great momentum, compared to the Empire's massive might, they were still just a regional power confined to a corner, This wasn't even the Empire fully mobilizing its war machine. They could deploy more forces if necessary. Yet, as of now, Iron Fury Stone seemed on the verge of being unable to hold on, so how could anyone trust them? The previous situation where the Iron Armor's forces arrived and territories surrendered without a fight was no more. On the contrary, in the Northern Front war zone, a star sector of over a dozen worlds, interconnected, straightforwardly raised the banner of correcting the chaos. Local forces began resisting officials and garrisons dispatched by the Iron Armor, actively connecting with the Empire's Grand Army. The Northern Command, led by the Black Cross Army's Yerma Yuyan Marshal, agreed to the request and left this matter to a company of the Infinite Corps participating in the Northern Front war zone's operations. When this group of Blue Armor warriors arrived in the targeted star sector, the initial situation was relatively smooth. 100 elite warriors from the nascent Corps, highly formidable, coupled with the fleet and Star Realm armed forces under their command, quickly reversed the local rectification forces being violently suppressed by the Iron Armor forces. It was estimated it wouldn't take long to reclaim the entire star sector. Just when everything was going smoothly, a fierce riot suddenly erupted in the lower levels of one of the Nest capital worlds within the star sector. A cult sect emerged, causing trouble at this time. Initially, the Infinite Warriors didn't take it seriously. The Iron Armor forces hadn't been cleared, which was undoubtedly the highest priority issue. A Nest capital world's lower-level cult revolt. To be honest, similar rebellions are happening across the cosmos domain all the time. It's a problem, but evidently not a high-priority one. However, developments quickly surpassed people's expectations. Subsequent intelligence reports indicated most of the rioting rebels were human, but the local Planetary Defense Force also reported some abnormalities, stating there were some non-human entities among the rebels. Their appearance seemed like a fusion of humans and certain insects, with skin in hues of purple, blue, or green, certainly not resembling anything normal humans could possess. These entities often held middle or command-level roles within the cultists' organizational structure. This point could not be ignored. Before the Infinite Warriors could detach from suppression operations on another planet, the situation deteriorated irreparably. A large number of void insect species began appearing among the cultists, and the entire world lost contact within a short period. Soon after, when the Infinite Warriors realized the seriousness of the situation and took ships to urgently head for the star system, they encountered an insect nest fleet at the jump point of the star system. This was an ambush they never foresaw, resulting in a disastrous defeat for the Infinite Warriors with no survivors. Following quickly, this insect nest fleet launched a ferocious assault, rapidly rampaging throughout the entire star sector and starting offensives against adjacent star sectors as well. Coincidentally, the region rampaged by the void insect species insect nest fleet was precisely blocking the Empire's northern Foss's line of attack solidly. Coincidence? No one thought so. The situation on the northern front instantly intensified. This insect nest fleet wasn't very large in scale, at least not compared to particularly large insect nest invasions in the Empire's history. However, it was entirely sufficient to mire the northern front, led by Marshal Yuan, into a stalemate. Brutal warfare erupted on dozens of planets instantly. From the star map, it seemed to have drawn a jagged, irregular line in the northern part of the spiderweb domain. The void insect species doesn't reason with humans. They're a threat that cannot be ignored, aggressively advancing northward. Humans cannot overlook the threat these mindless insect beasts pose, lest they devour everything in their path, destroying every planet they traverse. It was initially intended to suppress rebellion, but from that moment, the Northern Front inexplicably turned into a scenario of fighting desperately against the void insect species. Almost simultaneously, the Iron Armor Battle Group amassed strength, launching a series of counter-offensives on the Western Front. The Iron Armor Battle Group almost committed their full strength. On the Western Front, not only did the forces of 3 different renegade interstellar warrior groups appear, but critically, according to battlefield reports, the Iron Armor Battle Group itself deployed at least tens of thousands of interstellar warriors on the West Front. This is equivalent to the strength of 10 battle groups under normal circumstances. These defectors in black and gray armor repeatedly used superior forces to defeat multiple Phoenix subgroups and even incapacitate them. In a skirmish to suppress reinforcements, they even entirely annihilated a company directly from the Phoenix Legion. The previously triumphant Western Front, instead of advancing further into the heart of the spiderweb domain, was driven out. Battle Group leader Su Lai wasn't renowned for nothing. He quickly regrouped the forces and seized opportunities to deliver severe blows to the iron armor, halting the overall frontline's collapse. But he wasn't a miracle worker either. There remained a significant disparity in the interstellar warrior strength comparison between both sides. Under the Lord of the Phoenix, the existence of interstellar warriors spanned 6 different battle groups, yet they never fully mobilized. Each battle group sent, at most, 1 or 2 companies, and no more than 5 or 6. All combined, the number of interstellar warriors never surpassed 2,000 at peak force. In preceding battles, the casualties exceeded 800. The void insect species emerging from the northern battlefield of the spiderweb domain is absolutely linked with the iron armor battle group. Otherwise, how could the timing be so immaculate? As soon as the northern line encounters the insect race, the iron armor can instantly deploy a massive offensive on the western line? Considering the iron armor's rise began with resisting the void insect species in the Princess Star domain, for the past century they would ask the Empire for money, using this reason. Often, giving them the money would suppress the void insect species. Not giving would make the conditions in the Princess Star domain and its surroundings quickly decay. Once paid, iron armor can immediately stand up and drive the void insect species back. As if the void insect species was something they raised. Of course, that's impossible. At least that's what people believed in the past. Those are the void insect species. The powerful alien force that, since humanity discovered them, had destroyed countless worlds and sacrificed countless warriors. They devour everything, there's no possibility of negotiation, they are tireless and indifferent to life and death. A single void bug beast lacks self-awareness but possesses an instinct akin to intelligence. Under the command of the so-called mother of the insect nest, and the unified coordination of various node creatures, they can completely disregard the lives and interests of individual units, or even large groups. Their combat execution is maxed out, with no issues like entire armies collapsing or poor execution. Morale, discipline, organization, these problems that human armies must consider and dread, do not exist for them. They can either fight to the death without retreat or decisively withdraw without hesitation, maneuvering swiftly. These characteristics are simply a nightmare for any opponent during a war. In the past, people thought Humphrey Paulo was just leveraging these insects. When the Empire didn't meet his demands and conditions, he would deliberately release these insects, and when the conditions were met, he would drive them back. But now, it seems the situation might not be so simple. Some hypotheses previously dismissed as ludicrous are now being brought to the table. Could it be that the iron armor really has means to communicate with the void insect species? But how is that possible? Those insects are unable to communicate. But if not, why do iron armor's battle strategies synchronize so well with the void insect species? It makes no sense. Because of this, the second group among the 3 tribunals was drawn to this strange and very intriguing phenomenon. That is the extraplanar tribunal. Unlike the heretic tribunal, the extraplanar tribunal generally doesn't concern itself with internal matters of the Empire. They focus solely on combating various alien enemies, especially the infiltration of alien enemies into human society. The possibility that the Iron Armor Battle Group might have some level of interaction, or even collaboration with the void insect species, piqued the extraplanar tribunal's significant interest. They are well suited for this. Not only did they bring a large number of elite judges and a fleet, a group of forces arrived with them, they also brought their closest ally, a group of interstellar warriors, the Silver Sentinel Battle Group. The Silver Sentinel is called a battle group, but its structure is vastly different from typical starfighter battle groups. It is a team specifically focused on targeting various alien enemies. Its members are not internally trained but are drawn from various battle groups, composed of veterans with expertise and outstanding results against specific aliens. They temporarily erase their previous battle group identities, engaging under the name Silver Sentinel, for the extraplanar tribunal for a period. They might leave Silver Sentinel after years of mission execution, bringing back the experience and techniques learned here to their battle groups. Some may continue working within Silver Sentinel. There's also a substantial portion that perish on the most dangerous fronts against aliens. Nonetheless, Silver Sentinel comprises elite members drawn from various battle groups and are experts in combating various alien enemies in the Empire. Once the Silver Sentinel and the extraplanar tribunal's judges arrived, they adapted to the local conditions, conducting highly targeted operations, striking and eliminating nodal creatures on several planets, fundamentally changing the battle situations of these planets. As a result, the battle conditions in the northern battlefield were eased.
But only eased. Several worlds comprehensively invaded by the void insect species already have large areas covered by digestion pools, incubation towers, and proliferating carpets. The population of a nest capital, and nearly all materials exploitable by the void insect species, have been thrown into these things, hatching swarm after swarm of insect battle beasts.
Completely eradicating the invasion of the insect species in these worlds is not simple. Moreover, the insect nest fleet in space continues to reinforce, soon reaching a level that the human fleet cannot suppress. Breaking through the blockade line formed by the void insect species on the northern line is not easy. The situation on the western line is even worse. Tens of thousands of Iron Armor's interstellar warriors are gradually pushing back the Phoenix Legion's line in battle. The territory gained during the previous offense phase is being retaken by the Iron Armor battle group step by step, even capturing two crucial nodal worlds. The Phoenix Legion has urgently mobilized more forces from other battlefields, moving towards a trend of full military assembly. Multiple Phoenix subgroups have also responded to the call of the Mother Group one after another and are on their way. Meanwhile, Su Lai has requested additional reinforcements from the Empire. However, before these reinforcements arrived, even with Lord of the Phoenix Su Lai himself present, the battlefield situation inevitably continued to deteriorate. During that time, the Alliance was under the greatest political pressure. The Empire's demands for the Alliance to take the initiative in attacking grew unprecedentedly loud, to the point where even Galaraldo felt overwhelmed. According to him, there was already a deputy minister below him who had proposed an impeachment against him. Although he suppressed this proposal and removed the deputy minister who stood out, this was a kind of wind direction, even a warning from certain political factions in the Central Empire, making it difficult for him to continue protecting the Alliance. Besides the pressure from the Central Empire and Space Domain government to deploy troops, there was additional pressure from the battle groups. The Phoenix Legion issued a call to various Phoenix subgroups, and naturally, one of these calls reached the Phoenix battle group within the Alliance. It was a call, not a strong command. However, in the message, Lord of the Phoenix Su Lai was actually quite puzzled. During the Grand Rhododendron Rebellion, the Phoenix battle group was an affected party. Among the three battle groups convicted, only one Phoenix survived. All three groups were Phoenix subgroups. Consequently, after the Grand Rhododendron Rebellion, the relationship between the Phoenix lineage and Iron Armor became very hostile. Even though the Central Empire's decision at that time was final, and Su Lai made a strong objection back then, the outcome could not be changed. Moreover, to be honest, the influence of the Phoenix Legion and its subgroups isn't significant. While it certainly has a large scale, after all, it's an original battle group with millennia of history, the fertility of the Phoenix Legion is not impressive. Interstellar warriors throughout their lives have two genetic seeds, and every battle group is like this. In this respect, there is no difference. However, the adaptability and characteristics of each group's genetic seeds vary significantly. For example, the genetic seeds of the Infinite Core have exemplary adaptability. During the era of the Grand Army, the Infinite Legion was the largest interstellar soldier corps of that time. Naturally, when this legion was divided into battle groups, the most were split from the Infinite Legion. Subsequently, over millennia, due to the large number of people, good adaptability, and high success rate of genetic seed implantation, the number of infinite warriors increased further, which led to more of their genetic seeds. This formed a positive cycle. Today, the number of battle groups originating from the infinite lineage is the largest in the entire universe. Secondly, the descendants of the Punisher Legion and the Golden Knight Legion also have very good adaptability. Strength in numbers is an eternal truth. The genetic seeds of the Phoenix Legion are not among the least adaptable, but at best, they can be considered below average. The descendants of the Phoenix pursue perfection, are polite and possess very high-level swordsmanship capabilities. Whether in combat skills or tactical strategies, they can reach an extent that is excessively ornate. This is both an advantage and a disadvantage. Sometimes they can achieve astonishing victories that leave others speechless, but they can also drag down efficiency due to overly complex strategies and techniques. In short, there are not enough descendants of the Phoenix, and thus their influence is relatively insufficient. If it had been some larger battle groups, perhaps the events back then would have caused a bigger stir. The Phoenix and its series of subgroups hold a grudge for not being able to resolve matters back then. If not, with an opportunity to counter iron armor now, Su Lai wouldn't have responded so quickly or led the team personally. As victims and involved parties from back then, shouldn't the Phoenix battle group be more indignant and direct? Su Lai was really curious and disappointed about why the Phoenix remained silent. Faced with queries from the parent group, Commander Mattins was quite agitated.
Even the Phoenix Legion lineage harbors a deep grudge over the rhododendron incident, so how can the Phoenix battle group that nearly faced extinction not hate them?
Hate them to the teeth. If Mattins could make decisions, he would have joined the Iron Armor War immediately. However, he must consider Ji Yuhang's opinion. He hasn't forgotten that the current Phoenix battle group is part of the Alliance. Their actions must proceed within the framework of the entire Alliance. Yet the pressure from the parent group, along with battle group leaders, chaplains, and other figures from several Phoenix subgroups, were also sending messages to him, inquiring about this matter. Our entire Phoenix family is fighting side by side to avenge the grievances you suffered a century ago, so why is the affected party still holding back? Mattins really felt sorry. On the Western Line, the North Line battlefield was in great turmoil, and Su Lai contacted Mattins once again, hoping the Phoenix could quickly move north to participate in the war. He even spoke to Ji Yuhang, with the identity of the Western Line War Zone's top commander. Ji Yuhang himself had the position of the Southern Front War Zone top commander. Though nothing was happening on the Southern Front, Ji Yuhang managed to pass Su Lai off, but dealing with his own people was not as easy. While Mattins followed the overall strategy of the Alliance, he also petitioned Ji Yuhang multiple times to fight. With pressure from multiple levels and angles, both internally and externally, Ji Yuhang found it necessary to act within the premise of maintaining strategic stability. The Alliance's vanguard was reinforced. At the same time, Ji Yuhang announced that the Southern War Zone would initiate an offensive against the Iron Armor battle group. General Perbov, as the commander of the Vanguard Legion, led the entire army to begin the attack. However, this offensive, driven by pressure, wasn't particularly fierce. Despite increased troop deployment by the Alliance, it still hadn't reached the scale of an independent war zone. The Iron Armor battle group stationed on the Southern Line had very few troops to guard against the Alliance. They were fully focused on the North Line, thus difficult to muster particularly large forces on the Southern Line. In such a situation, even the less aggressive attack by the Alliance achieved some results. The war persisted for 2 years, with the battlefield mostly remaining in the Menga Star domain. Though the battles were like scattered raindrops, in terms of propaganda, the Alliance succeeded in making the thunder sound loud. Each planet's campaign may not have been significant in scale, but in reports submitted to the higher-ups in the Alliance, they were depicted as apocalyptic wars fought fiercely. The Phoenix Battle Group, along with the St. Lee Nun Association allied with the Alliance, were all put into front-line combat, or at least, that was what the Alliance claimed to outsiders. Of course, this was also true. Yet, the Phoenix only deployed 2 companies. The St. Lee sisters only participated in a size of about 5 to 600. At first, this seemingly lukewarm but heavily hyped situation did fool some, reducing the political pressure on the Alliance. But soon, this facade was uncovered. Some parties began saying that the Alliance hadn't exerted its full strength. No special agencies were needed, merely observing that the Alliance's flagship, the Firebath Nova, was never deployed to the front lines revealed whether the Alliance was serious. Moreover, no matter how fiercely you exaggerate, the front line won't deceive anyone. The Alliance's progress on the Southern Line was as slow as a snail. If the Iron Anguish had heavily fortified the South, then slow advancements would be understandable, but it was not the case. The slightly reduced political pressure quickly began to resurge. The political pressure endured by the Alliance has always existed. First strong, then weak, then suddenly increased to the point where the Alliance had to compromise to some extent, until the recent year when there has been a large amount of criticism against Alliance policies. The harshest criticisms even began to suggest that the Alliance is another smaller version of Iron Fury Stone, the same country within a country, equally unresponsive to orders. Taxes were paid in the past, But now after Galleraldo defied many to give the alliance the so-called title of Southern Front War Zone Supreme Commander, the taxes stayed, allegedly for war preparations against Iron Fury Stone, but there have been no significant movements for years. This led to a series of significant changes. 4 years ago, the Eastern Cosmos domain still allocated billions annually to the Alliance's war aid. 2 years later these funds were completely cut off. The Heretic Tribunal sent a few judges, claiming to investigate the Alliance's misconduct, believing there was illegal contact between the Alliance and Iron Fury Stone. Although the final result was inconclusive, with no real intention from the Heretic Tribunal to take any action against the Alliance, the mere gesture carried a warning meaning. The Star Domain military headquarters consecutively denied the Rage Bear Legion's expansion plans twice, resulting in the originally planned 200 million troops intended for the Star Realm Army having to remain as Alliance Army, forcing the Alliance to account for the expenses under Alliance fiscal expenditure instead of as a consumption of the Imperial tax. The Alliance also, through the mouth of Galleraldo, submitted a written explanation to Holy Terra. Not using overly strong tones, but the Alliance explicitly pointed out that the whole so-called Southern Front war zone currently only consists of the Alliance, with no other reinforcements, vastly insufficient in strength. Mr. GU also didn't ask for much. If the Empire could allocate 2 to 3 battle groups, more than 5 battleship-class giant ships, the Alliance would have the capability to launch a large-scale proactive offensive. Once these supports are in place, the Alliance would immediately launch an offensive without hesitation. When Galleraldo mentioned this, reportedly, people from outside the military department jumped up to accuse Galleraldo, asking why the Southern Front war zone wasn't provided with enough military power, so Jiu Hang could advance sooner? Facing such accusations, there was no need for Galleraldo to speak, as people within the military department began to evade the issues adeptly. Plainly put, where are the forces? The Empire is a riddled mess. Constantly, at every moment, countless wars are occurring within the Empire. The most notable in the current range of the Empire is the chaos in the Spiderweb domain. That's true, but it doesn't mean the wars elsewhere are unimportant. Take the Eastern Cosmos domain as an example. Besides the Dragonhawk Star domain and Menga Star domain, are there no troubles in the remaining areas? Every single one has issues. Most even face crises similar to those of the Dragonhawk Star domain a few years ago, before the outbreak of the Iron-Tooth Green Tide, meaning each star domain actually requires a certain degree of readiness to resolve or at least cope with the crises within their domains. It's the same for the space domain government. The biggest problem faced by the capital location in the Eastern Cosmos domain, Wuji Starfield, is frequent piracy. These aren't just any pirates, there are many dark spirit race among them. The lean, tall space aliens with sharp ears, skin mostly gray-black, gray-white, or purple-white, act bloodily and ruthlessly. They are not much interested in occupying specific star territories, and their hideout remains a mystery. But what is known is that they are extremely interested, even to a large extent, in plundering resources and capturing people to turn into slaves. In Wuji Starfield and even in several surrounding star domains, reports about dark spirit race activities are frequent. These hateful aliens move unpredictably, often attacking human ships. They rarely attack large-scale human military fleets but are not at all polite when encountering lightly guarded transport ships or even solitary mission ships. Once successful, most of the time they would take away both people and ships. If they can't take the ship or if the ship is damaged in battle, they would only loot the cargo and people. They might even raid some inadequately guarded planets, seeking not occupation but merely plunder. The most exaggerated cases show they can completely empty a nest capital from beginning to the end of an operation within a month, a duration insufficient for reinforcements to arrive. The Wuji Starfield, along with the Eastern Cosmos domain government, must maintain a strong and rapid response force to tackle the threat of the dark spirit race. The same principle applies to other star domains and even the entire Empire. The types of threats differ, but they certainly exist. Though the Empire is vast, truly mobilizable forces are very limited. How to allocate to the Alliance? Even stepping back, even if there were surplus forces, they would be deployed to the western or northern line. Why allocate to Jiu Hang? Who doesn't work? In this report, the Alliance also explicitly proposed a timeline, stating that the Alliance's ships are under construction, and they need some time to prepare for war. This statement, the alliance originally did not want to reveal so straightforwardly. Keeping a low profile and patience is a better choice. Even if a fight is needed, it would be better to have an element of surprise. But there was no way around it. Under political pressure, Gu Hang had to make a decision. The part mentioned in his written report barely sufficed. Although there would still be a lot of public criticism and urging from various sides, it was somewhat better than before. However, with benefits on one hand, there would naturally be disadvantages on the other. Such rhetoric from the alliance was not something that could be concealed from their good neighbor to the north. The intelligence capabilities of the Iron Armor Battle Group could not be so lacking as to be unaware of such matters. A clearly stated timeline indicated the moment when the alliance would act against the Iron Wrath. Could Humphrey Paulo tolerate the alliance rapidly accumulating power like this and then, after thoroughly preparing, launch an attack according to their schedule? That was clearly impossible. Even though the main forces of the Iron Wrath were still concentrated on the Western Front, fiercely pursuing the Phoenix Legion, they have significantly increased their focus on the southern battlefield. Firstly, Perbove noticed that Iron Wrath had clearly dispatched large forces to the southernmost domain of the Spiderweb domain, which is the Proud Claw Cosmos. Soon after, a massive army, led by the Fury Flame Battle Group, an old adversary of the Alliance, aggressively charged into the Menga Star domain. The leader was the current battle group leader of the Fury Flame Battle Group, Adler Politos. He was originally the captain of Fury Flame's third company. After the bloody duel to the death, where the former leader, Urso, died along with many core members in that duel, he was the only company commander who could take over. The northern part of the Menga Star domain originally had a small portion occupied by the rebels. Previously, under orders from the Alliance headquarters, Perbove led the advance units to hasten the attacks on these occupied regions. Due to insufficient forces and strategic reasons of the Alliance, his actions in the northern Menga were not aggressive, mainly to show that the Alliance was taking proactive attacks. Under such circumstances, the fierce assault by the Fury Flame Battle Group caught the Alliance completely off guard. Perbove was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He made a very cautious judgment on the situation, avoiding a decisive battle with the old adversary, the Fury Flame Battle Group, in the northern Menga Star domain. Despite the Alliance's intelligence analysis department believing that the forces Iron Wrath could muster wouldn't be significant, and knowing that the Fury Flame Battle Group had at least 1,000 people appear on the Western Front, no matter how much reinforcements Fury Flame could have, they shouldn't surpass the Iron Armor's level, right? A few years ago, they lost at least 400 to 500 interstellar warriors in the Dragonhawk Star Domain War, and some core members, including their former battle group leader, were killed by the Phoenix in that fatal duel. Under such circumstances, how many forces could they commit to the Alliance's proactive offense? But regrettably, Perbove also lacked sufficient forces. He decided against rashly engaging in this battle. Having retreated, Perbove diligently defended the complete ring of fortifications established through fortifying several worlds along the northern Menga Star domain over the past few years, as he engaged in a plain yet solid defensive warfare against the southward advancing Fury Flame Battle Group. Truth be told, when it was learned that the Fury Flame Battle Group was making a clear move south, and Perbove was abandoning previously captured territories to fall back to the defensive line, everyone in the Alliance was quite tense. There were voices within the Alliance lamenting that they shouldn't have caved under pressure to explicitly mention their military plans in the statement to the Central Empire. To a large extent, Iron Wrath might have interpreted this statement as eliminating any room for maneuver between the two sides, extinguishing the last shred of hope, and deciding to strike first. However, at this point, there's no point in discussing it further. The Alliance began deploying more forces and mobilized additional Phoenix interstellar warriors to invest into the northern Menga Star domain battlefield. However, the overall strategy remained defensive. The Alliance General Staff Department gave Perbove very clear instructions: prohibit proactive cross-line attacks, avoid fleet battles, and use the fortressized planets and star fortresses and combat space stations positioned at various Star Realm tunnel jump nodes to blockade the enemy fleet outside the defensive lines, aiming to drag them into ground warfare's quagmire. At critical moments, they could adopt a spatial for time strategy, as long as they prevent the enemy from achieving an all-out advance and flat-out push. If the enemy is stuck firmly on the fortress defensive lines, Perbove would then have achieved a significant accomplishment. Perbov executed the strategy of dragging the battle into a quagmire with astonishing success. Like a seasoned chess player, he meticulously arranged his pieces, calculating each step with precision. The firepower of the planetary fortresses and the intercept systems of the combat space stations formed a dense net, locking the Fury Flame battlegroup's fleet firmly on the perimeter. The ground war also reached a stalemate, with both sides engaging in brutal tug-of-war battles across the rugged terrains of various planets and within fortress-like cities. 2 years might be a mere blink in the context of interstellar warfare, but during this time, Perbov stood like an unyielding rock, indestructible. His perseverance and wisdom allowed the Alliance's rear to stabilize, providing precious time for the fleet's construction and the Army's preparations. Now, beyond the Flying Wing Star, the amassed Alliance fleet was unprecedentedly powerful. Countless ships stretched across the starry sky, like waves of silver and blue. The Alliance army was also ready to be deployed. Organizing in armies and army groups, they boarded warships and transport ships, presently within this star domain. Although the war horn for the Alliance had yet to sound, the flag of the Alliance was already flying in the vast starry skies. Only awaiting the final command, and the only one capable of issuing that order was Ji Hang. After completing the last stop of the scheduled circuit inspections, Ji Hang returned to Flying Wing Star from Rajoul Star, bringing with him the newly equipped Alliance National Knights, or the Alliance's Titan Legion, which were just established on the planet where the Alliance first rose. He held a military meeting at the starport on Flying Wing Star. Many high officials from the Alliance government and senior generals from the Alliance military participated in this military meeting. In the meeting, Ji Hang didn't discuss too much about concrete strategies or tactics. These matters were already deliberated countless times in previous detail-oriented work meetings. At present, this meeting resembled more of the final mobilization rally before the war. In this meeting, Ji Hang refrained from verbose speeches. He briefly discussed how despicable Iron Wrath, as traitors, were, and affirmed the stance to stand with the Empire to fight these Empire traitors to the end. After conveying this, the subsequent points were of greater importance. The Alliance requires development, bringing a better life to the vast populace of the Dragonhawk star domain and the Menga star domain. We have amassed great power, and we are also practicing our ideals. We are not so welcoming of war. However, for development, we need a stable external environment. Anyone who denies us such an environment, we will strike hard and teach them a lesson. Win this war to secure a century of peace. Gentlemen, please join me in fighting for the Alliance. Under Ji Hang's vigorous rallying cry, all the generals and high officials present stood up, following their leader, shouting together, "Fight for the Alliance." After the meeting adjourned, the high-ranking officials and generals all departed promptly. They still had a lot of work to do before embarking. Boom, boom, boom. The successive explosions echoed in Xiang Lei's ears. But it didn't move him anymore. As long as it didn't explode directly at his command post and kill him, there was nothing to be shaken about. Physiologically, his perception of explosive vibrations wasn't as acute anymore, partially due to habit, and also because his right ear had been half-deafened in previous battles. He was a member of the 5th Group Army of the Alliance Army, which was also known as the Coralia Corps, a unit with deep roots, having fought and gained honors in the Coralia Plague War. Xiang Lei also participated in that war. That was 23 years ago, and back then, he was only 19. He still vividly remembers the decisive battle outside Mingan City. He rose through the ranks rapidly. Initially, he was just a regular soldier, but after joining the battle, he became a squad leader within half an hour, and 3 hours later, he was promoted to company commander. The previous officers were all dead, and just surviving meant rapid promotion. After surviving the hellish battlefield, it all still felt surreal to him. Too many people died, and eventually, he lost hope of survival, only wishing to take some plague zombies down with him. He muddled through and survived, officially becoming a company commander and earning a second lieutenant rank. Then he got the chance to attend military school, and upon graduation, he was promoted to battalion commander with the rank of captain. Later on, he participated in several wars with his unit, achieved some military merits, and during peacetime, led his troops in training and stationed for defense. All things considered, he has had a military career in the Alliance for 24 years, now holding the position of division commander, with the rank of senior colonel on his shoulders. Then, he followed his group army to the northern Meng River Star Domain. Initially, they were on the offensive, and he led his team in several assault campaigns on different planets. Over approximately a year, they traversed 3 planets. Although the alliance as a whole was in an offensive posture, it was decidedly steady and slow-paced. In Xiang Lei's view, those rebel forces were hardly worth fighting. The so-called Princess Legion, rumored to be reformed from the Iron Armor Battle Group's mortal auxiliary army to rival the Star Realm army, was considered a decent opponent. However, the Princess Legion's numbers were simply too few, primarily composed of officers from the Princess Legion as the backbone, conscripted from the locals, with much of the equipment also locally produced by the traitor forces. These local units may have been slightly better than the conventional planetary defense force, but they definitely could not reach the standard level of the Star Realm army. His division often faced 3 to 5 times the number of enemies, yet still managed to maintain the offensive, rout the enemy, and even achieve encirclement victories. Reaching their farthest point, they had already arrived at the former Behi star sector. From former Behi, heading further north, they could enter the southernmost Proud Claw cosmos of the Spiderweb domain. During a time when the war was going well, he even felt that the higher-up strategy was too conservative. They clearly could have advanced much further, but now, after every victorious battle, just when they hadn't fully indulged in the fight, the enemy would already be routed and gone. Then, they had to start mopping up stragglers, suppress local uprisings, and the like tasks. The most crucial task was to assist the Navy's transport fleet in evacuating the local population. Yet what had felt monotonously smooth in the first year had turned into a chaotic cry for aid in the next 2 years. He believed this was due to strategic errors from above. The strategy was contracting, with many planets beginning to evacuate when the enemy's main forces approached. He had retreated a couple of times, often without even seeing the enemy's face. Where there were successful evacuations, there were naturally also failed ones. Though failing evacuation didn't necessarily mean doom, not evacuating meant facing endless enemy attacks on an isolated planet with scarce food and medicine and no reinforcements or supplies. The outcome would be far from pleasant. Although such misfortune hadn't befallen him personally, Xiang Lei couldn't help feeling saddened by the loss of comrades. He felt they should stand firm on each planet and fight the invading enemies head-on. What is there to fear? Couldn't we defeat them? And then, he understood that it wasn't about being unable to win, but at least it was truly hard to fight. He retreated with the troops back to the Zhongbei River star sector, to a planet named UE-7. This was the southernmost star of the Zhongbei River star sector and a fortified world, built into a fortress over several years from before the Alliance launched its offensive into the rebellious territories. A strong defense meant that, when the enemy arrived at the doorstep, the defenders would have a greater home court advantage. Especially when naval forces were weaker than the opposition. Well-constructed hostile anti-air orbital gun fortresses and space stations could provide cover for the ground forces when naval power was inadequate. Xiang Lei knew that their naval strength was indeed lacking. When the enemy forces entered the region, their fragile fleet was forced to withdraw, otherwise they faced annihilation. But thanks to the ground and orbital defenses, the ground forces at least did not suffer, or at least significantly reduced the threat of orbital bombardments. Xiang Lei himself was a beneficiary of this. Otherwise, the fortress his division was stationed at would likely have been destroyed under orbital bombardment without the enemy needing to launch an attack. Then, the enemy ground assault began. A large number of rebel forces were deployed to the relatively safe airspace and began attacking the various stubborn defensive strongholds on the ground. In the phase of ground combat, his division had as many as 50,000 men, but the garrisoned fortress area faced an enemy force that was several times greater than his own. The emergency conscription of the Planetary Defense Force had already been completely crushed in the brutal battles. These poorly trained and temporary forces were utterly unreliable. But Xiang Lei was also able to get a glimpse of the enemy's combat power. These legitimate, Princess Legion rebels fought the Alliance conscripted pact forces much like the Alliance army had previously beaten the Princess's advisors' trained Planetary Defense Force. In the actual hand-to-hand combat between the two sides, these rebel main forces clearly demonstrated their rightful Star Realm army's capabilities. Furthermore, with numerical superiority, the 311th Skeleton Division under his command, part of the 5th Army Group, faced significant pressure. However, the comprehensive defense facilities greatly aided him again. During the fortress construction years ago, consideration was given not only to orbital defense but also to potential ground attacks. The entire fortress was very reasonably set up, with ample space inside for the deployment of the 311th Division's artillery. Heavy artillery fiercely attacked all incoming enemies. In contrast, the enemy's long-range firepower and aerial superiority did not achieve much. The 311th Division also had its own air force, capable of resistance. The fortress's air defenses were robust, preventing rebel aircraft from launching indiscriminate attacks or dropping bombs with impunity. The valuable missiles were also very easily intercepted. In artillery exchanges, they were no match at all. Although in terms of specifications and numbers, the rebels' heavy artillery was not inferior, the difference was that the rebels' artillery could only be placed in open fields, at best building field fortifications and some covering, which could not compare to 311th Division artillery and permanent installations within the fortress. Incoming shells landing 40 to 50 meters near field fortifications could inflict casualties on artillery crews. Closer hits could damage the artillery itself. At the same distance, shells hitting inside the fortress could be blocked by its intricate and solid walls. The Princess Legion's strength was not exaggerated. Under these conditions, they still seized the opportunity, bringing with some siege equipment to blast open the fortress gates and demolish part of the fortress walls. But this was not a war of the cold weapons era. Breaking the door or blasting the walls did not ensure victory. The rebels entering the fortress fought brutal street battles with the entrenched Alliance army in a maze of unfamiliar terrain, suffering heavy losses. Zhang Lei even seized the opportunity to reveal his mettle after holding out for 2 months. He deployed armored units which were not very effective in defensive battles, utilizing specially designed rapid routes within the fortress to launch a proactive attack, routing some enemy reinforcements under the cover of focused artillery fire, not only destroying the enemy's siege engines but also 2 artillery positions, while temporarily cutting off communications between forces entering the fortress and the outside. The infantry regiments then closed the gates to beat the dog, seizing the opportunity to eliminate the enemy forces inside the fortress completely. This series of combined strikes delivered a heavy blow to the rebels. The significant loss of personnel and destruction of heavy equipment drastically reduced their subsequent siege capabilities on the fortress. After the battle, the defense pressure facing the 311th Division suddenly lightened. The army group even dispatched reinforcements to him. The 077th and 240th Infantry Divisions were incorporated under his command for unified direction. Although it was said that the situation on the entire planet for the Alliance side was still quite tense, at least in the fortress defended by Zhang Lei, the situation was relatively good. He patted his chest and guaranteed to the army group's general that his forces could hold the fortress indefinitely and would not let the enemy capture it or destroy the orbital cannon array inside. But one should not make too strong promises. No sooner had he given his assurance than they suffered disaster. The enemy launched another unexpectedly fierce assault. Initially, he was somewhat at a loss. There was no reconnaissance of enemy reinforcements arriving. Lacking heavy vehicles such as tanks for cover and insufficient rear artillery not providing effective fire support, attacking the recently reinforced fortress in such a situation seems suicidal, no? However, he soon understood the crutch upon which the enemy rebels relied. Space Marines. Reports came in that a squad of orange-yellow-clad Space Marines had infiltrated the fortress and were on a rampage. The super soldiers of the Flame battle group changed the battle conditions with immediate effect. All of a sudden, Zhang Lei, who thought his defenses were impregnable, was confronted with a state of chaos. It wasn't until significant losses and turmoil that he realized the enemy's specific numbers, 5. Just 5 Space Marines turned his world upside down. They typically worked in pairs or trios, moving stealthily, and upon finding high-valued targets or strategic points, they would decisively strike, rout, and eliminate outposts, often managing to retreat before Alliance reinforcements arrived. If surrounded, they would decisively break through, carving a bloody path. In a matter of days, at least 1,000 soldiers perished at the hands of these 5 Fury Flames. The loss of personnel was one thing. After all, Zhang Lei had 3 divisions, with his 311th Division alone being a 50,000-strong skeleton division, and the 2 newly supplemented infantry divisions each having over 40,000 men. However, the locations of these deaths were all crucial. Several initially impregnable fire points were eliminated, enabling the enemy to move more smoothly into the fortress. A regimental command post was decapitated, disrupting the command system, forcing Shan Lei to dispatch staff to take over command. A small artillery position was raided, with 3 Fury Flames slaughtering half the artillery battalion and destroying the artillery. The chain reaction of these losses resulted in even more considerable casualties and the loss of multiple defense sectors on the periphery. The advantage of defensive terrain was reduced, with both sides gradually drawn into a relatively equal footing. But this was not the outcome Shan Lei wanted to see. Casualties skyrocketed, positions fell one by one. His staff had provided a worst-case scenario. If things continued the way they were, they would lose all positions in 2 to 3 months, being driven out, and the essential orbital cannons would also be seized by the enemy. That would be terrible, worse than being destroyed. The orbital cannon, if turned against them, could attack their orbital space stations and collaborate with enemy naval fleets for immense pressure. So, he plotted a plan. He wanted to kill these Fury Flames. The Fury Flame battle group was nothing but a defeated opponent of our alliance, driven in disgrace from the Dragonhawk star domain. If we could drive them out once, we could do it a second time. That's how he motivated his people, though he knew well how difficult the task was. He assembled a mobile unit, collecting the Sentinel mechas from the division headquarters, while the few elite in feedback-type power armor were also ready for action. Facing off against Space Marines, this was the best he could muster. And they couldn't get trapped in particularly narrow battle sections, or the larger Sentinel mechas couldn't enter, lacking the flexibility and getting massacred. Finally, the opportune moment was seized. 2 Fury Flames were surrounded as they retreated from raiding a firepoint. During their breakout attempt, Shan Lei's prepared mobile units arrived. More than 30 Sentinel mechas and 10 elite Skeleton Division members in feedback-type power armor engaged these 2 Phoenix Marines in a fight to the death. Shan Lei stood in a tower within the fortress, holding a telescope, watching through a small window the battle encircling those 2 Fury Flame interstellar warriors, with his palms sweating in tension. That battle, although small in scale, was almost critically important to the success or failure of the hundreds of thousands he led. On planet UE 7.3, the option of losing the land while keeping the people hardly exists. Each situation needs specific analysis, but the survival of this planet fundamentally depends on orbital defense. Otherwise, when the enemy's superior navy unleashes ground bombardment without restraint, it would be nearly impossible to defend from the front, forcing a shift to guerrilla warfare by breaking into small units. That might have some effect, but in a broader sense of the battlefield, it means the entire planet falls. And to defend the planet, one must hold the many orbital cannon fortresses on the ground, ensuring there are means from the ground to directly threaten space, making the enemy's navy not dare to bombard recklessly. The fortresses on the ground, like the one guarded by the 311th Division, are each vital life nodes. Losing 1 or 2 may not pose a big problem. Losing 10 or 8 will cause major issues in a whole area, allowing the enemy to deploy ground forces and supplies here more freely, making reclaiming the area difficult, as the enemy navy can come to the corresponding orbital area after the reduced threat, with firepower landing here smoothly without easy interception. And returning to the situation faced by Shan Lei himself, once the fortress falls, even attempting to evacuate with the surviving troops would be very difficult. The path to the next defendable fortress is not short, and lacking cover afterwards, they would be pursued and bombed constantly, with no idea how many would die on the road. From these perspectives, the fortress can't afford to be lost. Even if it means bleeding dry, it must be held. And right now, what he was observing, the encirclement and annihilation of the Fury Flame interstellar warriors, almost decided victory or defeat. To be honest, Shan Lei's initial understanding of interstellar warriors was not strong. He had seen the Phoenix once but only at a glance. At that time, he was deeply shocked by these heroic and extraordinary warriors. He knew these Death Angels possessed great power, but how exactly? Recently, he thought it was the strong individual capabilities of the interstellar warriors that had miraculous effects in special operations and in sieging special locations. Especially in complex terrains, where heavy tanks could not move through, this was even more pronounced. And now, under his own observation, he discovered he had underestimated the frontal combat capabilities of interstellar warriors. He personally witnessed how the two Fury flames, under intense fire, dismantled 8 Sentry mechas and 3 feedback-type power armor elites in just 2 minutes. Equipment advantage? No, it's far from that simple. Merely viewing the superiority of the interstellar warriors over ordinary soldiers as them being able to wear stronger power armor, possessing greater strength and reaction speed, and having more precise shooting skills. It's absolutely not that simple. When all indicators far surpassed those of mere mortals, they seemed to truly transcend in life. Were our Sentry mechas and feedback-type power armors really so inferior in performance to the Mk.8s worn by those two Fury flames? Not necessarily, right? But it's as if they were being toyed with. Everything is a beat slower than the enemy. The elites, who can maintain accuracy even on fast-moving targets, seemed like wooden stakes, slow and sluggish, unable to keep up. In contrast, the large Fury flame warriors seemed like phantoms. Their positions upon attacking always leave people astonished. Even Shang Lei, from a bird's eye view and able to see the whole picture, was often perplexed by these interstellar warriors, unable to see clearly. At this point, he could basically determine that it was practically impossible to defeat these two Fury flames with just 30 sentries and 10 feedback power armor elites. Even with a considerable number of ordinary soldiers nearby, their assistance was very limited. Watching the battle, Shang Lei sighed deeply. To be honest, this situation broke his illusions. In his imagination, if they could eliminate those Fury Flame warriors in this manner, it would of course be the best. But now that it cannot, the illusion shatters, and only returning to reality is possible. Returning to reality also has its own approach. In the tower, he slightly shifted the view of the telescope. 5 or 6 engineering squads were quickly approaching the battle site. 10 minutes later, when the elite dispatched by the 311th Division was down to half, the engineers finally reached their positions. It was only at this time that the order to retreat was given to the elite warriors in a death struggle with those two Fury Flames. They began to withdraw. The two Fury Flames seemed to notice something amiss as well. They did not pursue, nor did they break through along the previous target. Instead, they chose to retreat backward. This somewhat disrupted Shang Lei's deployment, but the Fury Flames were a bit too late to retreat. This place could almost be considered a battlefield Shang Lei carefully arranged for the enemy. The firepower points appearing here also served as bait. Previously, when Fury Flame attacked multiple areas, Shang Lei had held back, just waiting for them to attack here. This place below is empty. If the mobile troops can take down these two Fury Flame, that would be the best and most stable outcome. If not, lure them here for the next action. The engineer brigade within the unit had long calculated the explosives and detonation points needed to collapse this area. Now, it is time to execute. Explode it now, he grabbed the intercom. But, our people haven't fully evacuated. The officer leading the engineers on the front line hesitated somewhat. No time to worry about that, explode it. If it doesn't explode now, the sacrifices in front will be in vain. The decision was made because of Fury Flame's keen judgment. They were withdrawing from this trap area. Can't let them escape. Under the clear orders, the front-line commander gritted his teeth and made the decision. The explosives were detonated. Boom! Beneath the soaring fire and smoke was the violent sound of the explosion and the loud noise from the collapse of buildings and floors. When the smoke cleared, the place where the two Fury Flame were besieged had become a ruin. But Shang Lei still felt it wasn't secure enough. The power of the interstellar warriors left a deep impression on him. The explosion brought down the place, and people were buried, but, are they really dead? Shang Lei couldn't guarantee. After pondering for a moment, for safety's sake, he still employed his backup tactics. The Sentinel mecha and feedback-type power armor were fewer in the division, but there were still plenty of tanks. The surrounding area was cleared, and after a wave of explosions, a lot of vacant land was left, just right for parking tanks. In the defense battles of the fortress, heavy armor vehicles like tanks didn't have much room to perform, so it was better to use them here. Led by a few Lion King tanks, dozens of Lion tanks took positions, forming a circle with a large number of infantry in the vicinity. Guard the bodies. 2 days later, they actually got some results. Another 3 Fury Flame warriors attacked the place. That was definitely abnormal. This spot wasn't any strategic defensive point, and it was guarded by heavy vehicles. No matter how thick the interstellar warrior's armor was, it wasn't thicker than a Lion tank, let alone compared to a mobile fortress like a Lion King tank. The main guns, secondary guns of these two types of tanks could deliver fatal blows to interstellar warriors. Even if not directly hit, just a near enough explosion could cause considerable damage. They had no reason to attack here unless the two buried Flame weren't really dead, and they came to rescue their companions. And then, from the ruins, one Flame indeed crawled out. Upon receiving the news, Shang Lei felt goosebumps. Interstellar warriors are too hard to kill. These were still two ordinary interstellar warriors. Really can't imagine how, in that desperate blood duel, which previously seemed so thrilling when heard, those dozens of warriors, known as the elite of the Fury Flame battle group, were slaughtered clean. Too unimaginable, but luckily, only one crawled out from the ruins and he was severely injured. The three Fury Flame who came to the rescue couldn't break through the tank encirclement. They used plasma guns, destroyed two Lion tanks, and severely damaged one Lion King. But it was precisely this Lion King that, with its onboard heavy gun, gave the three Fury Flame warriors a vicious blow. They had clearly hidden behind walls, yet this shot still blasted the entire wall into pieces, injuring one of the Fury Flame. The follow-up secondary gunfire claimed his life. Meanwhile, the Fury Flame who crawled out from the ruins was pinned down by hordes of infantry. He went on a killing spree but was held in place and couldn't get out. The Alliance forces, coming to their senses, brought in Sentinel Mecha and Power Armor elites again, ultimately killing this immobilized Fury Flame. Losing one, and knowing that the combat brothers they aimed to rescue had already died inside, the remaining two Fury Flame had no reason to continue fighting and ultimately chose to retreat. No matter how powerful interstellar warriors are, they still can't engage in direct combat with heavy armored units, unless they band together in large numbers with weapons specifically designed to target them. But these conditions the two surviving Fury Flame did not possess for the moment. They could only retreat reluctantly. After this battle, Shang Lei organized the engineers to excavate locally. After all, there was still one Fury Flame buried inside. Although it was most likely dead, otherwise when his brothers came to rescue him before, he should have shown himself. But before seeing the body, he was truly uneasy. It took 3 days to dig out the corpse. Only then did Shang Lei feel at ease. Although two Fury Flame were still alive, and after their 3 brothers died, they vented with crazy revenge and subsequently carried out some even more frequent and outrageous actions. But firstly, their numbers had genuinely decreased from 5 to 2. Even if they increased the frequency, it wouldn't be as fierce as before, and the blows their side endured reduced considerably. Secondly, where there was one targeted trap before, there would be 2 now. Although the other side had also become more vigilant, several ambushes couldn't kill these 2, but for them, each time was still quite dangerous. Later on, they also had to act more cautiously to avoid capsizing. This further reduced their attack frequency. In such a situation, Shang Lei's forces even seized the opportunity to recover several areas that had been occupied before, even momentarily driving the rebel troops out of the fortress. Although they quickly gathered heavy firepower and fought back again. The 3 divisions, 311th, 077th, and 240th, commanded by Shang Lei, numbering over 10,000, held their ground in this fortress area, against the interference of 2 Fury Flame units within Neely and a surrounding force 3 to 4 times larger outside. The supplies stored within the fortress were sufficient for a prolonged period. Occasionally, Allied forces managed to break through and deliver precious supplies to them, and airdrops were also a form of supply delivery. But these supply methods were unstable, and the fortress reserves would be depleted as fighting intensified. Moreover, there was no replacement for the fallen soldiers. Shang Lei repeatedly reported upwards for reinforcements, to no avail. Even the wounded could not be transported out, let alone the complete rotation of troops. But what else could he do? He could only grit his teeth and hold on firmly. Half a month passed as they continued to hold on. His troops once again repelled an enemy attack. As of today, his troops' casualties had exceeded 60,000, significantly impacting the combat effectiveness of the entire force. But it was gratifying that the enemy had to pay at least 160,000 casualties to kill these 60,000. And today, after the enemy was repelled once more, something strange happened. They retreated more than 20 kilometers overall. What does this mean? Unable to fight, not fighting anymore. Shang Lei found this unlikely. He and his staff leaned towards the belief that the enemy had suffered too much loss recently and needed to retreat to gather strength for future plans. Although the enemy would inevitably come back, likely stronger and more formidable by then. But at least for now, they could take a breather. The troops still had no chance to withdraw for rotation, and the orders Shanglei received remained for them to hold these 3 divisions to the death here. But after fighting consecutively for more than half a year, even if they prided themselves on being elite, soldiers were still human. After showing courage through cruel trials, consideration for the frailty of the flesh was needed. He planned to take this opportunity to waste some logistical supplies, consuming more of the food in storage and releasing scarce supplies like alcohol and cigarettes for a day or two. Even allowing various units that had rested to hold small internal parties. To relax a little, easing the constant tension, it was considered a way to boost morale. The weather was favorable, the night clear, and the starry sky brilliant. Soldiers drinking by the campfire, eating military rations, and smoking, looked up to see a meteor with a long tail streaking through the sky. 1, 2, 3. The trajectory of the meteors was becoming larger. Beep 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 beep. The urgent alarm sounded, and the scene became frantic. Everyone knew that the orbital strike was coming, but what could they do? Find cover, lie down, shiver. The bonfire was no longer a concern. They could only pray that the fortress's anti-orbital intercept firepower would be effective enough. The anti-corrosion system seemed to hear their prayers. The fortress's anti-orbital system detected the attack and went full throttle. Meteors in the sky were intercepted one by one, and even a rapidly descending beam was stopped. However, this time the enemy's space navy seemed determined. The firepower projected down was incredibly dense. Ultimately, the orbital cannon could not intercept everything. A beam pierced into the fortress. The main gun of the anti-orbital system was destroyed. Subsequent missiles, colossal cannons, and beams continued to rain down. One anti-orbital weapon after another was destroyed, and those that missed struck various parts of the fortress directly. The soldiers on the ground could only pray in despair. After 2 hours of concentrated bombardment, the orbital-focused strike from the traitor navy finally ended. The fortress, which had already weathered the storms of battle for more than half a year, was now completely turned into ruins. Everything inside, including the anti-orbital system and defending troops, was buried in this wasteland. UE 7.3 Planet, Fortress 224, suffered a full-scale strike by the enemy navy and has been destroyed. The 5th Army Group, 077th Division, 240th Division, and 311th Division stationed there were wiped out in formation. To Perbov, the vanguard commander-in-chief, the fate of Shanglei's troops was captured in such a succinct note. Moreover, this note wasn't sent exclusively to Perbov but was merely a line in an entire report, mixed among many unit numbers, even lacking prominence. In fact, the situation the 311th Skeleton Division encountered was not an isolated incident. It was a widespread condition across planet UE 7.3, with some being blasted apart, some conquered, and some still holding on. Not only on this planet but across the 20 or so fortress worlds across the north protruding section of the Menga star domain, constructed by Perbov, almost similar situations prevailed. War was undoubtedly cruel, with soldiers' lives constantly expended on various planets. It was also Perbov's first time independently managing such an extensive conflict involving multiple star sectors. He was naturally nervous and uncertain if the decisions he made were correct enough. Only now did he have some confidence that he hadn't made the wrong choices. At least no major mistakes were made. They retreated to the 3 star sectors of Zhongbei River, Rear North River, and Mead, where they had built many fortress worlds, and even then it was a tough fight, let alone fighting the Flame's main forces proactively in the star sectors of former Behi or Gaian and Seth. If he had made the wrong choice at that time, there would have been major problems for sure. However, having made the correct decision was one thing, but the current pressure was certainly nothing small. Sitting in the command center, the most frequent message he received was aid requests, aid requests, aid requests. Each division fighting on the front line asked the Army Group for reinforcements. The Army Group in turn sought reinforcements from the Army Group Corps. But each Army Group Corps was often responsible for the large-scale defense of a planet, also stretched very thin, constantly requesting more troops from Perbov. What forces did Perbov have left? With only one Army Group Corps at hand, he could only keep splitting it into divisions, trying every way to secretly deploy them to fiercely contested areas, but it was often a drop in the ocean. Moreover, he could not afford to deploy all his reserves at once. The homegrown packed army gathered from the south of Menga star domain was relatively large in number, but safe deployment was a big issue, given the lack of naval power. Even if successful, once deployed, the defense army stayed at a great disadvantage when actually fighting against the princess's rebel army. They still could not change the overall battle situation. Perbov also had to coordinate naval forces. Even though they were weaker, they couldn't be totally invisible, nor could they let the enemy navy act recklessly, especially since they had to rely on naval power to protect transport ships, and whenever possible, deploy reinforcements and logistical supplies to the surface of each fortress planet. Left and right, Perbov had never endured such pressure in his life. This was different from being trapped in a predicament by himself. Facing frontline combat, he could easily cast everything aside and charge ahead fueled by sheer passion. As long as he was not afraid of death, there might be a chance for survival after putting in the effort. But now, at his current position, he couldn't do that anymore. He was walking on thin ice. A single order, a single decision, could sway the lives of hundreds of thousands, even millions. This pressure was truly terrifying, but what else could he do? He could only grit his teeth and brace himself. The soldiers and officers on the front lines were holding on, as was he, the commander-in-chief. They could retreat no further. This line of defense was the last lifeline. If breached, it would allow the enemy to march straight in, with nothing left to defend at the rear. Besides, there was a comfort in knowing he might not need to hold on for much longer. He had learned that the last mobilization had been completed on the Alliance's home front. The massive army personally led by Mr. Gu had already set out. And something even more delightful happened. He received a communication request from Yan Fangshu. "This is Perbov." Initially, he struck a reserved posture. On the other end, Yan Fangshu smirked mischievously. "Guess where I am?" "Be serious," Perbov sternly said first, then, as if realizing something, he asked, "You don't mean?" "I've already arrived." Yan Fangshu's smile faded. "Comrade Perbov, you've worked hard. The orders for the next steps, let us carry them out together. This time, I brought 7 Allied Army Group Corps with me, accompanied by the Fury Owl." Perbov finally breathed a huge sigh of relief. He had thought he would have to hold out until the governor arrived, not expecting reinforcements to arrive beforehand. 7 Army Group Corps, meaning 140 million certified Allied Army soldiers. The Fury Owl was also the Alliance's newly completed battlecruiser. With these additions, even Yan Fangshu's face, which he had always found somewhat unlikable, looked endearing at this moment. Perbov didn't mind someone with a higher position and rank than himself seizing power. He only cared about one thing. "Great. You came just in time. I've long been eager to kick their butts." The blue and white painted Flame, using the brilliant star of UE7 as a backdrop, slowly glided through the void. A series of high-speed drifting space debris was pushed aside by the void shield, gradually recharging and returning to its normal color. Those moving slowly were destroyed by an occasional cannon shot, exploding into ashes. The smaller and even slower debris simply brushed past, leaving mere scratches on the armor. This space debris was all created by the Flame and its smaller ships over the past 5 hours. Originally, they belonged to various space vessels, the jewels of the Princess Star Domain. And now, 5 hours later, they all turned into space debris. The Flame traversed this debris field, its long, elegant silhouette of the Sacred Chalice class, flanked by dozens of small ships of various levels, appeared menacing, as if patrolling its battle achievements. This was indeed a swift and fruitful surprise attack. Flame was brought by Yan Fangshu. They arrived in the northern Menga star domain ahead of the main force and joined Perbov's forces, who were desperately resisting the southward assault of Flame in the area. Perbov was the frontline commander. Yan Fangshu was the highest-ranking general of the Alliance army, and this sortie was given high authority by Gu Hang. The two had the right to judge the situation and decide how to fight the battle. After analyzing the situation in several war-torn star sectors, they quickly devised a plan with a naval focus. Being generals from the Alliance army, they couldn't themselves develop a complete naval strategy. Their identities now were not merely confined to the army. Although in terms of rank, one was an army general, the other an army admiral, They led a war zone with the identity of army generals. Navy generals under the same war zone had to follow their orders. This was very different from the Empire's rules. In the Empire, the Star Realm Army and the Imperial Navy are two distinct systems, with no subordinate relationship. Sometimes, the Imperial Navy even refused to carry the Star Realm Army for combat, forcing the Star Realm Army to find alternative ways to ferry troops to the battlefield. Even in better cooperative conditions, it was just cooperation. Since it was cooperation, there was no mandatory order completion. Help if they could, and if unwilling, there wasn't much the other side could do except argue, but it didn't resolve the problem. Even if the Empire dispatched a senior general or someone special to oversee as a theater commander, whether they could effectively command both the Star Realm Army and the Imperial Navy nominally under them depended on their personal ability and relationship depth. After all, this kind of temporary subordination was not lasting and was quite doubtful in terms of enforcement. These issues, however, did not exist in the Alliance. In the Alliance, there was a clear hierarchical relationship. For a large war zone, once the war zone leader was set, whether from the Navy or the Army, the participating troops transferred under them must unconditionally obey orders. Those violating orders would be dealt with by military law. Political commissars were watching. For a small temporary battlefield, if the war zone commander appointed someone, that person would take charge. If not appointed, the parties would consult. If unresolved, they would report upwards until a superior or theater commander was engaged. The war zone commander here, previously Perbov, was now Yan Fangshu on his arrival. The strategic decisions made by the two had to be executed by the Alliance Navy. Of course, it wasn't that the two army generals simply charged ahead recklessly. The command center had Navy specialized officers among its staff who would devise the specific operational targets. Once targets were set, the Navy's captains and staff would develop detailed action plans in line with the command center's goals before reporting back. Once the command center approved the action plan, it could be executed. This was a complete process. Of course, unexpected events happened frequently in war, so it wasn't always possible to complete the entire process. In emergencies, one must adapt spontaneously. As for the present situation, it certainly wasn't an emergency. After completing the process, the Flames captain, a Navy Major General, evaluated the situation, participated in the planning, and took personal action. The Flame set out with 3 cruisers, 29 small and medium-sized ships, accompanying a transport fleet. They disguised themselves as part of the transport fleet and faked an exposure of their star language information. As they passed through the Star Realm tunnel of UE-7, the enemy took the bait. A few of the princess's destroyers, thinking they had caught their prey, pounced. Then, they were horrified to see the Flames' long, graceful silhouette. The princess's ships, scared out of their wits, turned and fled. But with the prey hooked, the Flames' maiden appearance was entirely unwilling to let go. A typical battleship might not have caught an enemy intent on fleeing. But the high-speed Sacred Chalice-class battlecruiser was certainly not among the clumsy types. The swift pursuit, precise artillery fire, and oversized artillery's deadly power against small to medium-sized ships. When these features combine, it means slaughter for the enemy. 5 Doomsday light spears, 5 Wrath of Loyalty, firing in relay, had already made those few rebel destroyers flash with red light, energy shields quickly overloaded. The X-class, Heaven's Punishment, light spear could destroy the enemy upon a single hit. The few destroyers that came for the hunt were counter-hunted, and the rebel fleet near the orbit of UE 7.3 also learned of the happenings at the transition point. They were quite shocked at the moment. They had already received information that the Alliance army had set out, but it was supposed that the main force of the Alliance would take at least 2 more months to reach the main battlefield in the northern Menga star domain. Yet, there are new ships arriving now. And it's a Chalice class, that's a battlecruiser. In the southward offensive of the Fury Flame battle group, there are bigger main force ships. The combat ship of the Fury Flame battle group is equivalent to a battleship level. Concurrently, a proper Retribution class battleship is also participating. But they are not in UE-7. The strongest ships of the rebel fleet in this star system are only 2 cruisers. After receiving news of the arrival of Wrath Owl and the loss of several destroyers on their side, the rebel ships slowly moved out of the orbit of UE-7, intending to exit this star system. Staying was purely courting death. Yet, even wanting to run now was already a bit late. Wrath Owl was advancing at full speed, not heading toward UE 7.3 but instead blocking directly at the transition point where the enemy was escaping north. In terms of distance, Wrath Owl was definitely farther, but under a full-speed pursuit, Wrath Owl managed to catch up with the rebel ships before they could transition. The two Lunar-class cruisers were too slow. Of course, Wrath Owl, moving at full speed, also effectively abandoned its accompanying ships. Those three Lunar-class cruisers definitely couldn't keep up. Only a few crazy Shark-class destroyers, pushing their engines to the max, could barely follow. The enemy ships were clearly quite surprised too. The Chalice class is indeed rare within the Empire. Battle cruisers themselves are already uncommon, and places capable of building battle cruisers often prefer to grit their teeth a little more and get a proper battleship. And among the rare battle cruisers, the more common ones are the Dragon Serpent class, the kind constructed on Jindy Star. The Chalice class is even rarer among battle cruisers. It's known that battle cruisers are fast, but no one expected the Chalice class to be the fastest of the fast. The rebel fleet, which failed to escape due to miscalculation, was confused for a moment. Leave ships to cover the retreat, and forcibly transition the other ships? Scatter and run, and whoever gets caught is unlucky. Or fight head-on, no matter what kind of dilemma they face. When Wrath Owl appeared before them, it was already the moment they had to make a decision. And their choice, it seems, was to fight desperately. It's an understandable choice too. No matter what level a ship is, it's ultimately a part of war, a part of the fleet. Battle cruisers are fast and pack a punch, but they also have the drawback of being fragile, just like how battleships have super strong head-to-head combat ability but face issues with inflexibility. A single ship's shortcoming doesn't necessarily have to be covered by itself. That cost would be very high. Since it's fleet action, just fulfill your duty well, leave what you are not good at to other specialized ships. And right now, this Alliance battlecruiser, in order to rapidly pursue, has become disconnected from its fleet, with only a few destroyers following, so it seems not unbeatable. By risking some losses, if they can take down this Alliance battlecruiser, it would be quite a significant achievement. Led by two Lunar-class cruisers, over 30 ships assaulted Wrath Owl. Wrath Owl sidestepped its body, not charging directly into the enemy fleet, but skimming past sideways at a certain distance. Heaven's Punishment, light spear fired first, directly annihilating an enemy escort ship. Immediately thereafter, 12 L-class specification heavy artillery, 24 M-class specification cannons, all began firing in succession. The firepower of this one ship was almost equivalent to the entire enemy fleet. The enemy's two Lunar-class cruisers, combined, only had 6 L-class artillery pieces. Of course, this level of firepower can indeed pose a threat to Wrath Owl. After all, battle cruisers are thin-skinned and cannot withstand much more than standard cruisers. But its extremely high speed and agility cause the enemy's firepower to miss a lot. Conversely, Lunar-class cruisers find it almost impossible to actively evade Wrath Owl's strikes. Certainly, the combat distance between the two sides is actually quite far, and the hit rate itself would naturally suffer. This naval battle lasted about an hour. The 6th rebel ship destroyed by Wrath Owl was one of the enemy's two Lunar-class cruisers. The other one's void shield had already turned red, as it had been hit by a Heaven's Punishment earlier on. To this extent, the enemy fleet had already lost their courage entirely. They began to retreat, not daring to forcibly transition from the jump point, as at that moment the void shield, the energy shield, would be off, making them sitting ducks before they can complete transition, unsure how much they'd get blown off. They could only scatter in over 20 directions, up, down, left, right, and escape. Wrath Owl, no matter how fast, could only pursue in one direction. So naturally, they picked the biggest one to chase. First, they chased and hunted down the remaining Lunar-class cruiser, then turned the ship around to change direction. Relying on superior speed and agility, they caught 3 more ships before the enemy disappeared entirely. 2 of them were blasted to pieces by Wrath Owl. The last escort ship chose to surrender. Turning off the energy shields, turning off all weapon systems, letting Wrath Owl's cannons aim at it. Navy Marine Corps boarded the ship and took control. In this naval battle at UE7, the Alliance won decisively. This was also Wrath Owl's debut battle, as well as the first battle of the Chalice-class battlecruiser built by the Alliance. Although the intensity of the fight wasn't high, mostly targeting small fry, it demonstrated the character of a battlecruiser, a bully of lesser opponents. If it were a battleship or a battle carrier instead, it wouldn't have achieved such results. Afraid even if they were chased, they'd have all run away. Over 20 enemy ships still disappeared into the vast space of the star system. Even if the star language tower on the ships kept scanning for signals, it would occasionally catch some information, but soon it would disappear again.
Pursuing and hunting based on this information might yield some results.
But playing this hide-and-seek game would undoubtedly be a lengthy process. Wrath Owl didn't have time for this. Those 3 lunar-class cruisers that couldn't keep up went directly to the orbit of UE 7.3 and successfully contacted the ground forces. Under the guidance of ground forces, over 20 Alliance ships conducted a 3-day orbital strike on the surface. The Princess's rebel army's ground forces couldn't withstand this kind of orbital bombardment at all. The remaining space stations in orbit wouldn't intercept the bombardment and threat the ships. The orbital cannons they captured after occupying the surface were indeed there, but only a few in number, hardly posing any impact. With the aerospace threat removed, the Alliance army on the ground became active again. After the orbital bombardment, they swiftly carried out the final cleanup of the enemy's viable forces. The Alliance army launched a counterattack on a global scale. In this planet, the total number of Alliance army and Pact army exceeded 50 million. The Princess's rebel army numbered over 70 million. These 70 million rebels could never be wiped out cleanly in a short time, but their losses must have been significant. Worse yet for them, to avoid orbital bombardment, they had to semi-voluntarily abandon their formations. Once an army breaks formation, the loss of combat effectiveness would be grave. In just 3 days, the situation on the ground had been completely reversed. The battle situation in UE7 was completely reversed. Before this, over 10 million Alliance army along with 40 million Pact army were resisting the fierce assault of over 70 million Princess's rebel army, while also facing the threat of orbital bombardment from above. The fight was extremely arduous and brutal. And now, they finally turned the tide and took control. A large number of the Princess's rebel army's forces were bombed to death in these 3 days. Then in the following week, due to their structure being scattered, they suffered strong clearance operations from the Alliance ground forces, resulting in huge losses. In just these 10 days or so, over 10 million traitors of the Princess Legion died in UE7. This loss amount is almost equivalent to the losses the Princess Legion suffered while attacking various fortresses across the entire planet in the past 3 months. If they could have more time, say a year or half a year more, the Alliance might have a chance to execute a large-scale annihilation operation in UE7, where 70 million Princess's rebels would all die here. However, that's not possible. The Fury Flame battle group has already reacted. They also cannot accept losing so heavily in UE7. 70 million Princess Legion. This is not the Defense Army. This is the legitimate Princess Legion, reformed from the former Battlegroup Auxiliary Army. This is the Iron Fury Stone's core force aside from the Interstellar Warriors, the Princess Legion. This is their Star Realm Army. In the southward Fury Flame Battlegroup, the total number of troops amounts to several hundred million, possibly even over 1 billion. However, even within that, the Princess Legion only accounts for half, at most 200 to 300 million. To lose 70 million just like that is unacceptable. Moreover, it's not that there's no rescue. The predicament in UE7 was mainly caused by the attackers losing orbital cover. And this was all caused by just one sudden attack from the Raging Owl. Although surprised by the unexpected battlefield dominance displayed by the rare Holy Grail-class battlecruiser, the Fury Flame still has 2 battleship-class large ships. There are already reports that those 2 large ships are heading for UE7. In a direct confrontation, the Raging Owl cannot withstand either of them, let alone 2 at once. By then, the battle situation on planet UE 7.3 may very well revert to how it was before. Or even worse, but the Alliance does not intend to give up this planet. If they lose UE7, the other planets won't have such good defensive conditions. The Alliance Vanguard Command, with its 2 commanders, believes that UE7 is very likely to become a focal area in the next period of time. Both sides will probably repeatedly contest this place. The massive investment of troops, including naval power, will turn this place into a meat grinder until one side can no longer bear the cost and a result emerges. Thus, this sudden attack on UE-7 by the Raging Owl, while boosting morale, does not actually have a particularly substantial impact on the overall situation. However, it still holds significance. The lives of over 10 million elite from the Princess Legion, along with taking down 2 Rose cruisers, is significant in itself. The war between the Alliance and the Iron Fury Stone is foreseeable to become incredibly expansive in the future. Even these current skirmishes, which can mostly be considered mutual probes and vanguard clashes, involve several star sectors and dozens of planets. At this scale, war is no longer about gains and losses of a single city or place, but a comprehensive confrontation of the national strengths of both sides. Both are creating and losing manpower, and the consumption of viable forces is crucial. At this time, eliminating more enemies at a relatively lower cost can ease the pressure when facing future challenges. Moreover, the space created by this victory allows the Alliance to accomplish many things. During these 10 days, the Navy bombarded the enemies on the surface, and the ground forces cleared active enemy forces, while the Alliance's logistics troops were not idle either. One after another, large transport ships, carrying scarce supplies, equipment, and personnel for surface troops, descended to the ground, replenishing the forces. If they wait until the enemy's battleships arrive and lose orbital advantage, it won't be as convenient to transport supplies inside, as it would involve taking significant risks and losses. Instead of risking transport later, it is better to seize this opportunity to transport as much as possible now. At the same time, some units no longer suitable for continued battle are to be withdrawn during this opportunity. The 5th Army Group and the 311th Skeleton Division are among them. That includes Xiang Lei's unit. Although they suffered orbital bombardment, he did not die. Even though he didn't die, his unit was almost entirely wiped out. After the orbital bombardment, among the 3 divisions stationed in the fortress, possibly only 2,000 to 5,000 survived. The remaining tens of thousands were almost all killed in the intense bombardments in a few hours or were eliminated by the princess's rebel army that followed the attack into the fortress. The fortunately surviving Xiang Lei had to flee with the remnants of his troops, and under constant pursuit. Only less than 1,000 ultimately reached true safety. This is what's left of a skeleton division plus 2 large infantry divisions after a single battle. Clearly, this is what is called being annihilated as a unit. To such an extent, Xiang Lei's unit doesn't even hold value for personnel replenishment. What he needs is not replenishment. He and the few hundred survivors of his unit boarded a transport ship that had unloaded its cargo and left UE-7 in silence. The war here is not over yet, but for Xiang Lei, the war has ended. Recalling the familiar faces that startled him awake time and again in the dim cabins of the transport ships, he often felt how wonderful it would have been if he had died alongside his brothers on UE-7. That way, he wouldn't have to endure the current torment. The transport ship sent him to a rear world known as Remilo. Here, it could be considered a large logistics base. A large quantity of war materials and personnel gathered here, ready to board ships and be sent to where the front lines needed them. Instead, those like Xiang Lei, who withdrew from the front lines, were in the minority. Once on the ground, he went into the military hospital, and after staying for 2 days, a political commissar wearing a red hat found him. "Colonel Xiang Lei? That's me." Xiang Lei's voice was deeply somber. He lifted his head, inspecting the person in front of him. It was quite a youthful face, with a vigor unscarred by hardships, exuberantly radiating from his face in a somewhat glaring manner. The insignia of 2 vertical bars and a star denoted his rank of major. The red trim on his epaulettes signified his status as a political commissar. The red-hatted one saluted, then introduced himself. "I am Zhan Weidong, hereby ordered to assist you in rebuilding the 311th Division of the 5th Army Group." "Rebuilding?" Xiang Lei's gaze was somewhat bewildered. "I thought it would be disbanded." "How could that be?" Zhan Weidong said with a smile. "The 311th Division is a unit of merit." "A merit unit that has been completely wiped out, you mean?" Zhan Weidong put away his smile and said seriously. "You seem a bit desolate. I can understand the feeling after losing your troops. What the hell do you know, fresh off the military academy?" Before he could finish, Zhan Weidong shouted back in an even louder voice. "It's even more unbecoming for you to be like this. Get it together, Colonel Xiang Lei. It's not just the 311th Division, there are also 2 other divisions the same way. Heroes sacrificed their lives in the war. Their spirit remains with the living." Seeing Xiang Lei remain silent, Zhan Weidong's tone softened a bit. He spoke about specific tasks. The army brothers coming from the rear, apart from the 7 army groups brought by General Yan. There are also more than 30 million unassigned troops pulled from new recruit camps. Additionally, another 30 million were selected from various native defense forces in the Menga Star domain. These reserve troops are to fill the front-line combat units, supplement personnel, and be used for the rebuilding of depleted formations. I will be your partner. Although you might miss your previous partner, I trust I can exhibit enough professionalism to earn your satisfaction. I've reviewed your record. I believe you are worthy of being called an alliance hero. I also hope you can demonstrate enough professionalism. Otherwise, I would regrettably have to report to the higher-ups that you are no longer fit to lead the troops. You wouldn't want the 311th Division to be commanded by someone else in the future, would you? After a moment of silence, Xiang Lei said, "Are the new political commissars graduating from the Loyal Air Academy as eloquent as you? Maybe I am indeed the special one." Phew. Xiang Lei let out a long breath, then asked, "How much time do we have?" 5 months, Zhan Weidong replied. The soldiers from the Dragonhawk Star domain are all coming from Alliance training camps, no need to worry about their level. The locally recruited ones from the Menga Star domain, though a bit uneven, have at least been selected from various planetary defense forces, so there's some level of assurance. Both sides' personnel will be mixed in a 5-to-5 ratio to form our new troops. We have 5 months to reorganize the troops and develop combat capability. After 5 months, the command center could order us back to the battlefield at any time. Xiang Lei smiled wryly. The ones who've had their blood replaced, can it still be called the 311th Division? That depends on you. I believe, with you here, the spirit of the 311th Division can be passed on. Zhan Weidong said, with the same kind of vivacious smile reappearing on his face. He reached out his hand to Xiang Lei. Xiang Lei gave him a deep look. I hope your professional level is as strong as your talking level. In his words, he also reached out his hand and clasped firmly with his new political commissar. Formations like the 311th Division, units of division and brigade level that were utterly annihilated and devastated, would all be rebuilt in a similar manner. Actually, Xiang Lei's situation was already considered fortunate. After all, as the division commander, the highest military officer of the unit, he survived the brutal combat. Most divisions requiring rebuilding had in fact lost their commanders. For example, the 077 and 240 divisions that previously fought alongside the 311 Skeleton Division. The highest rank among those who survived was merely a major battalion commander. At this time, the situation of rapid promotion in war reoccurred. That major battalion commander was directly field promoted to a new rank of lieutenant colonel and, like Xiang Lei, began reorganizing his 077 division as provisional commander. Another 240 division without even a regimental level officer had a lieutenant colonel transferred from another unit to serve as commander and take on the task of rebuilding. Their organizational sequences still belong to the 5th Army Group and will return to the battlefield once reorganization is complete. As Zhan Weidong mentioned, these 60 million reserve troops, and the increasingly numerous reserves arriving with subsequent major forces, will be supplementing understaffed frontline units or entirely rebuilding designations in a similar manner. The alliance will ensure that the order of battle for each frontline combat unit does not shrink too drastically through this method. Continuous transfusion is the only way to maintain combat effectiveness. As for the frontline battle, when 2 battleships of the Flame reached UE-7, the Hawk had no choice but to retreat. However, it did not leave the star system, but rather prowled around the outer orbit, eyeing the 2 vessels larger than itself like a tiger. Relying on the fact that those 2 battleships couldn't catch it, the Hawk was bold enough to frequently launch attacks. Popping up, firing 2 shots, then running away before the battleships could react. Alternatively, it would lead raids on the subsequent logistics fleet coming from the warp point to deliver supplies to the ground, forcing one of the 2 Flame's large ships to shift from providing orbital support to escort duties. Otherwise, without a battleship on site, the Hawk's raids on Flame's transport fleet were nearly guaranteed to succeed. The battlecruiser showcased its function. Its capabilities are hard to ignore. Flame's 2 battleships were pulled to exhaustion. If it had been an ordinary fast cruiser, the battleships wouldn't even have glanced at it. But not with a battlecruiser. Leave it unchecked, and it could freely stir chaos and even deal a distant, divine punishment, shot, which is a significant threat to battleships, given it's an X-class light spear array, not to be underestimated. Yet going after it couldn't contain it. The Holy Grail class ran too fast, slippery as an eel. With its pull, UE-7 star system indeed had 2 enemy battleships, but the orbital threats encountered by the Surface Alliance forces were almost the same as before. After all, with supplies just replenished and even having the time to rearrange and strengthen a few orbital cannon fort positions on the planet, there was inherently a robust defensive capability. Conversely, the Princess's rebel army on the ground, though no longer needing to fear bombardment, required time to reorganize the units previously scattered, giving the Alliance troops an opportunity. Seeing UE-7 turning into a protracted meat grinder battlefield of mutual attrition, it's crucial to seize the chance to eliminate some active forces while the enemy's disorder had yet to conclude. Eliminating one more enemy now might mean one less of our own dying later.
But at this juncture, the Alliance discovered these traitors from the Empire's north had fled.
Large numbers of the Princess's rebel army, after restoring their formations and organization, moved into a region cleared of orbital cannons, boarded transport ships, and evacuated from the ground. The entire evacuation operation lasted a month. The vast majority of the Princess's rebel army withdrew from the surface and, under the escort of battleships, left UE-7. They abandoned this star system. On the flagship of the Fury Flame battle group, the battle barge, Fire of Triumph, an interstellar warrior with a bronze lower body and an upper body painted in bright orange, strode forward under the protection of a group of guards, heading straight for the command bridge. The mortal auxiliary army attempted to stop him, but were forcefully pushed aside by his guards. He personally took charge, rudely pushing open the door to the bridge. Wang Mengsong entered with large strides, followed by his guards. The Fury Flame warriors guarding the bridge had already heard the commotion outside. Even though the allies' arrival was expected, such a discourteous manner prompted them to place their hands on their weapons. However, it was unlikely to escalate unless the New World Torch warriors intended to make a move. Wang Mengsong didn't spare a glance at the tense Fury Flame interstellar warriors. He was the battle group leader of the New World Torch, boasting 300 years of combat experience and essentially the first of the New World Torch warriors. In reality, their entire warband was relatively young, having been established only 300 years ago. The military formation action 300 years ago was named the Faro Reconstruction. In the Faro Reconstruction, 9 new battle groups were established to cope with the ever-growing regional threats in the Faro domain within the Empire's southern borderlands. After their formation, the 9 were urgently dispatched to the Faro domain to tackle the intermittent rebellions, invasions by 2 orc clans, and the expanding chaos from simultaneous outbreaks on multiple planets. After a century of fierce battles, the situation in the Faro domain gradually stabilized. The tasks were completed, and it was time to claim their rewards. Logically, these newly established warbands should have settled in the region where they fought. A planet should have been allocated as the warband's homeworld, with a recruitment world, allowing the warband to securely guard a region. However, the Faro domain already had 7 warbands, and all 9 newly arrived ones couldn't be settled down. Naturally, this impossible wasn't due to the lack of worlds. Indeed, a domain under one jurisdiction usually holds from a few thousand to upwards of 10,000 worlds. Allocating 9 worlds to arrange for these warbands, is that a difficult task? It actually was a difficult task. Allocating 9 worlds isn't difficult in itself. Even though the allocation does result in the loss of the imperial tax revenue from these worlds, it's acceptable when compared to the massive scale of the entire domain. Moreover, there's no necessity for the allocated worlds to be particularly developed or wealthy planets. Many renowned interstellar warrior battle groups have homeworlds that are quite barren, and whose environmental conditions are considered harsh and brutal. Yet, this can be beneficial. The people honed in harsh and brutal natural environments tend to be more spiritually resilient, physically robust, and culturally aligned with the needs of their battle group. Regarding impoverished planets without sufficient material wealth foundations, for many battle groups, this isn't an issue. Maintaining and developing a battle group certainly requires a significant amount of wealth, but who says it must come from the homeworld? Furthermore, typically, a battle group comprising 1,000 interstellar warriors, a substantial auxiliary army, and a battle group fleet cannot be supplied with the financial resources of just a single planet. Every battle group has its own means to meet these wealth demands. Working for the sect of mechanics, some work for the national church, some work for the high lords on Holy Terra, work for the tribunal, or for particularly powerful empire commerce guilds. This can be termed as the working faction. The various working situations are quite different. Some are independent or purely collaborative, with consistent interests, while others are purely employment relationships, doing what's paid for, and some are heavily dependent, though rare, but not non-existent. Some warbands rely on waging war to sustain themselves. This is more common among ship-based warbands, lacking a fixed domain, relying mainly on wartime loot to sustain and even expand their warband. They often respond to calls from various empire forces, planets, star sectors, and star domains, participating in various battles and collecting their loot, along with rewards. The most famous among this category is the Black Cross Legion. Regardless, these two categories of warbands are relatively few. Among interstellar warrior battle groups, the most numerous have territories. They leverage their homeworld as a core, extending their influence over the surrounding star domain or even across star domains. The exalted status, identity, and powerful combat ability of interstellar warriors indeed allow their influence to expand to such extents. While ensuring a region's peace, each world in the region more or less contributes to the warband, under various names, but essentially its tribute. Only on a star domain level can a fully fledged warband be sustained. The conflict within the Pharos starfield back then lay here. The New World Torch and the other 8 newly established warbands urgently needed rest and recuperation after the war. They had completed their warband's inaugural war, earned some reputation, and achieved accomplishments. Next was rest, recuperation, and warband development. However, the Pharos starfield had been divided up. The remaining territory could barely accommodate 1 or 2 more warbands. Accommodating more meant everyone would struggle to sustain themselves. Who doesn't need rest and development? The New World Torch indeed secured a recruitment planet due to merit, but firstly, it was merely an ordinary planet, unable to sustain them, and secondly, they couldn't expand their influence like a normal warband, as 2 other forces crowded the same star domain. After some competition, the New World Torch became a loser. At that time, despite reaching a manpower around 700, their auxiliary army was weak. They had few battleships, lacked a battle barge, and their flagship was merely a strike cruiser, heavily damaged in the war. They didn't even have money to repair their ship. Meanwhile, the warband frequently had to respond to summons, engaging in battles everywhere. Most often, the war spoils balanced the expenses and even left a surplus, but just one unprofitable war resulting in more casualties or insufficient loot would break the fragile cycle. During the 70 years after acquiring a homeworld, the New World Torch struggled constantly. Their numbers slowly dwindled, and overall strength became increasingly frail. Certainly, they didn't face a crisis that would annihilate the entire warband instantly, but the chronic attrition and impending destruction, coupled with helplessness, was truly distressing. Moreover, friction and entanglements with various local forces within the star domain, like the star domain government and nearby warbands, left them mentally exhausted. Under such circumstances, Wang Mengsong received an invitation from Humphrey Paulo 120 years ago. After some clandestine negotiations, Wang Mengsong made a decision: relocation. Relocation isn't simply up to a warband's will. The recruitment world had been designated, how could it easily be changed? But 120 years ago, Humphrey Paulo assured them it was possible. A star system in the spiderweb domain could be provided for their stationing, entirely devoid of interstellar warrior presence. He invited Wang Mengsong over and assured him that the change of recruitment planet could soon be arranged. Wang Mengsong trusted Humphrey Paulo's assurance. Ultimately, Paulo succeeded in accomplishing this task. When they declared their intention to relocate, the Central Empire initially reprimanded them in writing. However, soon after, the Central Empire's stance shifted. They silently designated a planet in the star domain specified by Humphrey Paulo as their new recruitment world. From then on, the New World Torch naturally thrived in peace and contentment. Soon after, the Great Bougainvillea Rebellion occurred. Wang Mengsong hesitated initially. Should they side with Iron Armor? It's hard to remain aloof after receiving benefits from Humphrey Paulo. They couldn't just ignore the situation. But getting involved seemed unwise. The New World Torch had just relocated and settled, the warband hadn't even had time to amass wealth, And now they were expected to first fight for iron armor and potentially offend the Central Empire? Although, Wang Mengsong harbored no favorable opinion of the Central Empire. Humphrey Paulo kindly informed them to stay put and remain as they were. Then, Wang Mengsong witnessed the Great Bougainvillea Rebellion being effortlessly resolved. 3 warbands met a tragic fate, as iron armor, along with Fury Flame and Bedrock Shield, experienced a century of rapid development. Throughout, Wang Mengsong felt uneasy yet envious of the Iron Fury Shield trio. Unease stemmed from their actions seeming somewhat disloyal, yet envy arose from observing, even without knowing details, the palpable strengthening of those 3 warbands' capabilities. Not only did they hold a firm grip over the Princess Star domain, but they also continuously siphoned resources from the Empire. The substantial income bolstered their capabilities. With enhanced strength, they not only managed the persistent void insect species threats within the Princess Star domain but also expanded their influence across many adjacent star domains, even reaching the southern eastern cosmos domain. In secrecy, he too commenced some non-compliant actions, for instance, exceeding the prescribed limit of the warband's numbers, or concealing income and controlling star sector governments on some planets heavily under their sway, underreporting taxes. He considered his actions minor compared to Iron Fury Shield, merely small maneuvers. However, he was ultimately discovered and received a serious warning from the Central Empire. This prompted him to retract his overreaching ambitions. Simultaneously, it deepened his dissatisfaction and even resentment towards the Central Empire. He began more closely aligning with Iron Fury Shield in private, aiming to become Iron Fury Shield Torch. Humphrey Paulo, a long-standing friend, welcomed this, but expressed hopes for the New World Torch to first wait. Resource support could be provided up front, but the New World Torch didn't need to immediately take a clear stance in favor of Iron Fury Shield. They should continue to remain quiet. This waiting period extended until Iron Fury Shield officially raised the flag of rebellion. And naturally, as the interstellar warrior battle group situated locally in the Spiderweb domain, the New World Torch merged with the Heretic Tribunal, forming a suppressive force, participating in the restraint of Iron Fury Shield. Subsequently, naturally, they turned traitor, delivering a backstab, entrapping an entire loyalist warband, tens of thousands of combat-ready battle nuns of the Blood Rose sorority, and many elite members of the Heretic Tribunal, all on the battlefield of Tianunv. Upon rendering significant contributions, the New World Torch officially became a part of Iron Fury Shield. The New World Torch Station has been very proactive since siding with Iron Fury. During the Battle of Tianunv, they betrayed as traitors. This is not exactly a glorious affair. The Empire has scorned them as despicable and shameless, without any sense of honor, and even within their own camp, there were many criticisms and secret mockeries. No one likes a traitor, even if they defect to your side. Interests are one thing, and moral stains another. The two do not conflict. Even within the New World Torch battle group, there are some voices. Some warriors, unable to bear the mental torment, defected in squad-size groups, trying to return to the Empire. The fate of these people was rather tragic. Some were intercepted by Wang Mengsong himself and secretly executed on the spot. Others managed to flee back to the Empire, only to be arrested, detained, and tried by the Heretic Tribunal. The atmosphere within the whole battle group took a nosedive. In such circumstances, Wang Mengsong neither would nor dared stop the battle group. He began actively participating in Iron Fury's operations within the Spiderweb domain, leading his group to one battlefield after another at a high frequency. The fatigue of war left the warriors within the group no time to think about other matters. The undeniable war results quelled many rumors within their own camp. Victory can cover many problems. The premise is that the momentum of victory cannot be interrupted. But actually, there's nothing much to worry about. Over the past 4 years, the Iron Fury family has been winning continuously. Small setbacks in the middle couldn't alter the overall trend of victory. Even if there is the Phoenix in the west and the Black Cross Army with the Bat Corps and Infinite Corps in the north, what does it matter? When needed, they are firmly blocked. When needed, they are countered. In Wang Mengsong's view, the southern battlefield was the same. Even though the Fury Flame battle group suffered a major loss in the Dragonhawk star domain in the south. But Wang Mengsong believed this was mainly because the Fury Flame battle group didn't adequately gather intelligence on the Phoenix battle group and recklessly stepped into a trap. He admitted it was indeed surprising that the Phoenix battle group had so many experts. However, the Phoenix's overall strength is evident, totaling 1,000 people. They are a loyalist warband and have no special permits that allow them to exceed this limit. They even don't have a battle group fleet yet. Their navy's strength relies on the so-called alliance, and their army also relies on the alliance army. Although the intelligence also mentioned that the alliance's army is quite capable, even if viewed as on par with the Princess Legion, that's all there is to it. In terms of scale, the gap between the two sides is significant. Now, Iron Fury's enterprise has spread across the entire spiderweb domain. The power of an entire domain can be harnessed for my purpose, while the Southern Alliance is merely based on a single star domain. What's there to fear? With this belief, when he received the order to join forces with the Fury Flame battle group and advance southwards to deal with the Alliance, he was full of confidence. Fury Flame had almost deployed their entire force, though 4 years ago they suffered huge losses in the Dragonhawk star domain. Losing many high-ranking, elite, and core personnel, their overall strength still remained. Nearly 3,000 interstellar warriors and the Fury fleet. A formidable force not to be underestimated. In addition to their own New World Torch, which has 1,500 men, and their fleet and auxiliary army. After their combined southward advance, they should at least proceed smoothly, if not like a hot knife through butter. But reality struck Wang Mengsong hard. In the northern part of the Menga star domain, the Alliance's vanguard was stationed here, fortifying the surrounding planets into fortresses, posing significant obstacles to their advance. The Alliance managed the area well, with wise and resilient strategies. Their strategy, typically excelling at engaging in a decisive battle to swiftly intimidate an entire star sector's enemy into submission and losing the will to resist, failed here. The Alliance's soldiers were like nails, rooted in those heavily fortified worlds. To advance, each target had to be tackled one by one. Even if in some star systems, the Alliance's fleet had long been driven away, leaving the army on the ground without orbital control or external supplies, they stubbornly resisted on the surface, their morale terrifyingly tenacious. What's the point? We're not aliens or chaos cultists, so why not surrender? Despite this, Wang Mengsong actually didn't feel that the situation would change drastically. They possess absolute strength. Even though the enemy's will to resist is more stubborn than anticipated, as long as they dare to commit and are willing to invest, the ultimate victory must still be theirs. Therefore, Wang Mengsong consistently advocated for the warriors of the Fury Flame and New World Torch to be deployed en masse and intensely into frontline battles. Those hard-to-crack tough nuts needed to be relentlessly tackled one by one, ensuring that the overall war situation could advance rapidly. However, the commander-in-chief of this southern campaign was not him. The leader of the Fury Flame battle group, Adler Politos, was. Within the command structure, he had to follow Adler Politos's orders. But obeying orders doesn't mean that he, Wang Mengsong, as a distinguished battle group leader, couldn't offer suggestions. He had many disputes with Adler Politos over specific tactical strategies. However, he was unable to sway Polito's decision. Iron Fury also reformed the military structure under its rule. The indigenous imperial model of independent forces did not work in the spiderweb domain. Humphrey Paulo established a complete and unified military structure using both soft and hard approaches. Despite Wang Mengsong's dissatisfaction, he could only hold back. Then, he watched as his own legion spent time on these fortress worlds in the northern Menga star domain. Indeed, the interstellar warriors, as the most core and valuable force, were invested minimally, resulting in minimal losses. The Princess Legion, and even the recruited Ordinary Defense Army, showed quite significant effectiveness. They clearly suppressed the momentum of the Alliance Vanguard Army, and were removing one thorn after another. Although slow, the momentum was stable. If things continued this way, Wang Mengsong could endure it. However, after he and Politos, with 2 battleships, drove away the newly arrived enemy battlecruiser reinforcements at UE-7 and regained control of the planetary orbit, Politos ordered the troops to withdraw from UE-7. What was more critical was that such an important decision was made by Politos without any consultation with him. This was absolutely intolerable for him. It was for this reason that he rushed, with full force, to the flagship of the Fury Flame battle group, the Fire of Triumph battle barge. He needed an explanation. Why retreat? Wang Mengsong strode into the bridge area. His first words were a direct question. We sacrificed so much at UE7, millions of casualties over the past few months, plus naval losses, so much investment, why give up just like that? After finishing, he emphasized again, at least 15 of you Fury Flames died in there, and I lost 5 warriors too. Adler Polito's gaze turned from the star map to Wang Mengsong. Just execute the decision. Wang Mengsong calmed down. Are you speaking to me in your capacity as the South Front commander? Yes. Hey. Wang Mengsong let out a cold laugh. The two then fell into silence. Wang Mengsong spoke again. You're the commander, it's your call, but that's definitely no excuse for making such a mistake freely. Nor should you have made such a decision without consulting me. Consultation? Does consulting you have any meaning? Politos countered. I've explained my intentions to you countless times, but each time it just resulted in arguments. That's because you're cowardly. Wang Mengsong raised his voice. 4 years ago your Fury Flame battle group had its spine broken on Dragonhawk Star, right? Now you're soft like a puddle of mush. If you'd listened to me earlier, we could have flattened this mire a long time ago. Hit at the most painful moment in the battle group's history, Adler Polito's gaze went cold immediately. And sacrifice countless warriors in a totally non-essential region, right? I'm not like you, needing to use the sacrifice of my people to wash away the guilt of betraying allied forces. This sentence also pierced through Wang Mengsong's defense. The two of them, using each other's sore spots, tore each other's lungs out. On edge, it wasn't just the two of them, it also included the warriors on both sides. The glory guards of both battle group leaders had already drawn their weapons. Given this situation, it was like a minor disagreement could lead to an internal conflict on their own ships. But fortunately, the leaders of both sides still retained their rationality. Without an apology, Adler Politos still gave Wang Mengsong an explanation. Our strength isn't enough to counter the alliance's main forces. The strategy to capture the North Meng River defensive line has failed. We must now contract our line. The failure to capture the North Meng River defensive line is all due to your cowardly strategy earlier. If we sacrifice too much strength at the North Meng River, once the alliance's main forces arrive, whatever we've taken will have to be spat back out, and we won't even be able to retreat to Proudclaw. If we'd struck earlier, we could leverage the North Meng River defensive line against the alliance's main forces. All shifting to a defensive stance. Why sacrifice so much living force to guard a broken line? Retreating to Proudclaw. Using the lines we've built over several years to defend, the forces would be more abundant. How long do we have to defend then? Until the Regent King sends reinforcements. Their speech was rapid, the atmosphere still far from calm, still arguing with each other. But at least they tacitly avoided mentioning each other's black history, sticking to the topic. At this point, Politos was finally unwilling to be entangled with Wang Mengsong anymore. Without waiting for the New World's Torch battle group leader to speak again, he firmly ended the topic. Let's leave it at that. Battle group leader Wang Mengsong, I don't want to explain these already overly explained strategies to you anymore. I am the overall in charge of the Southern Front. I've made my decision on this matter. Please execute the order. Even if you have any objections, keep them to yourself. I will raise objections with the Regent King. Just wait for your command to be dismissed. Try if you can. The Regent King mentioned by them was Humphrey Paulo. Last year, this battle group leader of the Iron Armor battle group gave himself such a title, claiming to be the one carrying out the Emperor's command to punish the disobedient on Holy Terra. This stirred even greater turmoil across the empire. This would clearly place even greater external pressure on their revolutionary group. But since they had already risen, adding such a description didn't make much difference. Simultaneously, having this title internally allowed for better consolidating forces. In subsequent wars, it also forced some planets and groups that had suffered losses to join their side. Humphrey Paulo's prestige among rebellious forces in the Spiderweb domain rose once again. As for resolving the schism between the two interstellar warrior battle group leaders on the Southern Front once and for all, only this Regent King had the capability. But for now, since Adler Politos was the overall in charge of the Southern Front, the battlefield situations would still proceed according to his will. After the two parted on bad terms, a large-scale withdrawal was being carried out on UE7 and across this entire front line, on dozens of engaged planets, according to Politos' orders. They ran. A month later, arriving with the Alliance main fleet at the North Meng River, Gu Hang side. The governor's renown is known by all. As soon as you arrived, those traitors fled like dogs with their tails between their legs, gone without a trace. Perbov laughed, not in the usual manner towards subordinates. Yan Fangshu, beside him, cleared his throat lightly and directly reported the situation. We also attempted to pursue, but it wasn't very effective. Their 2 battleship-class vessels guarded the retreating ships closely. To be safe, we didn't risk launching particularly aggressive pursuits. A prudent choice. Jiu Heng acknowledged. Yan Fangshu continued. Our forces have already set out, aiming to reclaim the entire northern Menga star domain. The enemy has completely withdrawn from this area, leaving behind very sparse resistance. However, according to reconnaissance, the enemy still holds a final stronghold in the Menga star domain. That's Shandong star. This planet serves as a key passage between the Menga star domain and the Proud Claw star domain. From here, one jump can reach Proud Claw star domain, Guangtai sector, Guangfeng star. They have set up extremely strong defenses on Shandong star and Guangfeng star. Jiu Heng asked, so now, is it our turn to bite at the opponent's line of defense? Yan Fangshu looked grim. I'm afraid so. In the year 235 of the 10th millennium, November, the Alliance had largely reclaimed the northern part of the Menga star domain and began an attack on the last world, which also served as the critical planet connecting North Meng River and the Proud Claw cosmos, Shandong star. No one likes to gnaw on a fortress like Hardbone. But sometimes you have no choice but to gnaw. The Shandong star system is the only passageway from the Menga star domain to the Proud Claw cosmos. There's just this one path, no other route to take. At the same time, the fortification of this planet had reached a very exaggerated extent. Orbiting the planet were 8 large star fortresses. Each star fortress's armor thickness surpassed that of a battleship. After all, it only needed to orbit the planet, requiring very minimal propulsion, at most adjusting its angle or speed. These star fortresses needed only to be sturdy enough and filled with cannons inside. These 8 star fortresses circled the planet's orbit, coupled with a large fortified starport and thousands of armed space stations. Any attack on the planet's surface or towards the starport must break through this dense orbital defense. This defense system of space stations and star fortresses is like a stationary fleet parked in orbit. Saying it doesn't move is an exaggeration. They orbit along with the planet and have minimal propulsion to adjust orbital velocity and angle. The key point is, though their flexibility is nearly zero, their firepower is not false, and their sturdiness is even better than conventional fleets. On the surface, there are more than 6,000 fortress groups situated across the planet. The surface cannon groups are not only zero in flexibility, they could almost be termed negative. After all, the orbital star fortresses can still rely on changing orbit velocity and switching orbital paths to simulate movement and concentration effects. The surface cannon groups don't have this ability, the space area they can cover is minimal. However, in terms of sturdiness, the surface cannon groups surpass the star fortresses and armed space stations. On the seas, on the lands, among the mountains, and in the valleys, human military architects, utilizing the planet's terrain, cleverly designed fortress groups. Multiple orbit cannons hidden within can easily shoot projectiles into space. Yet when facing bombardment, they can use terrain cover, visual camouflage, and interference equipment to make the starship's firepower harder to hit directly. Even if they hit, the super thick reinforced concrete structures are formidable defenses. If the starship's heavy guns, subject to layer upon layer of interception, were to hit the orbit cannon's location directly, then it goes without saying, you're formidable. But even with the slightest deviation, the fortress defense capabilities can minimize the threat of bombardment to the orbit cannon and its operators. This is what a genuinely fortified planet's comprehensive defense capability looks like. A prickly shell that seems impossible to attack. However, this is not even its ultimate form. The Shandong star has been under Iron Anger Stone's control for only about 20 years. Although, as a crucial transport hub, its defenses were strong initially, it's not Iron Anger Stone's core territory. The opposing Guangfeng star, that's the more terrifying place. Aside from even more layered surface cannon and orbital star fortress firepower points, Guangfeng star also possesses another top-tier defensive device, planet-grade void shields. As the name implies, this thing is essentially the same as the void shield equipped on starships, just much larger in scale. Multiple void shield generators are deployed worldwide, each as large as a city. Once activated, though the energy cost is astronomical, the effect is also solid. With the Void Shield active, a fortress world with integrated defense facilities presents as an immobile planet-class battleship in a space battle. Its firepower is invincibly fierce, against which no human-made fleet can contend. Its defense is impenetrable, even extinction-level weapons are ineffective. Not to mention interception issues, nothing can penetrate the Void Shield. Moreover, the defenders aren't entirely devoid of naval power. 2 battleships can also hide within the orbit, enjoying firepower cover while capable of maneuverable and proactive strikes. Compared to Shandong Star and Guangfeng Star, these 2 fortress worlds armed to the teeth, the defensive strength of any single planet from the defense ring previously constructed by Perbov in the northern Menga star domain falls far short. Even the latter could provide significant assistance to the defending side in war, let alone the former. To take down Shandong Star and Guangfeng Star, these fortress worlds armed to the teeth, the cost to be paid would be incredibly dreadful. Under these circumstances, the Alliance, after a few probing attacks on Shandong Star, did not invest any more forces. Clearly, the Alliance did not want to pay such a price just to take these 2 planets. No matter how strategically important their locations and value were. As Jiyu Hang said to his generals, "Do not forcefully attack these 2 places. I know you can take them down. I have immense faith in my generals, my warriors. You would conquer even hell for the Alliance. However, we must be rational. Even Adler Politos knows when to retreat if something can't be done. Do we not know? Paying such a huge sacrifice to conquer these 2 planets, and then what? This process is truly too prolonged, and if we delay further, our enemy will reinforce as well. Ultimately, this will turn into a war of attrition. Are we going to bleed against them on a battlefield they have chosen?" At this point, Jiyu Hang shook his head and continued to express his opinion. "No, we shouldn't do this. The precious blood of the Alliance warriors, the starships built with great effort by the Alliance workers and engineers, shouldn't be wasted this way. We should leverage our superior naval forces to break the rebel blockade of the jump points in the 2 star systems and bring the war into the enemy's territory. Do not fight in the battlefield preset by the enemy." Jiyu Hang's words clarified the strategic direction, completely disregarding the 2 fortress worlds, Shandong and Guangfeng, and advancing directly into the Proud Claw cosmos. Of course, this entails taking risks. Ignoring the 2 fortress worlds, the armies, orbital cannon arrays, and star fortress system on them naturally cannot threaten the Alliance's maneuvering ships directly shuttling between the 2 jump points. However, the Alliance's Grand Army also cannot utilize these 2 worlds. The Alliance's supply line will be stretched longer. To avoid the threat of the star fortress system of the 2 fortress worlds, a rather large detour in space must be made. More crucially, the enemy's naval forces are still present. If we cannot conquer the orbital defense systems of these 2 planets, the enemy's navy will seize the opportunity to strike. While the Alliance main fleet remains, their 2 battleships along with their smaller ships are unlikely to dare to cause trouble. However, once the Alliance's forces point towards the Proud Claw cosmos and pierce deep within, the supply line behind will be at risk. Even if the Alliance attempts to hunt and besiege the enemy navy, they have 2 fortress worlds as pivots, able to retreat at any time, leaving the Alliance unable to pursue. Currently, intelligence indicates that the enemy's main fleet is likely patrolling in the Shandong star system.
Regardless, since the governor set the strategy, execution is a must.
A short but fierce naval battle erupted at the jump point in the Shandong star system. In this battle, the Alliance main fleet deployed entirely, with 300 warships of various classes, alongside 8 main warships, engaging 2 nearby star fortresses, hundreds of armed space stations, and 2 enemy main battleships. Jiyu Hang personally participated in this operation and attempted to directly capture and tear apart the battleship's Void Shield. If we can directly destroy an enemy main ship in this war, that would be great. Unfortunately, it was unsuccessful. The Fury fleet's stance remained very cautious. They concealed themselves within the defense system of the jump point, firing from a distance under the cover of star fortresses and space stations. The Alliance also found it challenging to charge under heavy fire. The enemy's firepower was still fierce. Losing a large ship on the charge would be quite painful. And the effect of Jiyu Hang's spiritual energy attempt was not very successful due to the long distance. The think tank team in the Fury Flame battle group guarded closely, and the battleship's void shield was still too large and robust, resulting in Gu Hang's spiritual energy not achieving good results. But this battle ultimately concluded with a victory for the Alliance. The Fury fleet, after losing 3 cruisers and more than 20 ships of various classes, chose to activate jump and retreat. During this process, the Alliance also suffered losses, even slightly larger than the enemy's. 3 lunar-class ships exploded, and the loss of other warships exceeded 30 ships. Furthermore, the Alliance fleet couldn't prevent the enemy's jump. After all, it's not fleeing into nothingness. They still had the cover of the existing jump point defense system. However, the Fury fleet fled, leaving behind the jump point defense system that couldn't run. These star fortresses and armed space stations floating in the void could not budge. Unlike their counterparts on planetary orbits, the space stations on planetary orbits could at least connect to the planet's surface. But the star fortresses and space stations near jump points, without external ship transport and supplies, were completely isolated and helpless. Of course, the Alliance did not rely solely on siege to solve the opponent here. It's not impossible, but it's too time-consuming. After negotiations, heavy attacks, destruction of some armed space stations, more negotiations. In roughly a week of combined fighting and talking, they successfully dealt with the jump point's garrison. In this process, 1 star fortress was destroyed, and over 100 space stations were destroyed. The remaining star fortress and still over 100 space stations chose to surrender in the end. The Alliance completely took over these space defense facilities, and the garrison inside was all captured and sent to POW camps established in the rear worlds. But this does not mean the Alliance has cleared the path to the Proud Claw cosmos. On the other side of the jump point, the enemy is likely also on high alert. The Alliance will certainly face the blockade of ships, star fortresses, and space stations. Furthermore, this battle will be more challenging. Ships just completing a jump will be quite vulnerable. It takes time for their speed to ramp up, and it also takes time for the void shield to activate. Although this time won't be too long, it's enough for the enemy to inflict considerable damage. But what can be done? Only one path up the Mount Wa. Only charge. In times like this, there can be no cowardice. Of course, charging requires strategy. In some battle cases, faced with this situation, some Navy generals choose to press all forces up, jumping simultaneously, arriving together, and stuffing the entire large fleet all at once. In the other's perspective, after the jump point flashes, the entire massive fleet is in close proximity. Indeed, all ships would be in danger for the moment, but the enemy's firepower during this time is also limited. Once the jumping fleet accelerates, activates the void shield, and the entire force, arriving simultaneously, naturally can exert their full strength. However, some battles show that rashly jumping over might encounter an opposite force more powerful than initially estimated, or the initial damage to our side might be too great, leading to insufficient subsequent combat strength and consequently falling into a disadvantage. That would result in a disastrous outcome. After all, jumping to the other side, if at a disadvantage, there's nowhere to retreat. Only fighting to the end, making entire annihilation highly likely. The Alliance fleet decided to adopt a more conventional strategy. The jumping fleet will be divided into batches. The first to arrive would be some small patrol ships. 6 days later, over 20 Blackfish-class rapid patrol vessels passed through the Star Realm Tunnel and arrived at the Guangfeng Star System jump point in the Proud Claw cosmos. During a Star Realm jump, hiding is very difficult. Even if the enemy can't know exactly how many ships are coming, or what they are, crossing this Star Realm Tunnel, they can detect a large fleet approaching through the Star Realm Tunnel's fluctuations. If there's an excellent star speaker, they can even calculate the arrival time quite accurately. Upon emergence, 20 Alliance Blackfish ships were immediately fully locked onto. The most dangerous time has come. They themselves were well aware of this. Once out of the Star Realm Tunnel, they exerted all effort to squeeze the performance of the ship's engines, attempting to escape as much as possible during the brief window when the enemy was locking on and preparing to fire. Even activating the energy shield was secondary. With the size of the Blackfish, getting hit by cannon fire would cause an explosion. Opening the shield meant little. Their mission was to trigger the enemy's ambush, scout the situation, draw fire, and rely on their small, fast, nimble characteristics to survive as much as possible. This, of course, is the most dangerous job. But that's how it is in the Navy. Small ships serve the big ships. When it's time to take the hit, they must roll up, not to mention such mind-probing operations. 15 minutes later, only 6 Blackfish remained. And at this time, the second batch of Alliance ships had arrived. This wave included big ships. The Firebath Nova was among them. The firepower information detected by the patrol ship was transmitted to the Firebath Nova 5 minutes ago. The enemy's firepower blockade, the deployment of space mines around the warp point. In short, it was to inform the main ships of which warp point locations might be relatively safe to choose from. Of course, this information wouldn't be perfect, even quite rudimentary. Completing the warp, the 20 patrol ships on the other side of the Star Realm tunnel only had 10 minutes of reconnaissance time there, so not much could be expected. At the same time, the decision-making time for the Firebath Nova was very short. After receiving the information, they would exit the Star Realm tunnel in just 5 minutes and arrive in the real universe. They didn't have the luxury to carefully choose the optimal solution. They could only pick a location that wasn't locked based on existing intelligence in very limited time as the landing point. Post-warp landing control cannot be perfectly precise. There will always be some degree of deviation. That's the risk, but luck wasn't too bad this time. The number of space mines here wasn't many, only a few, detonating nearby. One escort ship was significantly affected. The Firebath Nova also took 3 mines, but they were all triggered by detecting the starship target at some distance, posing little threat. And the enemy's main artillery was not aimed here. To target the Firebath Nova, they needed to relock the target. The Firebath Nova didn't need to prioritize engaging its engines fully. It couldn't execute overly complex or agile maneuvers either. Priority had to be given to activating the Void Shield. The Void Shield of the battleship was quite top-notch. Next, it was the firepower system. The artillery was not affected by the Star Realm warp, poised to fire before the warp was completed. At the moment the warp finished, the firepower system immediately started searching for enemies, locking onto targets, and preparing to fire. Meanwhile, the ship's self-defense interception system was also ready to operate at full capacity to meet the challenge. Accompanying this Retribution-class battleship were over 15 escort ships, all deploying energy shields and fully operating intercept fire. A few minutes later, the enemy's first wave of fire arrived. It was somewhat less than expected. The sacrifice of the Blackfish played its role. A considerable part of the firepower that could have been locked on immediately was disrupted by the Blackfish, pursuing them instead, with limited speed and switching targets. Our intercepting firepower fired furiously, with reflectors and defenders firing vigorously, intercepting as much of the enemy's sparse firepower as possible before it reached us. But despite this, 3 escort ships that hadn't deployed energy shields in time were blown apart. Even if it's relatively lesser firepower, the opposing 3-star fortresses, hundreds of space stations, 2 battleships, and over 400 ships of all classes were all blocking the way here. Even reduced firepower was still plentiful. The Firebath Nova took 3 to 4 hits, but the battleship's armor was thick enough, taking no severe damage. However, before the next round of fire arrived, these dozen escort ships and the Firebath Nova had all deployed void shields. At the same time, their firepower had locked on and let out a fierce roar. Several enemy space stations were also blown up. Hold the position, engage in combat. With just 1 battleship and over a dozen escort ships, there was no way to defeat the adversary. In just 20 minutes, 4 more escort ships turned to space debris. And even the Firebath Nova took 3 heavy artillery hits of X-class specifications, causing its void shield to glow red. Nevertheless, the sacrifice of the escort ships and the risks borne by the battleship allowed them to achieve one goal: to pave a smooth landing ground for the subsequent ships. 5 battle cruisers named after various planets in the Dragonhawk star domain, an aircraft carrier, and over 500 cruisers, escort ships, and destroyers as the main force instantly descended on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the enemy's firepower was all concentrated on the Firebath Nova and the escort ships it brought. This Alliance fleet flagship perfectly played the role of a damage absorber, successfully creating space that the Alliance fleet desired. The various Alliance ships that appeared could relatively safely pass through the dangers of the initial warp moment. Reactivating shields and void shields, switching to conventional engines were all arranged. Meanwhile, the firepower that had been primed since before the warp locked onto targets instantaneously upon revealing themselves. As the enemy's firepower came surging, the Alliance's return fire hit back. The targets of the Alliance's firepower were also the enemy's ships. Ships are inevitably more fragile than star fortresses. Additionally, the initiative in this battle, to be honest, still lay with the adversary. Unless the Fury fleet was determined to fight to the death with the Alliance here. Something Jiyu Hang would gladly take. Otherwise, when the Alliance fleet demonstrated combat power, causing casualties and pain to the enemy, the Fury fleet, whose combat morale wasn't particularly firm, might very well withdraw on their own. And once driven away, the immobile space defense group left behind would be easy to deal with. Whether engaging in a fleet battle with the adversary or driving the Fury fleet away first, either way, the focus was on bombarding the enemy fleet. The pressure suddenly came from the other side. Moreover, this pressure was continuously increasing. When the 6 battle cruisers fully demonstrated their influence, their firepower in battleship duels was considered as effective as 3 battleships. The Alliance's Eagle Horse carrier was not to be underestimated either. The Dragon Elephant war machines it suddenly deployed swarmed and destroyed a cruiser from the Fury fleet. That cruiser took a few hits in the front, shattering its void shield. Under normal circumstances, it could have retreated in time, operated within the fleet, and survived with cover from other escort ships. Fortunately, its void shield was merely overloaded, and the generator inside was not damaged. Given about half an hour, the void shield could recharge and become active again. However, under the attack of the Eagle Horse, the possibility of survival vanished. 18 war machines launched in its face seized the opportunity of the shattered void shield, blasting away without needing to risk a slow approach. They swarmed around the starship like a hive, fiercely attacking the exposed turrets on the starship. At the cost of 8 war machines, they destroyed many of the exposed turrets on the cruiser, reducing its ability to perform firepower interception. Among these 8 war machines, 5 even managed to launch their mounted missiles before perishing. Some missiles were intercepted by reflectors and defenders midair, but still, 1/3 of them hit the target. There was 1 scorching east wind and 4 sky-splitting axes. These 5 heavy anti-ship missiles caused severe damage to that cruiser. The starship visibly caught fire, observable from the outside. This still wasn't considered destruction. The cruiser was still moving, with escort ships rushing in. If it retreated, the damage control team might salvage it through repairs, preventing further damage and maintaining the ship's survival. Once repaired, it could fight another day. But the remaining war machines wouldn't give it a chance. The 2 surviving Dragon Elephants unleashed their 6 scorching east winds. Meanwhile, 11 Kirans also launched 20 sky-splitting axe missiles. The heavily damaged cruiser was powerless to intercept. Other escort ships could destroy war machines, but intercepting missiles launched by war machines at close range towards the cruiser was unrealistic. In the end, more than half of this firepower hit the cruiser. The cruiser exploded into space debris. The surviving war machines then began to withdraw. They pulled back at full speed, stopped firing, and activated their stealth. In complete silence, the size of war machines in space is rather insignificant. In the intense battlefield, the enemy had too many things to deal with, making it difficult to spare efforts to scan the entire space area to locate and destroy the war machines. Moreover, even a big war machine like the Dragon Elephant, without missiles, no longer posed a significant threat. At most, it had some cannons that might be useful against smaller ships, but against large warships, it was like scratching an itch. And these silent war machines still had a considerable chance of quietly retreating back to their carrier. The distance between the warring sides was still a bit too far. It would take a long time to fly back. However, if this naval battle continued for several hours, or even over 10 hours, those returning war machines might catch up with the second wave of attack, reloaded with missiles, and launched again. Moreover, the Alliance's Zug-class carrier deployed not only them. Multiple cruisers and even the Fury fleet's flagship, Triumphal Fire, combat barge were being targeted. The carrier was adept at hunting down these large warships within the fleet. The deployed war machines weren't particularly effective against escort ships, destroyers, and other medium to small ships. The interception firepower on these ships was formidable, making the cost of taking them down high, yet their value was low. Conversely, attacking those large ships might be slightly more challenging, but the rewards were substantial. The L-size Scorching East wind missiles mounted on Dragon Elephant war machines presented a significant threat even to battleship-class warships. The powerful strength of the Alliance, composed of 8 main battleships and 41 cruisers, was turning the tide of this naval battle. Retreat. Politos once again made the obvious decision. And this, of course, once again sparked fierce opposition from Wang Mengsong. Why retreat again? We clearly have the advantage now. Wang Mengsong's voice rang out in the command channel once more. He saw, of course, that the Alliance fleet was regaining the upper hand. But precisely because of this, shouldn't they press harder to secure the victory? He even mobilized his battle group, ready for a boarding action. Yet again, he heard Polito's order to retreat. He was beyond furious. But because they were at a critical moment, he knew he couldn't quarrel with Politos, the supreme commander. So, regardless of how furious he was, he stifled his emotions, persuading earnestly. The Alliance main fleet made a big mistake this time, recklessly warping their entire force into our home ground. Using the Star Fortress, leveraging our constructed warp point defense system, we have a chance to annihilate the enemy fleet here. Even if we can't annihilate them completely, we can at least severely damage them. Miss this opportunity, and given our naval strength with only 2 battleship-class warships, there's almost no chance of delivering a devastating blow to the Alliance fleet in naval combat again. Opportunity is not to be missed. Nonetheless, all he received was Polito's retreat order. Politos even ordered the Star Speaker to block Wang Mengsong's ability to send messages to the entire command system, preventing this battle group leader of significant standing from disrupting the whole command system. Of course, he didn't want to provoke Wang Mengsong too much. If this hothead acted impulsively, launched a rogue strike, and dragged the entire unit into it, that would be quite troublesome. So, he left Wang Mengsong a line to communicate directly with him. Wang Mengsong soon realized he couldn't contact other ships, and angrily cursed at Politos. "You spineless cur! You're not fit to lead the army. I pity you. Your enemies are right before you, yet you don't even dare to seek revenge." After the last heated argument, Politos reflected. He wouldn't engage in these meaningless arguments with Wang Mengsong anymore. He ignored the insults from the New World Torch battle group commander and continued to orderly issue various commands. It wasn't until the whole fleet began moving as he ordered that he found a bit of time. Taking this chance, he said to Wang Mengsong, "Didn't your think tank tell you the pressure they are now under?" What? Wang Mengsong hadn't received a reply. It wasn't his problem. The think tanks of both battle groups and the psychic units among mortals had already been consolidated for use, directly answering to Politos. A think tank member had been left with Wang Mengsong. In theory, they should report information to him. But Wang Mengsong realized he hadn't received any updates for quite a while. "It seems the pressure is even greater than reported, that your embedded think tank crew didn't even have time to explain the situation to you," Politos explained briefly. Then he pondered. Gu Heng from the Alliance. He might be the most powerful psychic I've encountered in my centuries of career. Is that truly a level mortals can achieve? Watching the Fury fleet disengage from battle, Gu Heng, aboard the Eagle Horse, felt a bit of regret. Weren't they going to fight to the end? Keep fighting? Your spiritual energy team is about to be blown up. In fact, from the moment the Eagle Horse that Gu Heng was on descended into this airspace, Gu Heng and the Storm Mage Corps he led had already begun rigorous operations. Now, the Storm Mage Corps has over 10,000 psychics of various levels available. According to the system's standards for enlightening and training psychics, Gu Heng spent 1 million gift points on it. Of course, training personnel cannot rely solely on consuming gift points. In fact, as the Alliance's scale expands, things like military training, administrative officer training, and psychic training, which used to heavily depend on the acceleration of gift points, are now less dependent on the system. This is not because Gu Heng has reduced his investment. On the contrary, investing in human resources development is the second largest expense for Gu Heng's gift points, the largest being technology lotteries. He has consistently increased his expenditure in this area. However, with the expansion in scale, the size of the army and administration has wildly inflated, and it is no longer possible to process everything through the system. Breaking away from system dependency is an inevitable trend. Gu Heng accepts this. and starts placing talents acquired through consuming gift points at the core positions. The Spiritual Energy team is an example of this. Among the members of the Storm Mage Corps, 80% were trained by Ji Hang using gift points. In addition, by strongly integrating the various mage academies established by the Alliance with the Psychic Cultivators Associations in the original Dragonhawk Star domain, tens of thousands more psychics have been trained. However, unlike those directly trained by Ji Hang using gift points, those trained through the most conventional and orthodox means have somewhat unstable conditions. Their abilities are unstable. Some are quite useful, but a large proportion of psychics possess powers that are not very practical and are particularly niche. Their states are also unstable, easily losing control, posing threats to both themselves and others, with the potential for self-destruction being quite hard to handle. These unstable individuals need to be managed. They either continue studying at the Mage Academy, striving to control themselves, or if deemed lacking in such talents, they have to stay in the prisons of the Psychic Cultivators Association. Those who can control their spiritual energy are arranged to work in various sectors of society where they can utilize their abilities. The main placements are in the military, secret services, police departments, and legal departments. All units, including the Glory Guard Legion, welcome these psychics. Their abilities can provide great expansion effects. As for the largest and most stable group of psychics, the Storm Mage Corps, they are a direct force under Ji Hang's command and have always followed his orders. Most of the time, they are distributed in various combat units, acting in squads or medium-sized groups. Currently, Mr. Ji has gathered them all together. With Ji Hang at the core, these members of the Storm Mage Corps can use their spiritual energy as fuel to enhance Ji Hang's power. Leveraging this power, Ji Hang will become even stronger. Incidentally, he is also attempting to tear open a subspace rift, to descend with more powerful forces into the real universe, used to rip apart the enemy ship's void shields. In theory, tearing open the subspace and allowing the power of the divine realm to descend is not a difficult task for Ji Hang. With the assistance of the Storm Mage Corps numbering in the thousands and the power of the Storm God Kingdom, Ji Hang's fleet destruction capabilities will once again escalate to a huge level. However, this time, the problem arose during the descent of the divine realm. Ji Hang sensed a resistance that wasn't weak. That resistance came from the Psyker teams led by the think tanks of the Fury Flame Battle Group and the New World Torch Battle Group. In Ji Hang's perception, there were about 2,000 of them. Their average level was about the same as the Storm Mage Corps. However, there were over 80 think tank members in the two battle groups, much stronger than the average level inside the Storm Mage Corps. Among them, the intelligence directors of both battle groups had all reached A+ level. Additionally, there were 5 A-level psychics, with the rest being at least B-level. The psychics awakened among the interstellar warriors are indeed much stronger than the average mortal's level. Of course, that's the average, it's the lower limit that's high. As for the upper limit, it might be about the same. This group of high-level think tanks, leading a number of psychics, is trying hard to obstruct the descent of the Storm God Kingdom. The rift has been torn open, and Ji Hang's spiritual energy has indeed been strengthened. He also successfully used the power of spiritual energy to tear apart the void shields of 3 enemy ships and directed friendly fire to destroy them. Then, his target turned to the Fire of Triumph. However, as a combat barge, the void shield strength of the Fire of Triumph is extremely strong, making it not so easy for Ji Hang to tear apart. Moreover, there was the resistance from the enemy's psionic team. After some maneuvering, Ji Hang was close to subduing those opposing psychics, and the rift to the Storm God Kingdom was being torn wider, allowing Ji Hang's abilities to become increasingly powerful. Already, 300 to 400 psychics had met their demise in the confrontation with Ji Hang. Among them, some merely fainted, while others suffered direct cerebral explosions. At this moment, Politos chose to order a full retreat. With about 15 more minutes, Ji Hang could have crushed those opposing psychics, strengthened the descent of the divine realm, and then quickly torn through the void shield of Fire of Triumph. The launching systems aboard the Eagle Horse were poised to instantly eject several Dragon Elephant war machines and 2 patrol ships right in front of their faces. Combined with the targeting bombardment of friendly artillery, there was indeed hope to swiftly destroy such a giant ship. Destroying an enemy's major capital ship would be a great help for subsequent battles. Unfortunately, they retreated swiftly, After the enemy's main fleet retreated, the Alliance fleet was faced only with the combination of the Star Fortress and space stations. Their sturdiness and firepower weren't weak either. A hard battle would definitely result in a victory for the Alliance fleet, but at the cost of extra losses. Since the opponents wouldn't move, the Alliance fleet could naturally keep their distance and adopt tactics of encircling, hunting, and stretching to engage. This would prolong the battle but reduce losses. A week later, the enemy's resistance was mostly crushed. The result of the Guangfeng Star Sea battle, of course, was an Alliance victory. But in reality, in terms of the damage suffered by both fleets, the Alliance didn't exactly gain much of an advantage, and it actually suffered greater losses. Among the 8 main battleships, the Firebath Nova suffered the most damage. Its combat capability can basically be maintained, but it's best to pull it back for repairs. Otherwise, the damaged void shield generator, compromised armor, and the internal linkage system damages. All of these could become hidden dangers. Later, if there is a high-intensity naval battle, any of these latent issues could become a fatal weakness. Nevertheless, no ships were lost, which is good news. The current damage won't take too long to repair, and they might not even need to be dragged back to the dockyard. Subsequently, they can stop somewhere, and the onboard mechanics and technicians should be able to handle the necessary repairs and replacements. However, damages to other ships were not insignificant either. Primarily, losses occurred during the initial warp stage, bearing the brunt of enemy fire. Once the Fury fleet retreated, there wasn't much cost in dealing with the defending forces at the warp point. And after the warp points along the Shandong-Guangfeng line were cleared, the remaining resistance in this star system was the fortress-like Guangfeng star itself. Even the Fury fleet didn't defend Guangfeng. They left some ships hiding in Guangfeng's orbit and starport, while the main fleet withdrew non-stop back to a more central region in the Proud Claw cosmos. The Alliance didn't attempt to tackle Guangfeng, which was even stronger than the Shandong star defense. After a brief reorganization of the entire fleet, they headed to the next warp point. On either side of the next set of Star Realm tunnels, the defensive system was not as strong as the warp points between Shandong and Guangfeng. Powerful star fortresses are certainly cheaper than warships, but that's only in comparison to warships. Even at 1/3 or 1/5 of the cost, it's still a significant expense. Moreover, like warships, star fortresses and space stations require regular maintenance, which also costs money. Additionally, their use is much more limited, only capable of defense, with no offensive capabilities. Even if there was money, each planet would be more inclined to install these defense facilities in their own orbit. Firstly, this greatly reduces maintenance costs, as there's no need to move engineering ships to warp points for operations each time. Secondly, interests are also at play. Protecting one's own planet instead of guarding or blocking a warp point is more direct. Moreover, placing defense systems like star fortresses in planetary orbit can be effectively linked with the ground's orbital cannon groups, making most warp point defense systems quite lackluster. Having several armed space stations for border checks is already considered sufficient. Only some warp points that need to guard against space pirates will have more armed space stations, or perhaps a light star fortress. Only major thoroughfares like Shandong-Guangfeng, connecting 2 star domains, would have heavy star fortresses and numerous armed space stations installed. As such, when the Alliance fleet once again bypassed the difficult Guangfeng star and continued advancing toward the Proud Claw star domain, their progress became swift and unstoppable. In just 4 months, the Alliance captured 2 star sectors and over 20 worlds in the southern part of the Proud Claw star domain. The primary reason for such achievements was the constant avoidance by the Fury fleet. Without fleet protection and with no ground defense set up by the Fury Flame battle group in the southernmost star sectors, the ground resistance relied on local planetary defense forces, supplemented at most by the Princess Legion's military instructor groups. Such combat strength was no match for the Alliance's main forces. To expand their gains, the Alliance's fleet was divided. The battle cruiser, Fury Owl, the carrier, Eagle Horse, and the repaired battleship, Firebath Nova. These 3 main ships formed the main fleet, following the Fury fleet's traces and pursuing them. With 2 dreadnoughts and an assisting battlecruiser, the main battle strength of the fleet already slightly surpassed the Fury fleet. Not to mention, the Fury had to consider Gu Hang within their fleet, along with his Storm Mage Corps. In a fleet decisive battle, they would lose. unless the Alliance fleet, after splitting, foolishly jumped into an area filled with star fortresses and armed space stations to fight the Fury fleet. Ensuring that the main fleet could exert an overwhelming force over the Fury fleet, 4 additional battle cruisers each led several detachment fleets, splitting into 4 directions for assault. With the Fury fleet's main force contained, there was no space power in the whole Proud Claw cosmos that could contend with a detachment led by a single battle cruiser. And even if the Fury fleet, under Gu Heng's nose, managed a trick to slip away and find a chance to attack an Alliance detachment, the battle cruiser's performance allowed it to evade even if it couldn't win. Moreover, it's not easy for the Fury fleet to slip away unnoticed right beneath Gu Heng's eyes. Thanks to these factors, the Alliance could execute such rapid conquest operations in the Proud Claw star domain. In about 100 days, over 20 worlds were captured, averaging 1 every 5 to 6 days. However, at this stage, the Alliance's offensive suddenly slowed down. Gu Heng realized something was wrong. Such rapid aggressive advances, although creating a huge breach in the southern front and reclaiming 20 Empire worlds, seemed to be the best achievement from the Empire side in recent years. Yet, many hidden dangers were left behind. First is that the enemy's main forces still exist and are nearly avoiding battle. The Alliance had not achieved a decisive battle. Therefore, the current gains by the Alliance are somewhat illusory. Subsequently, losing a single battle could mean losing everything they have gained. Secondly, the Alliance had spread the breadth of the battle too wide too quickly. These 2 star sectors and 20 worlds are not completely subdued. Many places are still resisting. In fact, some worlds with strong resistance couldn't even be entered by the Alliance's army. The Navy cleared the orbit and controlled the starport, ensuring the planet couldn't contribute to the cosmic battle, then symbolically shelled the surface a few times and counted it as captured. But such a capture is very unstable. The Alliance basically couldn't assimilate these 20 worlds to support them in the subsequent war. Moreover, the unresolved Shandong Guangfeng planets were like 2 tumors in the throat of the Alliance's offensive path. As the scope of the Alliance's offensive expands and the territories occupied grow larger, the risks previously buried become increasingly hard to ignore. Resistance and non-cooperation on various planets, logistical difficulties after stretching the supply lines, the 2 tumors of Shandong and Guangfeng growing at the throat, the ever-watchful Fury fleet. Even without considering these, Gu Heng must acknowledge one thing. The Alliance's current overall strength is still far inferior to the Iron Rage Stone, which controls an entire cosmos domain. The main forces of Humphrey Paulo are still entangled in multiple battlefield directions. But this does not mean their strength is gone. It is possible to redeploy troops from the main battlefield or draw reinforcements from the original defensive forces in multiple star domains to provide support. Even the naval fleet, with its long build cycle, could potentially be supplemented by the enemy at any moment. Within the Spiderweb domain, there are 3 founding worlds, all belonging to the Alfonso sect. None of these founding worlds are smaller than Jindi Star. In theory, since Iron Rage Stone has been labeled as an Imperial traitor, the sect of mechanics should be joining the Imperial forces to beat them up. However, this has not happened. The attitude of the Alfonso sect is extremely ambiguous. They have issued several condemnations against Humphrey Paulo, but the wording is impotent, mostly due to various pressures to make a statement. Moreover, they claim to have ceased all cooperation with Iron Rage Stone, but now the entire Spiderweb domain falls under the control of Humphrey Paulo. Communication is obstructed, so who can say for sure if the Alfonso sect has truly severed ties as they claimed? No, actually most analysts believe that they are merely paying lip service. The Alfonso sect established a rather intimate relationship with Humphrey Paulo long ago. Their cooperation has a history of several hundred years. Their close cooperation persisted right up until Iron Rage Stone formally initiated its rebellion. This indeed makes their attitude seem very untrustworthy. Just consider this. If there was a true rupture, would Iron Rage Stone ignore the powerful industrial capabilities of the 3 founding worlds? But in reality, the Alfonso sect remained unharmed, and Humphrey Paulo seemingly has no intention of targeting them. Iron Rage Stone's sweeping military actions in the Spiderweb domain entirely bypassed the influence sphere of the Alfonso sect. Moreover, on every battlefront, Imperial forces frequently encounter new types of equipment appearing on the battlefield. The combat power of the forces under Iron Rage Stone, bolstered by this equipment, does not seem at all like a place cut off by the sect of mechanics. Indeed, the Iron Armor Battle Group's fleet sees a constant inflow of various new space warships. At this point, it is basically confirmed. The Alfonso sect not only failed to sever ties with Iron Rage Stone as it claimed, but is actively providing assistance to these traitors. Focusing this situation on the southern front currently opened by the Alliance, Humphrey Paulo does not even need to redeploy forces from the main battlefield. As long as the next batch of warships from Alfonso's 3 founding worlds is sent southward, the combat power imbalance where the Fury fleet is far inferior to the Alliance fleet could change drastically. Gu Hang believes that the new battle group leader of the Fury Flame battle group is waiting for this. At that time, as the Alliance's lines stretch and the opposition's forces are augmented enough to engage effectively, this current situation could very well become an opportunity for a significant offensive maneuver. The Alliance must remain vigilant. Consequently, after capturing 2 star sectors, the Alliance essentially halted its large-scale offensive. But in reality, the objectives the Alliance sought in this war have already been achieved. This war has taken on the nature of a political battle. Now that the war has officially begun, the multitude of issues troubling the Alliance have all been resolved. Chairman Zhuo Zhaofeng has ceased his reprimands, inquiries and orders from Holy Terra have stopped, and pressure from the Phoenix Warband of the immortal Phoenix Matrigel on the Western Front has been alleviated. Moreover, the Eastern Cosmic Realm government, which had halted war funding for over 2 years, has resumed it. There were 5 billion tax-funded resources on the way when the Alliance dispatched troops. This amount is not substantial, but it is signal. Zhuo Zhaofeng also mentioned there would be more to come. After the Alliance marched into the Proud Claw cosmos, 50 billion more in war supplies were loaded onto ships en route to the Alliance. Compliments from Holy Terra were also received. Galleraldo remarked to Gu Hang that since the Alliance deployed its forces, his life has also become somewhat easier. Additionally, there were messages from other Central Empire departments lauding Gu Hang's efforts, hoping the Alliance can persevere and continue to advance bravely. All perspectives expressed delight and encouragement for the Alliance's significant impact on the Southern Front within months. They hope the Alliance can maintain this momentum. Conquering 2 star sectors in 4 months is not fast enough. Based on this speed, drawing a line on the star map, it would take capturing 6 more star sectors to penetrate the Proud Claw cosmos. And beyond Proud Claw to the northwest lies the Thistle Muster star field. Advancing through 9 more star sectors from the Thistle and Mustard leads to the Princess Star domain. That is the true stronghold of Iron Rage Stone. If the higher-ups had their way, they would wish for an even fiercer Alliance offensive. Why must every entire star sector be occupied? Why bother with those heavily defended stubborn areas? Quickly find the enemy's main force for a decisive battle. Head straight to the Princess Star domain, go and stab Humphrey Paulo in the behind. Countless people urged like this, with different words but roughly the same meaning. But Gu Hang just ignored these remarks. Do they really expect that with the Alliance's current power, they can reach the heart of the enemy and topple the Iron Rage Stone? Don't be ridiculous. They only want Gu Hang to make the southern battles fiercer, depleting more of Iron Rage Stone's living forces, attracting more of its massive army to relieve pressure in other directions. And Gu Hang? He wouldn't use his accumulated resources over the years for others' benefit? No matter if it benefits others, he wouldn't risk everything on a single reckless gamble. After securing 2 star sectors and facing the risk of a slightly stretched frontline, Gu Hang stopped. The previous war outcomes were enough to ease the political pressure. The Alliance's main forces ceased advancing. With them halting, it wouldn't be long before the pressure resurfaces again. But Gu Hang didn't plan to listen to them. Do I really care that much about the small amount of money the Eastern Cosmic Realm government offers? 5 billion? Hundreds of billions later? It's indeed a large sum. But mainly it's a variety of ordinary equipment, small starships. If that 4 or 500 billion were converted to 1 battleship a year, Gu Hang might consider being more aggressive. But as is, forget it. Go at my own pace. And what is the Alliance's rhythm? They turned to digest those 20 conquered worlds. Among these 20 worlds, some are poor while others are wealthy and developed. Ignoring the poor places for now, it's important for the wealthy and developed ones, especially industrially, to deploy ground forces and suppress planetary surface resistance, supported by political means, Making the entire planet useful to us is a significant task. Once settled, it means directly drawing resources from these 20 worlds, locally resolving some regular supply issues. Several of these worlds have good industrial capabilities, not to mention the consumption of ammunition and conventional weapons, even the resources needed by starships, such as certain shells and fuel for starships, that is energy crystals. Even, there's a large starport on one planet accompanied by a small shipyard. The shipyard is not expected to produce anything new for use, but having a shipyard means that this planet's shipbuilding technology is still at a certain level, well equipped, and the Alliance can have many of its ships damaged in previous combat well maintained here. Meanwhile, Alliance engineering ships, escorted by the Navy, arrived in batches at the Proud Claw Cosmos. Along with them came transport ships carrying many orbital cannons, components for space stations, and even production lines, and also dragged along a few light and heavy star fortresses. The long-range transportation deployment of star fortresses requires large transport ships for towing. These star fortresses were placed at the star realm tunnel jump points of hub paths, and in the orbit of key planets. Simultaneously, those orbital cannons were assembled and deployed on the spot, leveraging some conquered local planets with good industrial capabilities. Even the production lines brought were directly aimed at strengthening military production capabilities at the front line. The Alliance clearly intended to fully digest these 20 worlds and fortify the 4 key worlds. Star fortresses were dragged over, orbital cannon clusters set up, and defenses at jump points built. The Alliance's stance was obvious: set up strongholds and fight a slow battle. First encircle these 20 worlds, then digest and fortify key areas, prudent against possible massive enemy army pressure. If the opponents didn't act, then after digestion, continue advancing, consume dozens more worlds, digest, and fortify again. Gradually encroach in the most stable manner and with minimal cost. For this, the Alliance even turned to handle those 2 tumors. No main forces were dispatched there, still guarded against the Fury fleet. Only the Coralia and Winged 2 Holy Grail-class battle cruisers were sent. Their mission was never to launch a strong attack. No need. Just keeping a distance and bombarding was enough. This way of fighting certainly couldn't conquer. Long-range bombardment has questionable accuracy and insufficient intensity to quickly destroy the opponent's star fortress. Even if a few shots hit, the star fortress could fly to the planet's backside and park there temporarily, allowing engineers to quickly repair damages. Who knows if this could deplete or exhaust the opponent after decades or centuries of such warfare. Yet the current actions of the Alliance fleet essentially put pressure on Shandong Star. Star fortresses are hard to capture, but with a bit of bad luck, an ordinary armed space station could be blown up instantly by a battlecruiser's light spear array shot. Meanwhile, other tactics were in play. With the whole planet under blockade, Alliance ships continually broadcast to Shandong Star. With Shandong Star's external star language communication blocked, making contact with the outside impossible, wasn't it Alliance's script then? After over 6 months of siege, the Alliance attempted to dispatch diplomatic envoys and surprisingly, it was agreed. A small ship, carrying a diplomat, arrived at the starport, exchanging with the defenders. No consensus was reached, but it was already quite a positive signal. A fortnight later, the Alliance sent emissaries again. In the period following, nearly every week, the Alliance sent envoys to interact with the local defenders. No major agreements were reached, but the Alliance at least sent in some luxurious goods and gifts. The other side agreed to release some civilians, reducing unnecessary sacrifices and losses of war. Even in later stages, the defenders proposed some conditions for surrender. It's just that the conditions were quite harsh, and the Alliance didn't agree. Still, there's room for negotiation, no hurry. Moreover, before talks, the Alliance wasn't without other methods. The ship escorting the diplomatic envoy, though small, is relatively speaking. Even the smallest travel ship could carry several hundred people at once. Diplomatic envoys naturally needed escort, which was reasonable. 100-man escort arriving at once, housed by the defenders in starport, allowing leaders from both sides to negotiate, was normal too. So far, no particularly large conflicts had erupted between the two sides. However, the defenders failed to notice some special existences among these escorts. A few people were always missing on the way back and forth. After 5 or 6 such trips, 3 to 4 dozen special warriors from the Alliance infiltrated Shandong Star's starport. And during the last visit of the diplomatic envoy to the starport, the 100-man escort still followed. They moved steadily inside the starport, advancing towards the usual place for talks. Meanwhile, the starport's defenders inspected onboard as usual. But, those who boarded for inspection, once inside, never made any further sound.